And happy Preakness Saturday. You're watching America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. We are proudly brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Hello, I'm Maggie Wolfendale alongside Sarah El-Badwi. We will take you through the first portion of this show. We'll have live racing here from Belmont Park as well as Churchill. A little wet weather though, Sarah, to start things off.
All over the place, not even just over here at Belmont Park. Churchill Downs off the turf for the fourth race. I believe they're still on later on in the card for now, but we'll see how that plays out.
Yes, so we are sticking to the turf, even though you can see it's sloppy, on the main track, which will host the first race. A claiming 16, non-2 life, 6.5 here. Sarah, did you go with Lars, who is taking some money at 3-1?
Yeah, I had a little bit of interest in this horse being more lighter race than some of his foes in here. I just thought that maybe he ends up being the speed in this race. Time Form US projecting him to be in front. And I don't love for me that he's taking money, but I love that he is taking money in general, showing that there's some interest in him as well. And I'm not the only one with kind of a silly idea.
He'll be coming off of about a 2-month layoff as we welcome in the third member of our team, former champion jockey Richard Migliori. And Mig, I love the rain outfit.
You got my floppy hat on, Maggie. There's a lot of standing water. There's a good seal on this racetrack, but we've had a pretty steady kind of drizzle turning into a steady rain now. So there is standing water on the racetrack with that hard seal over it. The 4, the favorite, Dad's Good Runner. I like the way he warmed up. I can't knock him. He's handled off going in the past. I kind of like the idea about the 7 Moving Pictures. I mean, obviously, this horse had an issue, went to the bench, but has run races good enough, certainly, to be very competitive here. And I think you want to be forward on a day like this. And one thing we've seen from Jamie Torres, he is aggressive, guys.
That's Jamie Torres, 5-pound apprentice, kicking things off well here at Belmont as they load into line. Moving Pictures will complete the lineup. The new gelding off the layoff. First off the claim for Carlos Martin as we get it upstairs to our very own John Imbrial, who brings you the call of race 1 from Belmont.
There in the gate.
Well done to the assistant starter as Raw Courage got away there. And my apologies, I don't know who that is. I usually know all the gate guys, Sarah. He looks newer, and I gotta say well done for holding on to this guy as we saw Dylan Davis take the dismount option and stepped off of Raw Courage. He will be examined as they take him behind the gates. We check in with Mig.
Yeah, guys, when a horse runs the doors like that, the assistant starter did a great job, but they'll tend to twist like that, and that's when a rider gets himself in trouble. Dylan did a good job getting away from him because you run out of space quickly once their head turns and their body will go into that petition, but he'll get checked out, and we'll see if he's good to go.
Dylan Davis does get the leg back up. Raw Courage getting back into line as we get back upstairs to John.
For race number 1. Raw Courage is in. And they're off. Dad's Good Runner, far outside Moving Pictures. Now moving up is Lars, and Bad Water is right there. So 4 of them right together here in the early going with Star Attitude down at the rail running in 5th. Raw Courage is 6th. Farther back Reunion Tour trails the field in 7th. Dad's Good Runner leads here now by almost 2 lengths. Lars is in 2nd, and down on the inside is Bad Water, who is moving up a bit from 3rd. Then Moving Pictures next in 4th through a quarter in 22 and 2/5 seconds over the sloppy and sealed track. Dad's Good Runner, the favorite, leads by 2 lengths. Bad Water, 2nd by a head. Lars is on the outside. Then Moving Pictures as Star Attitude gains ground, draws within 4.5 lengths of the lead. Farther back, it is Raw Courage and Reunion Tour. They are all still chasing Dad's Good Runner, who turns for home with the lead. Moving Pictures races in second. Star Attitude is in third. Then Lars and Bad Water. Dad's Good Runner trying to go wire to wire here. Leads by a length and a half. Moving Pictures moves to the inside. Star Attitude's on the outside. Dad's Good Runner. Moving Pictures. Star Attitude on the outside as they hit the wire. It looked like Star Attitude got up in the final strides as we start the Saturday card.
In the opener, it's good to be Carlos Martin as he runs 1-2. Star Attitude, Sarah, cutting back in distance, gets up in the shadow of the wire.
He does, and this is a horse that maybe you didn't want exiting his last race, but he had some good races going back before that. Maybe he just didn't care for the kind of service he got those days, but handled the moisture in the track today.
Yeah, you wonder if, despite him winning, going a mile and breaking his maiden, if he is more just a closing sprinter. I thought a good return to the races for Moving Pictures, so I think did get his nose down for second. So Carlos Martin exacta with your favorite. Dad's Good Runner did all the dirty work, settling for a narrowly defeated third here in the opener. Well, it is a bit of a gray day, but that's okay. We're inside. No, I'm kidding. It's always a good day at the racetrack, as it is Preakness Day. We'll not have that race for you, but we'll bring you recaps. We'll have all of the action here from beautiful Belmont Park, as well as Churchill Downs. They run 11 today, including the feature being the last in the Grade 3 Louisville, going a mile and a half, though off the turf.
It will be off the turf now?
Is it?
Is it? You're probably right. I just got the memo about an hour and a half ago. So
well, when I
things
checked
change.
Equibase, it said all off the turf.
Okay.
You know what? We have Paul Duca for that.
We do.
We'll check in with him in a second. But as always, if you want to play today's races, make sure you do so at NYRABets.com. You can get signed up today and earn that $200 deposit match bonus when you use promo code MATCH200. Check out NYRABets.com. Over at Louisville, beneath the Twin Spires, yes, they had a bit of the weather that we're experiencing now. And so they do have a wet racetrack too here, Sarah, as we kick things off with a claiming 12.5 going a mile and a 16 here on the main track, though it does look like the sun has come out, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, it seems like they might be.
Oh, they are on the turf then.
Oh, okay.
Later on.
Still
Off the
race
turf for race 4.
only.
Got it. Okay.
Good to know.
Equibase confusing me.
I know. Confusing
Happens
place.
like that sometimes. Race number 1 is Myopic here as he returns to the main track.
Yeah, and likely his preferred surface, right? He makes a lot of sense breaking from the rail.
And Ferry Boat, he'll be returning to the main track as well after a winter at Turfway Park. As we're still taking a look at Myopic, he's got to bring a show on the road from Turf Paradise. Though he does have some back form. There's number 2, Ferry Boat.
Yeah, a win on the synthetic last time out at a big price, almost 30-1. We'll see how he does on the dirt in here. He's had success on it before.
7-2 currently on number 3, Pikachu. He's a 15-time winner, Sarah.
Yeah, can't knock that. 67 starts, 15 wins, 10 seconds, 9 thirds, very consistent type.
Number 4 for Steve Asmussen, owner and trainer. Ricardo Santana will ride Celerity.
Disappointed last time out at a short price, and I think this spot makes a little bit more sense for him. Not taking much money, though.
Yeah, he's coming in from Lone Star as number 5 right behind him is Bayesian Rum for James Spicer.
Yeah, this one ran well to be third last time at a bit of a big price, squeezed a little bit on the inside, so I think he might get a better trip today.
Yep, as he just lost second down there 2 weeks ago as number 6 is co-conspirator for Chris Hartman.
Yeah, this one taking a lot of money and looks to be loose on the lead as well, so I see that bettors are realizing this horse has a shot.
Weren't you disappointed in his last effort, though?
I was, but maybe he's alone today.
Okay.
Chris
Estilo
Hartman.
Pelagroso will complete the lineup.
Yeah, this one would be a little bit of a surprise for me, also switching over from the synthetic over at Turfway.
That will complete the field for today's first race at Churchill Downs. We will have more on this contest after the break, as well as taking a look at Mage as he looks to keep the Triple Crown rolling and looks to attain the priceless Juan Vaz.
Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his first weanlings are commanding attention in the sales ring.
Right here, 280,000.
191,000.
165,000.
160,000. Thank you.
A dual surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races. We are proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. As we saw race number 1 here go in a bit of an upset at beautiful Belmont Park. Star Attitude narrowly getting up on the outside. Blinkers coming off for this turn back in distance. Carlos Martin with the 1-2 exacta.
Yeah, I mean, he was 7-2 on the morning line, floated up considerably from there, and you wouldn't think that his prior form on wet tracks would translate to how he did today, but he certainly handled this surface very well.
Yep, a determined run beneath Junior Alvarado. As do note that every turf race besides there's your photo, three-way photo. Besides the Paradise Creek will be off the turf. So that's races 3, 6, and 10 now off the turf and run on the respective distances on the main track. Star Attitude does return 1660 for the win. As we get back down beneath the Twin Spires and we check in with our man on the scene, Paul LaDuca. Paulie, it's gray here. Tell us what it's like down there in Louisville.
Yeah, Maggie, we got a deluge of rain a little bit earlier, but there is some good news. Race number 4, like you guys said, is off the turf. Race number 8, the sprint, is on, and obviously our feature, the Louisville, is on the turf. It's windy out. The sun is out. There's no more rain in the forecast. I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if the main track gets to fast by the end of the day. So I would think that the Louisville, at the end of the day, will probably be a firm racetrack. Well, therapists will try to win. I actually called Mike Maker and asked, why he dropped the claim in for therapists at age 8, and he said, when they put the blinkers on and he won for 25, he saw with his own eyes this horse explode, and he said, if they put him back in for a claiming price, I don't care what it is, and he dropped the claim for 50. He said he thought, hey, let's just go 1.5 miles in the Pan American, and it paid off. So we'll see what happens. That's going to be our feature race. Sloppy racetrack to start off the race card, like we were talking about. It's kind of soupy. They didn't really seal it because they didn't expect the rain. The rain came down again in like 45 minutes. So it might play a little bit towards fitness. Now, Myopic on the rail, horse shipping in, obviously, from my hood at Turf Paradise from Phoenix. And Robertino Diodoro had a horse last night, Mac Daddy 2. 19 claims were in for that horse, and the horse actually lost by a nose at the wire. And I would think there's going to be a ton of claims in for this son of Candy Ride. Should love the wet track, has run on it before and does have a good number. I do think the 6 is loose on the lead. Co-Conspirator, maybe the other horse in here. They are betting the 5 a tiny bit. Baharam for James Spicer. Horse doesn't have any experience on the wet track, so maybe people are just taking a little bit of a shot. But I do think Myopic is the horse to beat. But like I said, race number 4 off the turf, race number 8 and 11 are on, and Therapist will be our favorite in the feature, Mags.
Polly, thank you. Therapist, he has found new life. A New York bred looking to go back to back and get another stakes win for Mike Maker. As Paulie said, Myopic, the horse to beat, too, for the fact, Sarah, that it's not like he's devoid of speed. So he looks to be in that tracking position. Don't you think that Ferry Boat could be a bit forward as well?
He could. To me, he seems like the type that doesn't necessarily compete in terms of a class level with some of these horses.
But just kind of getting in the way.
Right, being the thorn in the side of. It's possible. I think that the 6 should have an easy time of it early. It's a fair question, though, if he's good enough.
And Mitchell Murrill, always aggressive as we get it out to Travis Stone for the call of race 1 from Churchill.
And they're off. And Co-Conspirator comes right out on top. Myopic showing speed as well, and he comes on through. So Myopic takes the lead as they hit the first turn. Co-Conspirator prompting from second. Down inside is Ferry Boat, out in third. Bayesian Run comes away fourth as Estilo Peligroso. Up into fifth as Pikachu settles in toward the rail sixth. And the early trailer is Celerity. And the early leader is Myopic. Myopic heading to the backstretch run, steps out to lead by 2, 6 furlongs to go. Co-Conspirator with that sharp start defers back into second and tracks Myopic down the backstretch run. Bayesian Rum comes on to grab third. Ferry Boat is pulled back into fourth. Pikachu's advancing toward the rail fifth. Estilo Peligroso sixth. And Celerity is the trailer. Myopic negotiates an opening quarter mile in 23 and 4 and throws down a half in 47 and 3 and builds a 3-length lead for the run to the far turn. Myopic on top. Co-Conspirator still tracking second. Bayesian Rum now clear third. Ferry Boats come off the rail from fourth. Pikachu's advancing in behind. Needs to find a way through. Estilo Peligroso and Celerity. Up top, it's still Myopic. Myopic rolls by the quarter pole with a 3-length lead. Co-Conspirator sent on. Bayesian Rum cut the corner down inside. Racing for the 8th pole. Myopic now asked to quicken. The lead's down to 2. Bayesian Rum's trying to come off the rail. Does so. Co-Conspirator third. Final 16th. Myopic by 2. Bayesian Rum second. Now 2.5 lengths behind Myopic, who takes them all the way up top to win it by 3. Bayesian Rum settles for second. Co-Conspirator was third. Tight fourth, Pikachu or Celerity.
Myopic, aggressively handled from the start by Christian Torres, gets the win. Sarah, we were talking about how this horse was running like he was talking with his head kind of cocked to the side.
Yeah, he kept opening his mouth too. I was like, oh, he's giving the call, like Travis Stone doing a voiceover for him. But yeah, this race
New
was,
Mr. Ed.
Yeah, this race was over from the beginning. I mean, he ended up being much the best in this field, and when you're on the best horse, just go to the lead, and it worked out pretty well for him in here. This was not something that was in question, very much so through the stretch.
It's good to see Christian Torres continuing some winning ways from his Oaklawn Park meet title. And I think he made the right call, upping his game and moving to Kentucky for the spring, summer.
Yeah, I would say it's going pretty well for him.
Yes, good for Christian Robertino Diodoro, your winning trainer, as Myopic delivers as the favorite.
Yeah, easy enough.
Easy peasy. As we have horses in the paddock for today's featured race, we carted it a bit early because of the rain. It's a 7-furlong Paradise Creek on the turf. We'll jump into it after this break.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mage coming struggling down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside, trying to hold on Mage. Mage has taken the lead here.
classic sire.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Made 2-year-olds in training sale. Recent stars include Kentucky Derby winner Mage, Grade 1 winners Feza, Beyond Brilliant, and Switzerland, plus graded stakes winners Classy Edition. Informative, Mimi Kikuchi, Riding with Biden, and that's right, a leading juvenile sale by percentage of Grade 1 winners, and the only major 2-year-old sale venue with a dirt racetrack. May 22nd and 23rd in Timoniga, Maryland. Where will you be?
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend in May. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5. First race, 12:40. Home to full competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site? Be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
No sloppy rainy day blues here on America's Day at the Races as we keep things rolling, and our program always brought to you by Ira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including today's Preakness Stakes, as you don't have to wait for the stakes action. We have one coming up right now. The Paradise Creek for the 3-year-old colts and gelding 7 furlongs on the turf as we check in the paddock with Richard Migliori.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. And we'll start down on the inside with the one Charging, who showed very high speed last time at Keeneland, going 5.5. The comment for his win is a little bit misleading. He won by 6, says wrapped up late. He was very hard ridden by Florent Giroux and ran through the wire. And when you watch horses win by big margins, if you want to discern if they won with something left or if they were capable of going faster, you've got to look at a horse's body language. And if their ears come up and they start kind of slowing their stride and, winning comfortably, then you know that they potentially could have gone faster. But in the case with Charging, he was hard-ridden. And I'm not a big fan when horses are hard-ridden, winning by that far. It just seems like they react negatively to it. Horse being asked to do something, and the rider almost, instead of rewarding them for responding to what they're being asked, it almost turns into, to me, a bit of a punishment. Obviously, a fast horse that I do think will handle this less than firm ground that we're going to have here in the Paradise Creek. The 3 Inflation Nation, I think he's the one I want in this spot. 7/8, turning back from the mile off the bench last time. And he just gives me the impression of a horse that will handle it, a little bit of a lighter frame kind of horse. Talked with his conditioner, Christophe Clement, about that, and he doesn't subscribe to that. My opinion, lighter framed horses do handle softer ground better, but Christophe has so much international experience. I've got to defer to him in this department. And then the 7 Vacation Dance for John Kimmel came back last time. Looked flat to me. It just maybe really needed a race to shake off the ring rust. Bigger, kind of more robust kind of horse. Would lead you to believe like 7/8 wouldn't be an issue, but I have more questions about him handling this soft ground than the 2 horses I spoke to about previously. Right now, if I had to pick one in the paddock, it would definitely be Inflation Nation, the 3.
And Richie, he's your current 5-2 favorite. If you want to play along against your friends and fellow fans, sign up for the Showdown. It's a free-to-enter handicapping contest as you can watch your name climb the leaderboard when your picks win, and you can win real prizes. Get started at NYRA.com/showdown as we are nice and cozy up here in the studio, Sarah and I. But let's take a look, Sarah, at the ABR Race of the Week. It, of course, is the Grade 1 second jewel of the Triple Crown, the 148th running of the Preakness Stakes. And Mage, he'll look to keep his Triple Crown triumph intact.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll take a look at him winning that Kentucky Derby, a race that we've all seen several times now, but always good to look back. And he has this wide swooping move that way out in the center of the track, able to run down 2 fills who ran a huge race and finishing second. And Mage is one of those lightly raced horses that just keeps improving with every start, sort of defying that curse of Apollo that Justify did as well. And he's a horse that can be a little more tactical with perhaps a little bit less speed in the Preakness. So I'm curious to see what we get from him later. Of course, I'm rooting for a horse that would be going for that Triple Crown coming into the Belmont Stakes.
And with the defection yesterday of First Mission, it kind of even enhances his chances because First Mission looked like the real main threat to him running that fast race in the Grade 3 Lexington. So he's got one less foe to worry about. Now, it was reported that he did rear up and cut his head a little bit, a superficial cut. And looking at Romero Restrepo, a co-owner of Mage, reporting that all the vets have taken a look at him. He had a few stitches put in, and he's been examined multiple times, and he is cleared to run and participate in the Preakness, which will be taking place later on this evening. I'm really looking forward to it and always rooting for that Derby winner. Did you come up with any picks? Did you have like a
something really fun and creative?
Yeah.
No, unfortunately, because my creative pick and confidence game is not playing anymore. So he will not be playing, but I have some interest in a couple of horses underneath Mage. I gave out some selections that you can find on the Naira Bets website for the full card at Pimlico, but I'm going to try to play a trifecta with Mage keyed on top, Red Route 1, Blazing Sevens, and also Perform underneath, who I think is that live long shot if you're looking for somebody to possibly be an alternative as one of those more lightly raced horses coming into form now.
Yeah, it's interesting. A few horses coming out of that Federico Tessio, and Coffee with Chris was a part of the pace that Perform was able to take advantage of. And Coffee with Chris is trained by some good friends in the Salzmans, so we'll be rooting with a little Maryland interest, hometown interest there with Coffee with Chris. But of course, would love to see Mage win. If you want to play along and follow all the jockeys, trainers, and horses' stats, make sure you do so with your Equibase past performances. Visit naira.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs today. Horses in the paddock for 2 days. Featured race, it is the Paradise Creek, holding strong at 5-2, is Inflation Nation. And it's interesting that Christophe Clement opted to immediately go to a mile first off the bench with him. And he ran respectably well after only having sprinted in his 4 races as a 2-year-old.
Right, and he didn't run that badly, as you mentioned, to a horse that was trained by Chad Brown in Bellouni. We kept making lunchable jokes about his name being pronounced incorrectly in the production area, but it's Baloney.
Okay, fair enough. I know it is an odd name. It doesn't necessarily roll off your tongue. You want to say Baloney.
I have to think about it every time I say his name because I know that I'm going to say it.
And plus, it sounds like a filly's name.
Right, a little bit. It's a little lighter and nicer and yes. But anyway, Inflation Nation ran a good race coming back off the bench, and I like the slight cutback for him. He had more success going shorter distances, and I think a lot of the other horses in here are trying to stretch out for the first time as well.
So he has that stamina built in. As we kick off a post parade with a horse who has gone long before, but got the job done at 5.5 at Keeneland in his last start to break his maiden.
And I agree with Richie about the short comment. He was really ridden to the wire in there.
Yep, as there's your favorite Inflation Nation second start off the bench.
Yeah, he'll want things to heat up a little bit on the front end. He likes to do his running from a little bit off the pace.
Huge performances on the Tapeta for number 4, Eyewitness, back to the turf.
And we'll have to see if that 2-year-old turf race ends up stacking up and he's just improved going to the synthetic.
Broke his maiden off the turf event last time as number 5, Son of a Birch.
And you can make some excuses for him in his first 2 turf races. It'll be interesting to see him get back on the surface.
Devil's Only Friend is number 6.
Another race where I have problems with the chart comment. This is something Andy and I talked about on Talking Horses.
Yeah, it wasn't his fault.
No, he had a crazy trip.
Yeah. As number 7, Vacation Dance, one of 2 New York breds went by. There's Joey Freshwater trying the turf for the first time.
Yeah, perhaps hoping that this race did come off the turf, but it'll be interesting to see how he does with this surface switch.
Here's an Ohio bred, Hey Eugene, another one getting on the turf for the first time.
And this would have actually been my top pick had this race come off the turf. It'll be interesting also to see what he does with that outside post and trying this surface for the first time.
I gotta say, I don't know about you, but I do like Midshipman's sprinting on the turf.
Yeah, he has success with that.
And he is one, I wonder if he'll be able to translate some of that early speed that he had on the dirt to the turf here, because he definitely, he's one I saw last time in breaking his maiden out there at Oaklawn. He got really on the muscle, really sharp, and he definitely has a quick appearance to him. So we'll see if he can see out to the 7 furlongs on the turf.
Right, and he faced a good horse on debut as well with Rivet, who we're going to see in a stakes race later today at Pimlico. Mike Maker certainly does well with his turf horses. So, yeah, he's a live long shot, I would say.
There he is getting a nice warm-up beneath Jamie Torres, who in stake races, Sarah, they waved the bug. So apprentices do have to ride with the assigned weight for the horses. So there's no apprentice allowance. As we check back in with a guy who was a champion apprentice in his day, Richard Migliore.
This race named for Paradise Creek actually broke his maiden here on the turf. Paradise Creek going 7 furlongs as a 2-year-old by some ridiculous margin, like 20 lengths. Gave him a shot in the hopeful, but ultimately he turned out to be a terrific turf performer. Getting back to this race, I just really like Inflation Nation. I think that he gets the right trip. I think he lurks just in behind the pace. Dylan Davis will be able to keep the bit up in his mouth. And on, less than pristine ground, it's just good to keep horses balanced and in a good rhythm. And I just really foresee Inflation Nation working out a good trip, because I see ample speed signed on, including the 4 Eyewitness, who has won on synthetic, but he's never actually won on turf. Now, I do think that horses that run well on synthetic tend to run well on turf, but this horse has not won on turf, and he's your favorite right now, and he's got speed, and I see ample speed in here, and I just wonder if the ground is really taxing. Does this horse merit being the favorite, even though he's run faster than anybody else here? And the 9-horse Hey Eugene being by Midshipman, and Maggie, you called that shot. I really like his offspring sprinting on the turf. He's been very successful with that. A horse that was very good on the dirt. Actually won on him right here at Belmont. He ran 6.5, like off a very long layoff in 1:15. He was very impressive that day, but I agree. Turf sprinters are something that he gets a lot of good ones out of. It'll be interesting to see how Hey Eugene handles the grass here.
He looked good in the warm-up too, Richie, but let's talk a little bit about what Sarah and I were discussing with regards to number 6, Devil's Only Friend. Now, both of his races at Gulfstream, Sarah, were around 2 turns. He won the debut going the 7.5, but talk about what happened in the English Channel last time.
I mean, what didn't happen? He was extremely inconvenienced all throughout that race and extremely uncomfortable the whole time. And I remember looking at part of the stretch around the turn, and it looked like he was turning his head out, almost like he wanted to kind of bite the other horse that was outside
angry
of
that
him.
that horse started running off by him, because he was settled. Like, he settled mid-pack, and then this horse started running off, and he was like, I got to run with him, and he just got really angry, like you said.
I was having Firenze Fire flashbacks.
I thought about it. So maybe a bit of an excuse. It'll be interesting to see where they place him here.
I think that he's a huge price if you like him a little bit, and you can make certainly plenty of excuses for that race last time. To me, he was one that I just didn't like that he had won his debut at a price controlling things early, because I didn't see that trip for him in here.
Now, we see flip-flops between number 3, Inflation Nation, and Eyewitness. Eyewitness is a New York bred they paid $650,000 for, Sarah, with not that much pedigree to report home on. What does he do here?
I don't know, and he's only this price, I will say, probably because it's the turf and it's Wesley Ward.
That's exactly what Wesley always takes money in the turf sprints. As they head into line for our feature, it's the Paradise Creek, and we head up to John Embrial for the call.
There in the gate. And they're off. Hey Eugene, Joey Freshwater is there. Vacation Dance down on the inside. It's Charging that now moves up. Eyewitness is in between horses. As they race up the backstretch, it is Charging who is down at the rail. Son of a Birch is now advancing, and Devil's Only Friend is right there. So it's three of them across the track. Eyewitness sits off those front runners in fourth. Inflation Nation down on the inside in fifth. Then Vacation Dance, followed by Hey Eugene, and Joey Freshwater is the trailer. In eighth, the quarter over the Good Turf in 21 and 3/5 seconds. Charging is the leader by a neck. In between horses is Son of a Birch, and on the outside is Devil's Only Friend. Just in behind is Inflation Nation, who's down towards the rail. Right alongside is Eyewitness. Eyewitness now makes a move on the extreme outside as they come for the head of the stretch. It is Charging, Son of a Birch, Devil's Only Friend, and on the outside it's Eyewitness. Eyewitness now to take the lead as they head for home. Vacation Dance is on the move on the outside. Charging is down at the rail. Inflation Nation gaining ground on the inside of Eyewitness. Then Vacation Dance. It's Eyewitness trying to hold off Inflation Nation with a 16th out. Eyewitness in front. Inflation Nation giving chase. It will be the New York bred Eyewitness trying to hold on. It was tight at the end. Eyewitness or the late closing Inflation Nation.
Well, Sarah, the New York breds run 1-3 in here as Eyewitness able to just hold off Inflation Nation. We were talking about having the mile race built in for stamina, and maybe with a cleaner trip, it would have paid off. But he just had to wait a second too long for a seam, I feel like.
Yeah, at the top of the stretch, I was like, where are we going to go with Inflation Nation? He ends up getting the room, but I mean, Eyewitness, apparently, that 2-year-old form, he was just an improved horse as a 3-year-old, and those races on the synthetic, it wasn't just the surface as he's able to hold on in here, but I think John Imbrial was really ready to call this as being over, and then was like, wait a second, Inflation Nation is really trying to get him at the end, just fell a little bit short.
Now, I wonder if those fractions were right. They could have been, because the speed horses ran backwards, basically, at the top of the lane. But unfortunately, we don't have a simulcast monitor on top here. But we'll see if the fractions are indeed correct, because that was a fast opening quarter.
It was, and it looks like some trying ground out there, too. We didn't really see anybody make much of an explosive move from the back other than Inflation Nation, who just fell too short, too late.
Wesley Ward gets the win with number 4, Eyewitness, over Inflation Nation. Who is your favorite here? And Jose Ortiz, your winning pilot. Reactions and prices to come from today's Paradise Creek, coming up next.
Standing at Gainesway.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Live coverage from Belmont Park as well as Churchill Downs, the iconic Twin Spires down in Louisville as race number 2. It is coming up soon here, and horses making their way to the track. Actually, that's tape delay, so they're actually on the track in real time. But we do owe you a post parade for this Claiming 30 non-2 live, going the 6 furlongs in here, and fairly wide open board, 9-5, 5-2, and we'll kick things off with one of those 5-2 shots and Little Frappuccino. I could use one right now.
Same, that sounds good. He's back to sprinting after going a little bit further last time and finishing second. Beat 2 next time out winners in his start 2 back as well over at Oakland. I do think the turn back, he looks sharp for it too, should help him. Ricardo Santana for Steve Asmussen. Number 2, back to normal. He goes back to the main track, a wet one at that, Sarah. He's faced some tough customers in his past. He absolutely has, and this class relief should be to his liking, as you see horses like Jack Christopher, Howling Time, higher standards way back in the past performances. We just saw New York bred take the Paradise Creek. Here's another one, number 3, Our Team. This one is more lightly raced than some of the foes to his inside and outside for that matter. He has some speed as well. Yeah, and he's second off of a long layoff, maybe needed the last over at Indiana. And number 4 is Western Command. Yeah, this one also another one that's lightly raced, broke his maiden 2 back, stepped up to face much tougher company. This class level makes a little more sense for him. Kentucky Bourbon was defeated by Little Frappuccino, and he would come back and win. This is his second start, though, for the Ron Moquette barn. Yeah, one that's been popular in the claim box, and he makes some sense in here as well. And number 6, Spurs Up, gets a little bit of a change, or a couple changes here. First time Lasix and blinkers on. Yeah, lots of changes for this one, putting those blinkers on for him, dropping a little bit in class as well. And this one also second off a layoff, ran at Colonial last September. And though he's been beaten nearly 90 lengths and combined in his last 3 efforts, as we check back in with Paul LaDuca, who's standing by. Paulie, what are your thoughts here on this second race?
Well, you know, my thoughts were originally, I thought the 2 back to normal was going to be not your heavy favorite, but at least your, I can't say prohibited, but your favorite. I mean, I thought 6-5, 7-5 area. I know 1-for-10 lifetime, but this horse has shown some really good speed. I think maybe everybody's looking at that one muddy race that the horse has on his form, and it was not a good one. You know, when you get to the inside horse, Little Frappuccino, a horse that's cutting back in distance here for Steve Asmussen, and Ricardo Santana gets aboard. Another horse that has checked in second place 5 different times. So a kind of tricky race in here. And you know, right now, was your favorite and now your second choice, Kentucky Bourbon. You know, 2 starts back. I still can't believe what I saw. I've never seen a horse dwelt in my lifetime. And if a lot of people don't know what dwelt is, the horse basically walked out of the gate. Now, it does say that he was 14 lengths out of it, Maggie, that day, but he had to be 20 lengths out of it. And he broke his maiden at 1-5. He was so much the best. He's going to walk out of the gate again. That's what he does. I mean, when I looked at him, I tried to see if he's physically big and he just can't get out of the gate, but he doesn't look that way. I just think that's what he does. I watched 4 or 5 of his weepays, and he kind of just walks out of the gate. You know, but if you look at the other 5 runners in here, you know, who really can pass any horses in here, and is he going to have too much to do? The 6 gets kind of the kitchen sink thrown at him, Spurs Up. Although he's had the blinkers before, he's getting blinkers, and he's getting Lasix. I thought he was a live long shot. So a confusing race to me, because I thought the 2 would get played. So I think the 2 is the horse to beat. The 5, I guess you better cross your fingers and hope that he gets out of the gate in at least decent fashion and can stay intact with the field. So I'll go 1 and maybe the 6 in here with a little bit of a long shot play. I just think the 5 is going to have too much to do.
Paulie, thank you. I was actually there with you last time he ran on April 15th, Sarah. What I noticed from him is he's a horse with a very light mouth. And what I mean by that is he doesn't want anybody messing with his mouth. He reacts badly to a handler, to the jockey, putting pressure in there. So I think with that in mind, Ron Moquett has reached out to jockeys that do have very light hands, and that is Joel Rosario, that is Julian Leparoux. So it's kind of just break and prairie your hands in his mane and try not to touch him. And it'll be interesting to see if they have somebody in there with him. I see the insistent starter going in the gate with him, but he is taking a lot of money, as we'll see. 2-1 though on the drop down back to normal here from Mike Maker. Travis Stone has your call.
They're off and Spurs up. From the outside, and our team from the rail. Between them, Western Command. It's our team who steps out to lead, and Western Command is pressing as Back to Normal advances toward the inside up into third. Spurs up after that good start is back in fourth. Little Frappuccino toward the inside in fifth, and Kentucky Bourbon settles in at the back, 5 lengths off, pacemaking our team, who leads the way to the half-mile pole. Our team in front, opening quarter, 22 seconds flat. Far turn, Western Command still second. Back to Normal, nudged along, third toward the rail. 2 lengths back to Spurs up. Little Frappuccino's going the wrong way, passed by Kentucky Bourbon. Round the far turn, Western Command is looking for the lead and comes on to grab it right outside the quarter pole and willingly does so. Western Command, top of the stretch in front. Our team's back to second. Back to Normal is racing third. Down to the final furlong, Western Command. Edgar Morales shakes him up for more. The lead is 2. Our team switched back out. Final try, Kentucky Bourbon picking it up late down toward the rail. Time is running out. Western Command by 2. Kentucky Bourbon second best. Western Command the longest shot in the field of 6. Western Command was first. Kentucky Bourbon was second. Our team was third, and Spurs Up was fourth.
Number 4, Western Command, as you heard Travis Stone say, the longest shot on the board. And we just said, can you believe that the 4 was a bigger price than the 6 in here, Spurs Up, who has done little to no running in his last 3?
I know, and at least with Western Command, you were getting a horse that was lightly raced as well, so perhaps one that would benefit from a little bit of class relief too. And yeah, no, I mean, hindsight's 2020, but he definitely should not have been the longest shot in this compact field.
Especially wearing the gold and black of West Point Thoroughbreds, as they do like to bet the horses. So Edgar Morales and Greg Foley teaming up for the win to make things a little spicy there down at Churchill. But the second choice delivers in today's featured Paradise Creek, as Jose Ortiz up for Wesley Ward, able to hold off the late charging Inflation Nation, as we get it down to Richard Migliori standing by with Winning Pilot.
Yeah, here with Jose Ortiz, and a real nice trip under Eyewitness. You got him to rate kindly in behind horses, Jose.
Yeah, I think he went long before. He was on the lead, but the pace was very moderate. And then last time Ira rode us there was he sit off a horse, so the pace was kind of quick for the ground we had, very soft out there. So I decided to just take him back, and he was very, very kind. He's a very nice horse, and mentally he's there. You know, he's mature, and he responds to every move I made.
It felt like the key to the race was getting first run on Inflation Nation and kind of building into that momentum.
Yeah, I was afraid I moved a little bit early on the soft ground. I know the other horse liked the soft, so I was a little worried late. As you see, the horse make a lot of ground late. But I think when I see him inside, I was 4 wide. Was doing every right move, saving all the ground inside. But I see the chance that I had get first run on him, like you say. Probably that was the difference today, and I did, and it worked out. So,
Jose, watching you ride here, you just seem in such a good zone. Like, you're really riding so well, and your confidence seems so high. Something about New York and you really seem to get along well.
I know New York, they track very well here, and the support they're trying to give me. Without them, it would be impossible. I'm grateful. They welcome me back with open arms, and I mean, we're doing my best. My agent is doing a great job. I'm riding the right horses, but like I said, I'm getting the right opportunities.
Congratulations. Well done. Guys, he's just making all the right moves. Yesterday, every single day, watch him ride. He's putting his horses in a position to excel.
He is. He's literally killing it here at Belmont Park as Eyewitness gets win number 3. Actually, that's 3 in a row. A dual stakes winning New York bred that has only run against New York breds once in his life. And he got beat, Sarah. The irony of that.
Crazy. And Jose Ortiz heading over to Pimlico, right? Later this day?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
No, he can't. Does he get there fast enough?
I think he's flying over there.
Holy moly.
I could be
Good to
totally
be-
wrong. We'll
good to
see.
be Jose
We'll find out.
Ortiz.
I'll look it up on break.
Well, yesterday down at Pimlico, we saw an upset in the Black-Eyed Susan, the traditional Friday race feature. That's the Gray Filly Tax, and she strutted her stuff down the stretch at Old Hilltop.
Whatever you use to predict future stallion success, breathe slowly and gaze at the desert's first great championship race. Curlin won it. So did Street Cry, Arrogate, and now, in a time even faster than Arrogate's, Mystic Guide. The cold hard fact is, after this, he was rated the best horse in the world. Mystic Guide. New to Darley.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Independence Hall is hands down one of the most impressive horses I've ever seen physically.
Independence Hall is pouring it on here in the Nashua Stakes. Won by maybe a dozen lengths.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Fayette.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Rain continues as well as our show here. It's America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2 as we will take a look at race number 3, originally intended for the turf, now off. So it did lead to a lot of scratches. Unfortunately, the MTOs came out earlier in the day, and we are left with a field of 4 as we get it down to the third member of our team, Richard Migliore.
Well, Maggie, yesterday we had a match race, a 2-horse field. Today we got a 4-horse field. So kind of an interesting race. You get 2 horses coming out of the same race. Goldini was 3rd last time under Jason Wayas. He gets Jose Ortiz today. And Healing, the 9, had Jose Ortiz last time, now gets Dylan Davis. Dylan Davis is just having a bit of a struggle right now. You know, only a few wins to show at the Belmont Stand and a plethora of seconds. So, you know, look for Dylan to kind of right this ship at some point and get things going. I think Healing makes the nicest impression here in the paddock. You know, he makes a lot of sense on paper, and he gets the double check mark because from a physical perspective, I love what I'm seeing. And he's a horse that definitely carries his condition. When I look at horses coming off of good efforts, I'm always looking, did they lighten up? Did they tuck up a bit? I mean, this horse carries his weight, and he looks terrific, and he's well drawn outside. Should get a real nice trip in this small field, but I do think he's got to contend with Goldini and Jose Ortiz.
All right, Meg, giving a little love to Goldini in here. Rudy Rodriguez will send him out, and him and your current favorite, Healing, definitely having the most recent dirt form. As always, if you want to play today's races, make sure you do so with your Naira Bets account. Use promo code MATCH200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with your Naira Bets account. So happy to have you with us here on this Preakness Saturday. But yesterday, it was all about the girls, Sarah, as we saw a bit of an upset in the Black-Eyed Susan Stakes. Going postward, it was the undefeated Faiza. She put her perfect 5 for 5 record on the line. Now, she breaks fine here. We see Who's Your Filly show a bit more kind of tactical speed. She'll punch her way through here early on and take them most of the way around there.
And this was a contested pace, too, with Merlaza pressing her from the outside and trying to go by, showing a little bit more early intention, as well as Sacred Wish, who ends up taking back a little bit. And this was a much improved performance for Who's Your Filly than we had seen in her last couple of starts.
Yeah, she was determined here. I mean, you look at Merlaza, who had a serious shot in here, and she would back up readily through the stretch, but it was a perfect ride and trip beneath Rafael Bejarano, Tax, and Randy Morse. They pull off the slight upset, and I gotta say, Sarah, we talked about it yesterday. That was a really good effort last time out in the fantasy behind Wet Paint.
And she had run second to Wet Paint before that as well in the Martha Washington. Really a horse that had finished on the board at bigger prices as well. Finally able to get that big win of her own at 11-1.
And she was determined too. You could see her kind of swapping leads back and forth. She's like, I'm winning this race. But it was good to see Who's Your Filly show a little bit of life and get back to some of the races and promise that she showed as a 2-year-old. So Gray Filly's running 1-2 in yesterday's Black-Eyed Susan, and she did earn a 90 Beyer speed figure. Well, the action at Pimlico does continue. You can celebrate the Preakness with a $40 bonus. Bet $200 each on Pimlico and Belmont and earn that $40 bonus, win or lose. All you have to do is opt in when you visit NairaBets.com. Riders making their way to the paddock for today's Off the Turf race number 3, claiming 32, contested in that one-turn mile and a 16th that we have here at beautiful Belmont Park. And we do see 8-5 on number 9, Healing, as he'll go first off the claim for Pat Quick.
Yeah, this is a horse that ended up being my top pick for dirt. Having done Talking Horses earlier today, I handicapped both ways if we were going to end up being on the turf or not. So glad I took that extra time to look over these races in case they ended up being on the main track. And he's a horse that ran on a sloppy sealed surface last time, finishing second. And he just has dirt form that makes a lot of sense in this race with all of these horses that were turf meant coming out and a couple other horses that maybe, I would say only Land Biscuit being the one that maybe prefers that surface. And Chowda's form has kind of declined lately, so he just makes a lot of sense as your favorite in here.
Cool horse, too. I mean, you don't see many progeny of Americane, and he is a horse that has won on all different surfaces. Fast dirt, wet dirt, synthetic, and turf. And the more or less the running lines in his last several dirt races make him a clear-cut favorite in here, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'd agree completely. And he's a horse that's never really been the favorite in quite some time. You'd have to go back to May of last year, a race that was actually at Pimlico.
Now, you'd have to think that Pat Quick probably claimed him with turf in mind, as he claimed him right at the start of turf season, and he does have some good turf efforts, but it's a good option when you have a horse that can handle both. Talk a little bit about Goldini. He is one that has never won on the fast main track, but is 1 for 4 over a wet surface. A lot of his better running has been done on the turf, but that was against some pretty soft company.
It was, and I mean, this is a horse that if you go 2 races ago, was avoided claim when running third at 4-1, but then stays in the barn, ends up on a sloppy sealed track last time, has a much improved Beyer speed figure, jumping from a 52 to a 75, but running third at 22-1 behind a horse like Healing. So if you're looking at horses where you're trying to find some sort of separation, and there isn't much when you're looking at 2-1 versus 8-5, Goldini in his favor, at least, is likely to be in front of Healing, I do believe.
Yet Healing drawn towards the outside, so can stalk him. Now, is there any chance that Lamb Biscuit gets a little bit of a jump coming out of a sprint race?
And this is a horse that just ran last Sunday. So he's one that was, kind of, I thought, likely to scratch, but he ends up staying in.
Maybe they'll send Shouda here as he kicks things off and will break from the rail with Katie Davis.
And actually, his brother Lobster is running later today as well.
The siblings on the same card. There's number 6, Goldini, with Jose Ortiz in the irons.
Yeah, he's one that has handled an off surface before. We'll see what we get from him today. Should be in front.
Number 8, Lamb Biscuit will switch to the main track. Doesn't have much experience, though. Is 1 for 1 over a wet surface.
Yeah, and it was actually an off-the-turf race if you go back to 2021 here at Belmont.
Broke his maiden that way. And number 9, your current 3-2 favorite, Healing.
Yeah, just makes a lot of sense. Is now the overwhelming favorite with that dirt form in this off-the-turf race.
Getting a nice warm-up with Dylan Davis aboard. Pat Quick first off the claim. And Pat's actually had a really nice start to 2023. I mean, he's had several nice New York breds. We think of Olympic Dreams. Also, I feel like there's a gray filly that's really, that's kind of come alive for him as well. But Healing looks fantastic out on the track, too.
Yeah, certainly handling this sloppy going. And it's still raining outside, I do believe.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, I know one person that can tell us affirmatively what the weather's doing. Meg?
It's raining steady. It actually lightened up a little bit when I got to interview Jose Ortiz, and then it just kind of kicked back on. I think this is what we're going to have all day, guys. But really, I think this race goes directly through the 9 Healing. I mean, he's a 9-time winner. He's a horse that likes the game. He competes hard. He's well drawn. He's run well and off going, and extremely well posted. I'm having a hard time seeing past him. I will say the 6-horse Goldini got a really, really nice warm up, and I think the race, obviously he's the second choice. I just can't get by Healing and his gaudy 9 for 29 record.
Meg, that's, like we said, over many different surfaces, really kind of picking up his toes out there on the racetrack, too. Sarah, as we'll check in with number 8 in here, Lamb Biscuit. I know you were really interested in this horse when this race originally carded for the turf. And he seriously showed some life at a distance where you automatically thought they were just using it as a prep. But he came rolling for third, going 6.
Yeah, and I guess a kind of a surprise to everyone that they're using it as a prep for an off-the-turf race now, just a couple days later. Really quick turnaround for a horse that we had not seen since last June, and this is one that had faced another rival in Be Here, who is not playing today, but then different tactics when he joined the Rob Atras barn. He sat a little bit closer to the pace, and obviously in a short field, that's to his benefit to know that he can be a little bit more involved early, because I think for him to be successful, that's where he's going to have to be sitting a stalking type of position. He cannot be as far back early as he was in some of those turf races. So I think that last time he ran pretty well at a distance that is not his preferred distance, against $25,000 claimers to run third at 14-1. And he came along in the later stages, now stretching back out. I would have liked him a lot more if this race stayed on the turf and he was 10-1 instead of 3-1 in this short field now on the dirt. But he's one that I would definitely watch going forwards, even if he doesn't run the kind of race you'd like to see from him today.
And it's good to see his rider, Omar Hernandez Moreno, 7-pound apprentice, back in the tack as he was unseated yesterday on the turf. He, like most young people do, did bounce right back up, and he is cleared and A-OK to ride today. So good to have him in the saddle, as he did guide him to a good third, as we said, last time out on the turf.
Yeah, and I feel like I'm passing that age of bouncing right back up into things, as I get a little bit older.
You were a spring chicken. What are you talking about? Oh my! I bet you Omar is older than you.
I bet not.
No, I bet you're probably right.
Let's do
He
a
does
little
look-
head-to-head action.
He looks. No, I'm not taking that bet.
You
Maybe
just
we
made
can
it
bring
up.
somebody else to
All
put
right.
this wager on.
We'll
but
see.
he,
If
he actually
anybody's out
looks really
there,
young.
I'll take it.
I wonder how young Jamie Torres is. How young do
I
you think
guarantee that I'm older than some of those riders out there.
I guarantee you that I'm older than most of those riders out there, except for Kendrick.
You already
He
know
has
this?
me beat.
Mm,
Yeah.
okay.
He's 2 years older than me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Trivia.
Trivia. I've just known Kendrick for so long that I actually know how old he is.
Don't ask Aunt Maggie how old she is.
Oh, great. Now they're going to look up how old Kendrick is. Here we are. Anyway, there's that spring chicken, Omar, heading into line as we throw it up to John and Brielle for the call of this off-the-turf third race from Belmont.
We are set now for this off-the-turf third race. And they're off. And it is Land Biscuit and Shouta. Those two go out for the early lead. On the outside is Healing, and right alongside of Healing is Goldini. So the four of them are separated by just a length and a half as they move up that sloppy backstretch. And it is Chowda who has taken the lead from Land Biscuit. Healing on the outside in the gray blinkers is third, and Goldini is down towards the rail. The opening quarter was run in 22 and 4/5 seconds. Chowda, longest shot in the field, challenged here on the outside by Land Biscuit. Land Biscuit and Chowder are now heads apart. And then it is the duo of Goldini and Healing. They continue along with Chowder on the inside and Land Biscuit on the outside. Now Land Biscuit takes the lead from Chowder. Land Biscuit is in front. Chowder is back running in second. Goldini is on the move now in third. And Healing is fourth. Now 4 lengths, now more than 5 lengths from the lead. As Land Biscuit leads here by a length. Goldini in pursuit in second. Chowder has dropped back at the rail. And then it is Healing as they come for the top of the stretch. 3/4 went in 1:11.1. Land Biscuit trying to hold off Goldini. Land Biscuit and Goldini coming to the stretch together. It's Goldini on the outside, Land Biscuit on the inside. They're moving for the furlong marker now. And it is Goldini who takes the lead from Land Biscuit. Goldini in front and clear now. Goldini by 2 lengths. Land Biscuit is in second. Goldini. 2 in a row for Jose Ortiz. Land Biscuit completes the exacta.
Goldini pulling off the mild upset. Land Biscuit. I just saw your hand motion. Galloping back out in front. He gave it his all, but just came up a bit short as he went back down to his inside lead in the lane.
Yeah, and I don't know if
Or never changed, I should say.
the plan to kind of get him to shift out off the inside. I don't know if we realized that there was a horse still there or what was going
Yeah, that
on
was a
with
little
that.
funky.
But I would say on the quick turnaround, he ran pretty well. And an unexpected pace dynamic in this race as well as Chowda went to the front in this race. Kind of a no-show performance from Healing. I don't know what happened with that.
Yeah, he was the big disappointment as he was out the back early, which he projected to be, but he never was able to pick up the pieces here as unofficially it is 6-8 here in this off-the-turf third. And Jose Ortiz gets another one here, Sarah, for Rudy Rodriguez.
And I incorrectly stated that he would be moving over to Pimlico later. He, I guess, was originally scheduled to ride there, but made the decision to stay here for the whole day, and it's working out for him so far.
I think he and his agent, Steve Rushing, made the right call staying here at Belmont Park, but more to come here as the live racing action continues at Churchill Downs. Stay tuned.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flower is kicking in. Poppy Flower with the momentum. Nagarok, they come on for the finish, and it is going to be Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to the program here on America's Day at the Races. We are brought to you by Hillendale Farm at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. I like that cool transition.
Yeah, a little dissolve.
I love
Very
it.
fancy.
Over at Churchill, their third race getting ready to take place. They're actually behind the gate for this claiming 50, going 7.5 furlongs and 9 to 5 on Super Cat Lady. Are you a cat lady?
No.
That would be Acacia. She is the resident cat lady of our show, as we do kick off a post-raid, though, with Proudfoot.
Yeah, this horse really dead on the board right now at 6 to 1 off of that morning line. A winner last time out at 8 to 1.
Does not have that much early speed. No. Might be a problem. This one does, though, and that's your favorite. Super Cat Lady does at least have some tactical speed.
Yeah, and this one should be in front here early. I do believe
think.
this one is going to be the speed of the speed in this race.
7.5 is such a weird distance.
I know. I feel like we don't really do 7.5 that often.
We never do it here. They do it down there. But number 3 is Sonador.
And this is a horse that has won at big prices before at Churchill Downs. This one could be a little sneaky.
Yeah, does have an affinity for Churchill, as number 4 Needs Some Money is a turn back to this one-turn type of distance.
And that might help a horse that does their best running late with a little bit faster setup ahead of them.
As number 5 is Klimp's Muse.
Yeah, this one, the race at Keeneland last time out, third behind a fellow foe in Center Stage, who we'll look at next. I think this one would need to take a little bit of a step forward.
Again, another one that does not have any early speed, but Center Stage kind of had to be hustled to keep early pace and then had to wait for room in the stretch.
Yeah, not the kind of trip that you want to see for a
No.
horse last time out, so I'm thinking this one could improve a little bit in here.
I do agree. My good friend Declan Cannon in the irons as number 7, The Club. He can kind of do it all, though he is searching for his first win on the main track.
He is, but isn't this a horse that had some good races? If you go really back, ran in the Matron once upon a time. So this was a horse that had good intentions in the past.
And one I saw and I thought was a total turf sprinter, but here we are going 7.5 on the main track as we'll look back at number 1, Proudfoot. This is the race just 2 weeks ago nearly, and always kind of a touch slow out of the gate, but once produced by Julian Leparoux, powers home here for previous trainer Lindsay Schultz.
Yeah, this was an impressive effort for this horse, really able to roll in the later stages of this race. I just don't know if this horse gets the same exact kind of setup now, facing tougher company, bumping up slightly in class from the $30,000 level to the $50,000 level. And this, as you mentioned, is just such a weird distance. I mean, able to handle the 7 furlong configuration, but 7.5, I just feel like we don't really see that often. And it's a little bit of a question mark for a horse that has been mainly going shorter lately as well.
Also, as you mentioned, DOB dead on the board, and we'll go out for a new barn. But Kenny Miller is, he's only run 2 horses at the Young Meet so far, with a win and a third, and is having a pretty decent year. He doesn't have many horses, but, you know, Lindsay Schultz has done great work and has really gotten off to a great 2023, but it feels like goes out for a capable barn.
I would agree with that completely. And, you know, once this horse hit the claiming ranks, really has been more competitive as well.
Yeah, exactly. As they are almost all in line, just waiting for the outside runner, The Club, who does at least turn back here for Dale Romans. And we get it out to Travis Stone for the call.
And they're off. Sonia Dor, mid-pack, Proudfoot, Super Cat Lady, Needs Some Money, backs off as Center Stage advances from the outside, and farther out is The Club. But Sonia Dor is quickest out of there and is joined by Super Cat Lady, and down inside it's Proudfoot. So those 3 cross over together. Center Stage not far behind in 4th. The Club on the outside reserved in 5th. The back 2 are Need Some Money and Klimp's Muse. Pretty tight pack down the backstretch run. Super Cat Lady shares the lead with Sonia Dor. Super Cat Lady's short lead. Sonia Dor keeping pace in 2nd. Their opening quarter in 23-1. 4 furlongs from the wire. Center Stage comes on 3 wide to grab 3rd. The Club is stuck 4 wide 4th. Proudfoot tucked away in behind, racing 5th, but is only 2 lengths off the lead. And Klimp's Muse starts to pick it up from the back. Needs Some Money is the trailer. Round the far turn, Sonia Doors back in front. Super Cat Lady has tailed off down inside. Center Stage is there. The Club is there. Klimt's Muse comes up on the far outside. Proud Foot is crying out for running room. Needs Some Money is going to go to the outside. Wide open, top of the stretch, and Klimt's Muse has swept to the front. Klimt's Muse has taken over and heads for the wire, clear by 3. Needs Some Money runs up into second. Needs Some Money picking it up late. Time running out to catch Klimt's Muse. Klimt's Muse the lead down a length and a half. Needs Some Money keeps on grinding, but will be second best to Klimt's Muse, who wins it by a length in the end. Needs Some Money was second. Proud Foot shook loose late to grab third. Tight fourth, Sonia Dor or the Club.
Luan Machado guides Klimt's Muse to an upset win here, but wow, I bet Edgar Morales wants this one back. Not his finest moment.
No, really got this horse into a lot of trouble in the later stages of this race, trying to, looking for a spot that really wasn't there, and then looking for another spot that was barely there as well. And
in the beginning, checked her out of it, checked her back for a horse that.
Yep. I don't know how this horse got third. I mean,
she should have been right there with the top two. Granted, the top two put a lot of distance between them in the field, but if I'm Kenny Miller, I'm not happy. That's for sure, along with Steve Isaac. Because they deserved a little better than that. Anyway, Juan Machado, he gets the win here with Klimt's Muse for Tom Humphreys. And a little bit of an upset in race number 3 at Churchill Downs. 10-1 on your winner, over 7-1 on number 4. We'll bring you official prices on the other side of this break, and we'll bring you some more on today's Preakness Stakes.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion making tradition, a tradition that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, and multiple Grade 1 winner City of Light. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Register with code GET200 to start earning your bonus of up to $200 with Twin Spires, where you can watch and bet on the best racing from across the globe. Plus, you can check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Fast and secure online betting with Twin Spires. Download the app and bet now.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races, and the only network that you can watch this year's Belmont Stakes is on Fox. Big Fox, that is. Saturday, June 10th, the third jewel of the Triple Crown. Mo Donegal was your victor last year, and this is the first time that Fox will have the Belmont Stakes on the air. Welcome to the program as I'm Maggie Wolfendale, Sarah El Badwi, to take you through the early part. We have another marathon show for you coming up. And today, It is the second jewel of the Triple Crown. We're all rooting for Mage here in New York. But Sarah, let's go through this field as we will see 7 line up for submission. Unfortunately, out as of yesterday with a hind leg injury. National Treasure, though, he's drawn inside.
And I think a lot of people are convinced that he's going to be the speed, and I know he'll have to go early, but I think he's going to take a little more pace pressure.
Looks good over the racetrack there for Bob Baffert as number 2, Chase the Chaos. He's installed at 50 to 1 on the morning line.
And I think we're seeing some of that Rich Strike effect ripple into this year's Preakness, because I don't think he's going to be quite that price.
No,
he
he shouldn't be. But a lot of his better efforts have come on synthetic. There's your Derby winner, Mage. Only his 4th career start brought down the the race that everybody wants to win in the Kentucky Derby. Will he get the Preakness win?
I mean, that's what all of us are hoping here in New York, and I think he can be a little more tactical than he was in the Derby as well if the pace fails to develop.
Here's one that could be forward and provide that pace. It's the Maryland-bred Coffee with Chris.
And this is a horse that I'll look to as a key player of the dynamics of the race, but one that I'd be looking for a cutback for him in the future as far as distance.
He goes out for my good friends, the Salzmans, and will have kind of all of Maryland pulling for him. Here's one that is hoping that pace heats up in number 5, Red Route 1 for Steve Asmussen.
And a horse that comes from so far back but has at least been very consistent in his races, has faced some tough company. Maybe he can be there for a slice of things.
Looks good on the racetrack. That typical Asmussen collected canters perform for Shug McGahee. Where do you see him in this race? Because he flew home last time out in the local prep, the Federico Tessio.
And that's a race that I think maybe is upgraded a little bit more in terms of visual impressions based on how the pace was in that race. We'll see what kind of trip he gets in here. He's the wild card.
And here is Blazing Sevens, already a Grade 1 winner as he took down the Champagne last year, but maybe a disappointing season so far as a 3-year-old, but third off the bench. Could that be the trick for Chad Brown?
I mean, Chad Brown has plenty of success winning this race, doing so last year with early voting. We'll see what happens with him and where he sits early. He's an interesting one. I'm not really sure what to do with.
I like him. A lot of people don't, but I do like him. I've liked him since he was a 2-year-old. I think the blinkers make a difference, and I like his 2 works coming in to this year's Preakness Stakes. But as you said, we're all rooting for Mage in here, Sarah, and it's been fun to follow this horse because maybe connections that weren't household names prior to that first Saturday in May, but now we've all gotten to know Gustavo Delgado as well as Romero Restrepo, who is the co-owner, and Romero's a great guy, one that has had his hand in buying a lot of horses, and he went for Mage, and he actually sold at the 2-year-old sale last year at Timonium.
Yeah, and I mean, Romero has a lot of confidence in this horse, and that's really shining through very well so far, and he has every reason to be confident in Mage with what we've seen from him so far as a 3-year-old, one that did not race as a 2-year-old, but he also has a lot of other owners too with that Commonwealth group, everybody getting a little bit of a slice of a Derby winner. That's got to be very exciting for them as well.
Is he your pick?
He is. I mean, I kind of feel like I defaulted into him with Confidence Game, a horse that I had some interest in the Derby off of an extended layoff, not playing in this year's Preakness. And I just think that he suits to get a decent trip because he's shown that he can sit a little bit closer than he did in that Kentucky Derby. He's a horse that can be a little bit more tactical. I know he doesn't break out of the gate that sharply, but he's one that I think with how the dynamics play out, no matter what happens, Javier Castellano certainly riding very well, getting his first Derby win. But not only that, he's been riding so well all over horses that you might not make sense of on paper, but he's just been able to produce them into the winner's circle.
It seems like Castellano magic is happening, obviously, with Mage. Maybe he got the magic from Mage, who's by good magic. I don't know. But no, as we are back here at Belmont Park, race number 4, claiming 40 for the 3-year-old filly, 7 furlongs on the sloppy main track. And we do see 2-1 on the outside runner, Curlin's Choir, for Linda Rice, as she'll send out 2 in here, including number 4, Amanda's Folly, as we get it down to the paddock and check in with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. And we'll start with the one, Luna Loca, who I think is going to make the lead here from the inside. I talked with Dave Duggan, her trainer, and he's like, you know, she really, from the inside, it's kind of simplified. She has to go. And he said the track is going to help her. He says he doesn't know how it's going to affect anybody else, but he thinks she's much better in off-going, and her one race on a sloppy track would kind of bear witness to that. I like what I'm seeing. She's sharp. You get Kendrick. And last time she was relegated to chasing a very hot pace, and I'm just not seeing that kind of pace signed on here. I think it really depends on what the 7, Curlin's Choir, decides to do, because I think she's the only one that can put any kind of pressure on her from the outside. Jose Ortiz, who's just, again, riding white hot right now. You know, and Linda does have another runner in here, Amanda's Folly, more of a stalking type, so they got complementary styles. It'll be interesting to see what tactics are employed. The 3 Vax coming off a layoff could not look any better in the coat. She's dappled out, beautiful, just a rich, hydrated look to her, but definitely has the look of a horse that will be better for a run, and also her 2 wet track races left something to be desired. And in the 4, Amanda's Folly. I mean, she makes a lot of sense. She's versatile. She can stalk. She's fitted with cheek pieces, so fleece pieces that are Velcroed to each side of the head stall. Just kind of inhibit her peripheral vision just a little bit. But I'm really liking Luna Loca as they're making their way out of the paddock.
All right, Meg, Luna Loca, as she could work out to be the speed from the inside here, too, for David Duggan and Kendrick Carmouche. Good to hear she looks great in the paddock, too. But, Sarah, you got a good-looking Pick 5 ticket here as we have a mandatory Pick 5 in races 4 through 8. Take us through it.
So a couple of minor changes with the races coming off the turf a little bit later on. I'm going too deep to start things out with your current favorite as well as a newer face to this group at a price in Belmar Summer. Singling in the next race, a horse I think will be the speed and Little Demon. And then going a little bit deeper in this now off the turf race, there's just not a ton of form to go on in general in race number 6. Definitely, I do like a little bit on the dirt, though. 3 deep in the next race, I think Freud Main will be the speed. A couple of others interest me a little bit and could improve, like Seize the City second time out, and then singling to cap it all off with Begin, now that Granny's Connection is not playing today. Just a horse that seems like the best one in this field. So inexpensive ticket, not super creative, $12 total for you.
I like it. Keeping it to a budget. It works. Sarah, well done. We'll be following along and wishing you the best of luck with that Pick 5 sequence. Don't forget, it is a mandatory payout today, kicking off here in race number 4. Horses making their way to the track. Again, 7 furlongs, 3-year-old fillies. 2-1 currently on the outside runner, Curlin's Choir. She'll go first off the claim for Linda Rice. And we'll take a look at number 1, Luna Loca.
As Richie mentioned, this horse has to go from the inside, gets Kendrick Carmouche aboard. She might face a little pressure to her outside, though, from Vax.
But she also said best race came over a sloppy surface. She gets it today. Number 2, Harlan's Bond.
Maybe an outside look for this one, dropping a little bit in class, but I think this one would have to take a step forward as well.
Here's Vax coming up next. New York bred, faced a lot deeper company last time out.
Yes, absolutely. A horse like Downtown Mischief, who is a really good sprinter, Midtown Lights as well, security code. This is some significant class relief for her.
Amanda's Folly, she is wearing those cheek pieces, which she has worn for her last 5 starts, I believe.
Looking to make it 3 in a row and has experience on a wet track as well. Maybe she's one that you want to throw in there now, dropping back down for a tag.
Here's another Mike Maker horse coming off a bit of a layoff in Sicilian Grandma.
Yeah, she's one that I've tried before and I'm a little cold on now. She's been beaten by a horse like Curlin's Choir before as well.
Belmar Summer, interest in a price?
Yeah, I mean, just new face to this group. She might not be as good as they are, but she's been running some okay races at the $16,000 level at Tampa.
She is a 4-time winner, too, in 13 starts. I always think that speaks for something here in these age-restricted races. As number 7, Curlin's Choir, your 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, and this is a horse that I really liked for a little while now. You like her less at 2-1, but I mean, she's one that really stepped up in company gradually from 16,000 at Gulfstream to 32, winning there, in over her head a little bit in the last 2, but didn't run that badly 2 back.
Oh, there's Sicilian Grandma. Sorry, I was talking about her when they were showing the 6. But yeah, she's getting a big warm up as she comes off a bit of a break. At this level, 2 back was second.
She was to Curlin Squire, so I don't know how she quite turns the tables on her today, but she's run well on a wet surface like she did in there as well.
Taking a look at number 1, Luna Loca, and she's getting a nice warm-up with Kendrick Carmouche. She's one where I feel like the 7 furlong distance is actually ideal for her, but last time it was like everybody wanted to go, and she was involved in a bit of a pace meltdown.
She was, and I don't hold that against her too much. She was also facing tougher horses. I mean, they tried her in the Maddie May Stakes a couple of races ago, and I think that she'll appreciate some class relief in her. I just don't know that she ends up being totally loose on the lead, even though she's going to try for that forward position from the rail. I think a couple of others could show some early interest, like Vax as well as Curlin Squire, who isn't so early either.
Right, and Vax's best efforts came when she was forward.
Right, and I think too that getting that little bit of a freshening and also dropping in class too, she's a little bit too big of a price at 10-1 for Mike Maker.
Bookends of the field are taking the bulk of the money as we head down to Richie.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to stick with my first impressions in the paddock with Luna Loca. I liked her there. I like her on the slop. I think she makes the lead here. I just think she's coming out of faster-paced races, and I think she's going to put everybody in the position she was put in last time in kind of a chase mode. And if she can get a little bit comfortable on the lead, Kendrick's so good at giving horses a breather and kind of doling out their speed in such an efficient manner. And I just like what I saw from her. I think the horse to beat is Amanda's Folly, because if anybody does go on the hard chase with Luna Loca, I think they're going to compromise their chances, and it's going to set up for a filly that's in good form and who is consistent. She shows up pretty much every time, no matter what the surface, and again, the versatility makes her doubly dangerous.
All right, Meg, and Amanda's Folly, she will be looking for that kind of setup here. Sarah, let's take a look back at her race nearly 2 weeks ago. And this was her first start for Linda Rice. She was able to take down an off-the-turf state-bred allowance.
She was, and so I guess you then have to wonder why we're now dropping back in for the tag, too, if she ran so well in a race like this. But I guess with her, you could make the case that they've made their money and they can move along. And obviously, Linda Rice spots her horses very well, and she handled the surface with utmost ease in here. She makes a lot of sense. I was just looking for some other horses that might be a little bit more forwardly placed, but she's a player.
She was just facing a field of horses who didn't handle the surface and weren't dirt horses. It actually came up a fairly slow race, so that's probably why Linda opted to I mean, she claimed her for 16. She's already out.
Right, absolutely.
You know, she is in for the 40 tag today as we are taking a look at Luna Loca there. Maybe one that does need the shank over her nose. That's what they do to get the assistant starters, just to get a little bit more control over a horse that might be a little bit nervous going in the gate. And Linda Rice definitely delivers a kind of 1-2 punch in here with Amanda's Folly and Curlin Squire. Last time out, Curlin Squire, I think, just faced, as you said, a better field possibly, but also just wired that day where it felt like Honest Banker had the run of the race.
She did, and I mean, I just think that she was outclassed in there as well as being outrun early. But if you go back to her 3 races before that, I mean, she stepped up from a $16,000 claimer at Gulfstream to win a $32,000 claiming race while shipping up here, getting an off track for the first time, and I don't think she ran that badly at 2 back, facing tougher company too. So I'll see where she is early. Good for everybody to stay in control there with the number 6 horse, Belmar Summer, getting a little antsy behind the gate. But it'll be interesting to see what kind of trip Curlin Squire gets from that outside position. She should be forward, too.
Well, there she is. They're all in line. We head up to John and Brielle for the call.
And they're off. Curlin's Choir is out first with Amanda's Folly now moving up. And Vax is gaining ground. 3 of them across the track. Luna Loca down at the rail runs in 4th. Then it's Harlan's Bond in 5th. A break of almost 3 lengths to the 2 trailers, Sicilian Grandma and Belmar Summer. The leader now is Vax by a half length. Luna Loca moving up at the rail now to challenge. So it's Luna Loca and Vax. The quarter went in 22 and 3/5 seconds over the sloppy track, 2.5 lengths to Curlin's Choir, who runs in third. Harlan's Bond is next in fourth, followed by Amanda's Folly, then Sicilian Grandma and Belmar Summer. On the outside, it's Vax. On the inside, it's Luna Loca. Vax has the lead by a neck. Luna Loca down at the rail. Curlin's Choir just in behind, running in third. 2 lengths to Amanda's Folly in fourth, and Harlan's Bond is down towards the rail as they hit the top of the stretch with Vax the one to catch. Curlin's Choir ranges up on the outside. Luna Loca at the rail. The field is at the 3/16 pole. And here comes Curlin's Choir on the outside. Now to grab the lead from Vax. Luna Loca is in third. Farther back, Amanda's Folly is in fourth. There's a 16th out. It's Curlin's Choir. Vax trying to come back again on the inside. Curlin's Choir and Vax. They come on for the finish. It's Curlin's Choir. And it's Jose Ortiz for his 3rd straight win. Vax was second. Amanda's Folly finished third.
Jose Ortiz with a natural hat trick here on this Saturday card. Curlin's Choir sat that really nice trip stalking and tipped out at the head of the lane and kept to her task, Sarah.
And you know what I really liked is that he got her really going early and then saw other speed and was like, okay, I'll sit and wait, no problem.
That's how you ride a good race, kind of prompt them to go, take advantage of that outside post position, let everybody be forced to go to your inside as he gets the win for Linda Rice. And winning move stable, official prices and reactions coming up, as well as the 4th race from Churchill Downs. After this break, you're watching America's Day at the Races. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. Off the turf for just the 4th at Churchill Downs. The rest of the other 2 races on, including that featured Louisville Stakes and race, the last race, which is the 11th down there. And we are taking a look at this field of maiden special weights here. Sarah, going a mile on the main track, 9-5 on a horse who has never run on the main track, and that is the horse who kicks off the post parade, number 4, Callie's Grit.
Yeah, with Jareth Loveberry aboard, who was recently 2nd in the Kentucky Derby aboard 2 fills. You know, I like my McLean's music on the dirt a little bit more so than the turf. So I'll be interested to see how she does with this surface change.
And the best sibling was 2 for 6 on the dirt with a 91 buyer. So there's every reason to believe that Callie's Grit can dirt, I should say, here. So I'm looking forward to see what she does. But here's another one in the same position, number 8, Words of Praise.
And I will say I don't really like my English channels on the dirt more so than the turf. This one only gone out 3 times so far. I don't know that this is the right surface for this horse, but face some okay horses on the turf like Juniper Marshmallow.
I always say that, and then I automatically think about VE Day in the Travers. But we'll see. Mike Maker, he can get them to
do anything.
Transition that form. Golden Runner is a son of Gun Runner, though, and does switch to the dirt for the first time, blinkers going on.
And this one has tried the synthetic over at Turfway, so has experience now with all 3 surfaces, perhaps.
Ricardo Santana will be aboard number 12 in here. Sorry, that's Tiger Tap. I scrolled too quickly.
Metaphysical, the horse that this one faced 3 races ago, is actually a pretty decent horse. So facing good company, just not on the surface.
Some with surface experience is Guns and Lilies.
Yeah, and this one off the also eligible list, at least has the dirt experience. And Alexa Lou was one of those horses that seemed like was going to be decent. Hasn't really panned out that way, but again, facing decent company, you look back and you have Chop Chop in the running lines for this horse.
Now it's looking at number 15, Army Kitten. Her best race to date was going long over a wet surface 2-back at Oaklawn.
And has all dirt experience so far, so has that foundation at least on this surface, unlike many of the others that we'll be facing in here.
I thought Bag Lady could be a little bit interesting here, not taking much money in the kind of diluted maiden debut, but Kelsey Danner sends out this daughter, Street Sense.
And the works for this one recently have been pretty solid. A bullet 2-back, just a 3-furlong clip, so maybe trying to get some speed out of this horse. I mean, you have to take a first-time starter in a spot like this where there's just not a lot of form to go on for these horses making the surface change, or this race has really been reduced. I don't mind a first-time starter as the longest shot in the field on the outside.
No, and blinkers on with a solo warm-up. You might be right. Might have some speed. But, Paulie, what are you seeing from this group of maiden special weight fillies?
Well, I thought it was difficult, right? You're looking at a horse with the 4 here for Joe Sharp, who looked well on the racetrack. Callie's Grit in here, and I'm in agreement with Sarah. The McLean's Music are a little bit better on the dirt, but you just don't know what you're getting here, right? So a horse that debuted 2 turns at Saratoga, so I know you got to see this horse, Maggie. So when you debut 2 turns, you don't really have a ton of speed, but last time at Keeneland did show some speed on the turf and is remaining right now as your favorite. Now, the 12 Tiger Tap for Brendan Walsh, the barn that's really, really hot right now, along with Joe Sharp's barn, is your second choice. I like Tiger Tap a little bit for the dirt just because, all races, this filly's gotten a little bit better and better. Ran okay at Kentucky Downs, then ran okay at Gulfstream Park, then ran okay over another turf course. So this horse has run well over 3 different turf courses, and she's getting a little better, or 2 different turf courses and 1 synthetic. And now with the racetrack drying out a little bit, it's down to like muddy almost fast. And right now you're at about 3-1. And then Army Kitten, Sarah said it, listen, Tom Amos's barn is rolling right now. This horse has got the most experience. The first race, this horse lost to Classy Bridget, who's a nice filly for Chris Hartman, too. So I thought those were the 3 fillies in here, 4, 12, and the 15. The 16, I'm not one of those people that is great at looking at horses, but I thought a horse that maybe needed a race. A lot of these people thought that this race was going to be around 2 turns. It's now a 1-turn mile, so you got to be a little bit fitter with a 1-turn mile, Mags.
So true, and a tacky maybe racetrack, because as Paul mentioned, it looks as though they harrowed the track now, so kind of in that drying out phase where it can be a bit laboring for horses. Number 12, Tiger Tap, as Paul was talking about, I thought looked best in the warm-up here, Sarah, and is by Tappet. The dam, she was great. I mean, she was a multiple graded stakes winner on the turf, but also grade 1 placed on the dirt.
Yeah, and I mean, a Tappet on dirt, I mean, you could do worse than that as a horse that, trying the surface for the first time. And, I mean, second last time out at an okay price. So I think that this one could be a live fair price in this spot.
Interesting off the turf race as Travis Stone brings a call for race 4.
And they're off. Down inside, Callie's Grit broke out okay. Words of Praise and Golden Runner is there. Guns and Lilies, Army Kitten, Bag Lady from the outside tries to get a spot as well as they meander up the chute and head for the main track. And here's Guns and Lilies up there vying for the lead with about 6 furlongs to go. And in fact, she's taken the lead. So it's Guns and Lilies in front. On the outside, Tiger Tap is racing up into second. A break of 2 lengths back. Golden Runner comes on to be third. Callie's Grit advancing toward the rail fourth. Words of Praise right in the thick of it fifth, with Army Kitten on the outside sixth. And it's a big break back to Bag Lady, who's well behind the rest. The opening quarter goes in 23 seconds flat. Guns and Lilies, with 4 furlongs to go, hits the far turn in front. Halfway home, Guns and Lilies is the leader. The opening half was sharp. 46 and 3/5 seconds. Guns and Lilies in front of Tiger Tap in second. Right behind is Callie's Grit racing third, just 2 lengths off the lead as they round the far turn. Army Kitten picks it up as well. Golden Runner under pressure, 5 lengths back. Words of Praise. Bag Lady continues to struggle at the back. So round the far turn, Tiger Tap comes on. Here's Tiger Tap on the outside. Here comes Army Kitten with a run, and Callie's Grit finds a seam down toward the rail. Guns and Lilies gives way. 1 furlong remaining. Army Kitten short lead. Callie's Grit trying to grind away down inside. Final 16th. Army Kitten's in front, a length and a half. Callie's Grit continues to try hard. Time is running out, and it will be Army Kitten by a neck in the end. Callie's Grit ran on to be second. Tiger Tap, Guns and Lilies.
The only horse with all dirt experience gets the win. Army Kitten, Tom Amoss, Edgar Morales teaming up after a good second place effort yesterday. And here's your filly in the Black Eye Susan. This one, though, Army Kitten.
Yeah, and I mean, just having that dirt form and also having gone a route of ground before has the stamina for this surface. Like we were talking about beforehand, a surface that might be a little bit tiring for some of these horses that haven't had that foundation.
Right, Callie's Grit, though, running well in defeat, had to find a seam up the rail. She'll settle, though, for second as the favorite for Joe Sharp and Jareth Loveberry. Back over at Belmont, race number 4 in the... I mean, if I were him, I'd be smiling that big, too, Sarah, as Jose Ortiz caps his own natural hat trick.
Absolutely. What a great day for him here in the rain. I think he made the right choice not to head on over to Pimlico. He's doing pretty well for himself over here at Belmont Park.
Curlin's Choir wins first off the claim for Linda Rice and Winning Move Stable. Got to give a little credit, though, to the returning Vax, who made her work for it, though. And Vax set the early pace and still dug in gamely to finish second.
And I think maybe Jose thought that Vax was backing up a little bit sooner than she might have been. I mean, Curlin's Choir always in command there, but still had to keep her to task, as you said before, win that stretch. Vax, an interesting one for next time, too.
Exacta returns $39.50 for $1 as we'll turn the page and take a look at race number 5. This does kick off that middle pick 4 sequence. It's a mile 16 claimer due scratch. Number 1, Grump's Little Tots. Little Demon looks to be speed from the rail, and can he do it? 4 in a row, Sarah Jose Ortiz.
That's what I'm hoping.
All right, I'm sure a lot of people are, but down at Louisville, they will be on the turf for the Louisville. More on that race to come, including the New York bred Therapist.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKinzie. McKinzie Preservationist, Vino Rosso and Yoshida. McKinzie's in front.
McKinzie, they've done it. McKinzie has it by 2.
It's McKinzie in a dominant performance. Pure class in the Malibu.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend in May. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5. First race, 12:40. Home to full competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site? Be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Who's the best? Who's top horse?
Football Gods, the most valuable trophy in American sports.
The dream
lives within all of us. When fueled by passion, patience, and perseverance, a spark of greatness. Come, dream with us at Three Chimneys.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Stretch. Secretariat, 2.5. Jam under a strong left-handed whip, and he's making his run now, but it's still Secretariat holding on. Secretariat by 2 lengths. Jam driving second. There's a strong left-handed whip again by Tinkai. He goes to it time and time again, but Ronnie Turcotte has his whip put away, and Secretariat has him put away. He's beginning to draw away. It is Secretariat. He's coming to the wire. He wins it by 2.5, almost 3.
It had been 25 years since a Triple Crown winner. Sarah, Secretariat, though, this was the middle win before he would dominate by 31 lengths in the Belmont Stakes.
And I love walking past that artwork every time I'm here at Belmont Park of that 1973 Belmont Stakes with the look over the shoulder. It's just such an iconic moment in racing to be able to pass by it every day and be reminded of some of the things that have happened here.
Richie, we're young pups up here, but were you around? I'm kidding. Were you around for Secretariat, though, and watching that?
Yes, I was around. I actually watched the Derby on a black and white TV in our apartment in Brooklyn. The Preakness was incredible. What he did around the first turn, he was last entering the first turn, and he was first coming out of the first turn. And Maggie, you know that first turn at Pimlico and how tight it is. And horses to, rocket past the field of horses when everybody's still fresh in the first quarter of a mile or first half mile of a race, they're still fresh. And for him to be able to continue under hands and heels by Ron Turcotte, and ultimately it was a track record. There was a timing malfunction, but a few years ago with new technology, they were able to narrow it down, and he has the official track record in all 3 Triple Crown races, the Derby, the Preakness, and the Belmont. And I don't think you'll ever see another performance like you saw in the Belmont Stakes, but I don't think his move on the first turn of Pimlico gets as much credit as the 31-length win in the Belmont Stakes. People can see that wide margin, but to circle a field on the first turn in the Preakness, just absolutely unheard of. And aside to that, guys, by the 25 years between Citation and Secretariat, everybody was saying the Triple Crown's too hard. They got to make it easier, change the distances or change the spacing. Then 3 horses did it in the 70s, and the talk was, it's too easy. Now we're back to it's too hard, even though we had 2 Triple Crown winners over the last 10 years. So I think people are always going to be looking to tweak it or change it. I think it's hard, and it's supposed to be hard. Only great horses are supposed to be able to do it. Well, let's look at this field now, and we'll start with the 3 Cool Quartet. Absolutely so well turned out. Would get the paddock check mark from a physical perspective, and he is 4 for 11 in off going. I think he's a major player here. Looks very, very sharp, and he's a big price. I like him. The 5 Winterpool also make a real nice impression here. He is, taking money. He's 2 to 1. Got that sleek look I like. Gus Rodriguez and Rudy Rodriguez, obviously they're brothers. They worked together a long time. Their horses usually have that same kind of physical fitness look to them, a little bit more streamlined, if you will. And I'm seeing that as well with the 7. Salipo making the first start for Rudy Rodriguez, claimed for 25, drops in for 16, well posted outside, and you get a 5-pound break in the weights with Jamie Torres, a young rider I've been very impressed with.
All right, Mig, I like it. Salipo, first off, the claim as Cool Quartet. He also mentioned does have an affinity for a wet track with 4 wins and 11 starts. We do have a cross-country pick 5. We'll kick things off. Race number 8 at Churchill. Then we'll head down to the Jersey Shore. And Monmouth, race 9 back here at Belmont for the 10th. Churchill race 11, which is a Louisville, and then back here to Belmont for the maiden special weight and the nightcap. And that all begins at 4:22 p.m. Eastern Time. Let's take a look at that featured race from Churchill Downs. It's the Grade 3 Louisville mile and a half on the turf course, and we do see 5-2 on Therapist, the morning line at least, and he is looking for 3 wins in a row since being claimed by the Mike Maker barn.
And you might wonder why go in for a horse that's getting a little bit older, but I mean, he's really refound his form since joining this barn, and he ran very well in this spot too. And you see Mike Maker have so much success at Gulfstream Park, and he's able to kind of sit and wait patiently behind horses and then come up the rail to just get up in the final stages of this race. But Bay Street Money didn't run a bad race either. I don't really know how he makes up the difference on Therapist today, though.
Do you think maybe Bay Street Money lost a little bit more ground in that race than Therapist? Could that, have any bearing on the outcome of that last effort?
I mean, of course, ground loss makes a difference in terms of an angle you'd want to look at, but in terms of the quality of horse that we're looking at, and also the move that was made late by Therapist, I just don't think Bay Street Money was ever really getting there, and I don't think it was enough ground loss to really make up that difference either.
Bay Street Money is the other Mike Maker, but let's take a look at the Elkhorn, which did produce Grade 1 winning New York bred Red Knight and his next start, but here is another mystery, finishing 3rd in that Elkhorn here at Keeneland.
Yeah, and you see him closing down the outside of that racetrack, and you see Channel Maker with that high head carriage in front, who also ran well in our Man of War recently after he was close up early too. And Channel Maker is kind of like the ageless wonder as well. But another mystery, not a bad race in there. He's a pretty good little turf horse as well. It'll be interesting to see what kind of matchup we get later. I do think Therapist is the likely winner, though, of that race later on today, the Louisville.
That, of course, was the Elkhorn from 2022. But he did just participate in the 23 version and finishing 3rd, as we have horses making their way to the track for today's 5th race here at beautiful Belmont Park. And it's a mile on the main track, and we do see 3-2 on Little Demon, who will be looking to take them all the way. But if you want to play today's races, make sure you do so with your Naira Bets account. Use promo code MATCH200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with your Naira Bets account. Sometimes that walk through the tunnel's pretty long. I get really fit. See, Richie's doing it. You get really fit over here at Belmont. Aqueduct, you feel like you're just not doing enough because they're right on top of each other. But number 2, Little Demon kicks things off.
He does, and he looks like the lone speed of this race, and that's probably why he's taken the money that he has over your slight morning line favorite in the number 5.
Mig had a little interest in Cool Quartet. He's number 3.
Yeah, this one, he makes some sense as a little bit of an outside look as he steps up very, slightly in class from the 12-5 level.
Number 4 is Sailor Speed.
This one dropping down a little bit. It ran okay second to Pit Boss at a decent price last time, too.
Don't often see Kendrick Carmouche riding for Raina Prasad.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. Number 5 is Winter Pool, picked up last time by Gustavo Rodriguez.
He was, and this horse just doesn't really have any early speed, and Caribbean, a horse that he beat in there, did not come back to run that well last time.
Here's number 6, Jumpster, the other Randy Prasad horse.
And one that has some experience on and off track, though I don't know that he necessarily preferred it last time, or 2 back, rather.
Last time out, Salippo broke through the gate prior to that start, did fade badly in the stretch.
He did, but that was against some tougher company, and he was also second off a very long layoff as well, as he won first off the bench for Linda Rice.
And 2, it was kind of a dead rail day in which Kendrick Carmouche kept him out too in the forward path down the backside, but had no other choice over to kind of drop over around the turn, and you could see he just started kind of floundering after that as the fog is now rolled in a bit. Trust me, it always looks worse through a TV lens, but It is getting foggy out there, but I don't think Johnny I will have any problems calling this race, as we'll check in with Little Demon, and we'll take a look back at one of his last races, which took place in January. And this was a winning effort, Sarah, back on the 14th. This was an allowance race, and he pulled off a big upset at 15-1 this day.
He did, and this is a race, too. It's 4 starts ago. He's had 2 off-track races since then, and honestly, this was a good performance at a price for him, but I actually think it was his race 3 starts ago that was a really decent effort over a horse you're familiar with and locally owned, and No Burn gave him a run for his money and there ended up being able to get the win over him. But Little Demon, he should be alone in front today, and that I think is going to be the difference maker for him, as we saw him have success with in that race we just showed back in early January.
Right, and we saw him have no success out at Oaklawn because guess what, Sarah?
What?
Those riders actually go out there.
What's that
I'm kidding.
like?
I love our riders here. But, yeah, so he was embroiled in some pretty quick paces at Oaklawn. So you can be a bit forgiving of that form out there. And, two, maybe he just didn't like the surfaces out there as well, as we'll check back in with Mig standing by trackside.
Yeah, guys, it's interesting with the 2 Little Demon. His 2 best races came over at Aqueduct, so maybe he's just in a New York state of mind. He ran at Oaklawn, didn't run very well. He shipped back. He hasn't run since the middle of March. He's a lighter framed horse, and honestly, to be fair, I don't have a reference point if that's in or out of character for him. I just preferred others from a physical perspective. Again, the 3 Cool Quartet checked the boxes for me from a physical perspective. Looked very sharp. He is moving up in company, but I do like his record in on-off racetracks, 4 for 11. And then the 7-horse Salipo. I liked him in the paddock. I continued to like him on the racetrack. I think he's well drawn, and I think he gets into the race the right way. I think he'll be stalking from the outside, and I think 5-1's a generous price on a horse claimed for 25, dropping in for the 16,000.
You know, this is a horse that I had some interest in a while ago when he was first coming back for Linda Rice, but I just don't know. I mean, you had some excuses for his trip last time, but I just don't know if he's necessarily able to compete with a slightly better class level. I mean, he's had a lot of time off in between his couple of races, and now we see him come back, and he got the win in the 12-5 level, but I just don't know if he classes up quite as much to the horses he's facing today.
Okay. I never know what to do with this horse. He's perplexing to me. But getting back to Mig and what he was saying about Little Demon, look, I never liked him in any of his Aqueduct races. His 2 Aqueduct starts, he did not make good impressions on me. So Mig kind of feeling the same thing. But that's him. I will say he did carry fairly good weight, though, in those 2 efforts. And Mig saying he's kind of lightened up a little bit. So we'll see. He's one of those tough horses to judge physically, and even tougher to judge is when are David Jacobson's horses going to run big and when they're going to run poorly.
Right.
I mean, that is like the biggest handicapping puzzle here at NYRA.
It is. It is. It's a confusing one about some of these trainers. Kind of, this is something Andy Sterling pointed out earlier today. Kind of that a Lynn Cash feel to those horses when you don't really know when they're going to jump up with those bigger performances. Though a trainer that's certainly capable of making those things happen.
I do want to give a quick stat on number 5, Winterpool. He is your 9-5 favorite, and this just enhances that. But Gustavo Rodriguez, first after the claim in dirt routes, is 6 for 18 with a $3 ROI. So all things good there. Though 2 back avoided claim, but I am 99% sure that was because of a medication violation for his previous barn. So therefore, if that is the truth, then the horse needs to be returned to the previous connections. So I don't want to say that was an issue with the horse after the race.
Right.
Being
I think
unsound.
I think that's a good determination and comparison to make, that it wasn't that what that was going on. I think that's a good distinction to bring up with all these voided claims that we don't always know why they happened.
Exactly. As he's looking for his, well, he's looking to cross the line first for the 4th time in a row here in race number 5 as John Imbrial brings you your call. Good luck, Johnny I.
And they're off, steadying there shortly after the start. Number 4, Sailor Speed. and he trails. From the outside, Salippo is going for the lead. Little Demon now moves up at the rail. And a Jumpster is racing in third. Then it's 3.5 lengths back to Cool Quartet, followed by Sailor Speed. And farther back is Winterpool, the trailer in sixth. Winterpool is already 11 or 12 lengths from the leader, and the leader is Salippo in front here by 2. Ran the opening quarter 23-2. Little Demon runs in second by a neck. On the outside is Jumpster in third, 2.5 lengths to Sailor Speed. It's another 3 lengths back to Cool Quartet and a Winterpool, who begins to move just a bit now on the outside. Salippo is the leader over Little Demon. Sailor Speed on the move now and up into third as Jumpster drops back. Salippo and Little Demon, they're right together through a half and 47-1. Salippo on the inside and Little Demon on the outside. Little Demon and Salippo, they are heads apart for the lead, and they've got 5 or 6 lengths on the remaining 4. Winterpool is now moving into third. 3/4 went in 1:12. It is Salippo on the inside. Little Demon all out on the outside, trying to get past Salippo. It's Salippo and Little Demon, and they continue to duke it out here through this sloppy stretch. Salippo, Little Demon on the outside. Salippo is holding the lead here. Little Demon in second. It will be Salippo, and a hard-earned victory under Jamie Torres. Little Demon was second.
Salippo put on the lead by Jamie Torres. I think he was just toying with Little Demon, and a nice selection by the MIG here. Sorry, Sarah, I know you and a lot of people probably singled Little Demon and are upset here in the second leg of this mandatory payout pick 5.
And you know, Salippo's a horse that I've liked several times in the past. I just didn't really like him today, but he proved me wrong. And different tactics for him too. This is a horse that we had seen in the past come from off the pace and need a little bit more of a setup, but really establishing things early with Jamie Torres aboard and Little Demon. Once he wasn't on the lead, I was concerned for him, because that's
there didn't seem any sense of urgency either with Jose Ortiz to put him up there. And you could see Salippo was loving it because his ears were going back and forth. They went back up here as they approached the wire like, huh, this is fun.
And he certainly has handled a wet track before, so that wasn't a concern with him if you liked him. But Little Demon, once he wasn't on the lead, I feel like all chances were kind of off for him, and he looked like he was going to go right by. Not the case. Salippo had something left.
Maybe had some excuses in his last, breaking through the gate and racing down on a dead rail. Salippo delivers at 5-1 as we'll get back over to Churchill. Race number 5 coming up there, claiming race here as I keep scrolling and scrolling. 9-2 for 30, mile to 16th on this main track. That does continue to dry out here, listed currently as muddy and harrowed. And we do see 2-1 on number 1, Judo.
Yeah, this horse is just making a logical class drop now, facing much better horses. Mendelssohn's March, if you go back, you see a horse like Verifying, who ran second in the Bluegrass. This is not the kind of field that he's going to be facing in here.
Do you think they put him on the lead? He seems so happy up there, but he did take a lot of pressure around the second turn at Oaklawn. We'll see what they do with him today from that inside post position. But number 2 is Code Violation.
Another one that's dropping in class as well. Ran third last time at the $50,000 level. This is a horse that made some sense in there, but I don't know that I really see him in here.
Steve Asmussen can't get enough of the claiming game as he owns and trains this one first off the new acquisition.
And this is a horse that's been favored in his last 3 races, a win, 2 back, but hitting the board last time. We'll see if he ends up favored again.
You like Freeze Pops?
No, not really.
Do you like the horse?
No, not really.
Okay. He's
more
5-1. There's number 5. Max Time returns to the dirt for Dale Romans.
Yeah, I like this horse getting back on this surface now. We hadn't seen him on dirt since last November at Churchill Downs.
And then one particular harbor rounds out the post parade, returns as a new gelding with the blinkers on.
Yeah, and totally dead on the board last time. 37-1, 9-1 in here, so not taking much money in here either. But I guess
is that right? Wait, he just ran May 4th, and they have him listed as a new gelding. Maybe they gelded him right after the race, but we'll see as that does complete the lineup for the 5th race over at Churchill Downs. But back over here at Belmont, slight upset with Silippo with apprentice rider Jamie Torres in the irons for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, a horse that I've liked in the past before. A really good ride by Jamie Torres to put this one on the lead. Not something that he had done in the past, and I guess that was the difference maker, as he was very happy out there on the front end, able to control this race from start to finish in a race that looked like it was going to be Little Demon alone in front. Not the case. So Silippo able to set the pace in here and hold off in the end, and not on my tickets, but good if you had him.
I know people are probably tired of hearing me wax poetic about Jamie Torres and how talented I think he is, but I don't often get to interview jockeys that I look in the eye. No offense. I mean, it just comes with the territory, right? But he's tall. And the fact that he is young in his career and folds up and stays as balanced as he does, I really think speaks to his abilities just as a natural athlete and rider.
And I think having that mentality as well to look at a race and see there's not a lot of pace in here. I have a horse that could go and broke well, and to continue on with it instead of taking him back and being stuck on the idea that he is a closer was a huge difference maker for him today.
Yeah, and looking forward to what the future may hold for him. You would have to think, we saw Jose Gomez win the Eclipse Award for Outstanding Apprentice last year, and you got to think that Jamie is marching down that line too. Still a lot to go here for 2023. Back over at Churchill, we'll check in with our man with the plan on the scene. That's Paul LaDuca. Paulie, what do you got for us here?
Well, I got another difficult race. If you're alive in these pick fives, good luck. We do have a carryover horse. The 2 is a carryover. Now, what they do here at Churchill Downs, when you carry over the pick 5, it does not go to the late pick 5. If the 2 happens to win this race, it will be a late pick 5 carryover in the first 5 races in tomorrow's card. If you're alive to the 1, the favorite Judo, you're alive for about $13,000 for 50 cents. And I would think they have to put this horse on the front end. You know, it hasn't worked so far, and maybe going, here to Churchill Downs, it'll be a little bit better. This horse did break his maiden over the mud over at Ellis Park, but this racetrack is drying out a tiny bit. When you look at the 4 Freeze Pop, Eric Foster's pretty sharp off the claim, and this is a horse that does have a little bit of giddy up, and I'm wondering maybe horse could be a little bit fresh, could show a little bit of speed. I looked at the 3 in here, Classic Mark, and a horse that, if you look at the beginning of his career, is kind of a horse that wanted to go to the front end. They've kind of changed his running style, whether it's been lower company for the maiden 15 or the 20,000 last time, but this horse has now been coming off the pace. And if you think of some of the winners we've had today, they've been in the middle of the racetrack, and they've been closing in the middle of the racetrack, and it doesn't seem like you want to be down on the rail. The 15 got the jump on the 4 in that last race, and the 4 just couldn't make the ground on the rail, where last night we saw the rail being a hot position. And then the 6, I'm with you. I don't know, don't quote me on it, but I would think this horse was gelded in his last start, unless they said to him, hey, you ran 6, sorry, guy, you're going to get gelded. Usually it takes a couple weeks before you basically can get back into training. So I would think this horse was already gelded and got 1 start. And Sarah makes a good point on the 5 max time. I mean, Dale Roman's barn is hot right now, and I think that's another horse that could add a little pace. Martin Garcia is a guy that sticks his horses up close to the pace. So I think Judo is the horse to beat, but I'll go with the 3 Classic Mark from off the pace. I think this will be a faster pace than maybe it looks on paper.
Paulie, I like it. All right, Classic Mark. He is currently 3-1, first off the claim for Steve Asmussen. And Paulie's right. We've seen many horses just out in the middle of the racetrack, probably doing the best running with this track kind of drying out as it is.
It is, and I think that, that first race we saw with the horse that was favored on the inside, Myopic, go gate to wire, and maybe you're ready to start perhaps seeing if there's some sort of track bias going forward, but I mean, he's one that just made a lot of sense, and things might change as the track dries out.
True, and then all the subsequent efforts or subsequent races have been going shorter around the one turn. So we're back out 2 turns here, but we're taking a look back at Classic Mark's last race from Keeneland.
Yeah, and I mean, an even performance to end up ultimately finishing 3rd. And he's a horse that was kind of a part of the later stages of this race. You can see him covered in mud there, and it was a good battle for 2nd in this race. But as a horse that has been the favorite 3 times in a row and only getting the job done one of those, which was his maiden breaking score 2 races ago on the synthetic, I'm glad that at least he's not the favorite today, if you like him.
Right. You're getting you're at least getting 5-2. He's a second choice in here as they head to the starting gate. Number 1, Judo, is consistently taking all the money, was beaten by the favorite Record Point last time out at Oaklawn, and he just makes the most sense from a class perspective, and his numbers stack up too. As we get it out to Travis Stone for the call of race 5 at Churchill.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Freeze Pop bounces out on top. Max Time, good beginning as well. And Judo down inside holds his spot at the rail and comes up on through. So Judo comes on through to take the lead, and Freeze Pop moves with him. And Max Time backs off the track on the outside 3rd. Classic Mark settles in 4th and toward the rail. 2 lengths back to Code Violation. One Particular Harbor is the early trailer. And the early leader is Judo. Judo assumes control of the backstretch run, and Freeze Pop is content to let him get a clear lead, while Classic Mark cruises up on the inside into 3rd. Max Time is back 4th. Code Violation in 5th, and at the back is still One Particular Harbor. So Judo at 6-5 gets an opening quarter in 24 seconds flat, no pressure yet. Freeze Pop still 2nd, Classic Mark 3rd, Max Time 4th wide, Code Violation in One Particular Harbor. So they hit the far turn, and Judo steps out now to lead by 1.5 lengths, now 2. Judo trying to shake loose with that. Freeze Pop is sent up, and so is Max Time. Max Time comes on 3 wide. Classic Mark is back in 4th, Code Violation in 5th, and One Particular Harbor. So round the far turn, Judo's feeling the pressure now. Max Time has come up alongside and put a nose in front right off the turn. Max Time's in front. Judo has to re-rally. Is 2nd toward the rail. Freeze Pop is 3rd, and Classic Mark is 4th. 1 furlong to go. Judo's not done yet. Judo's coming back on Max Time. Max Time responds to the challenge, holds the lead. Judo desperate to get by. Max Time and Judo. Max Time maybe. Noses were bobbing, but Max Time had a nose right in front before the wire. Judo was 2nd. Farther back, Freeze Pop and Classic Mark.
Sarah, I'll tell you, one horse will never bet again, and that is Judo. As Max Time gets the slight upset win, he went off as co-3rd choice here in today's 5th race, and we said it to each other, through those fractions, Judo, he should have held on.
He should have, and you like that he fought back a little bit, but at the
he should have fought back.
Yeah,
he should have won by a length at least.
Yeah, and I mean, well clear to the 3rd place finisher. But Max Time, if you go back further in his past performances, all the way back to 2021, he actually looked like a promising horse earlier on in his career. I mean, they put him in the Grade 1 Breeders' Futurity, so perhaps that back class now coming through at this later level, and as you said, Judo is not a horse that I have any interest in going forward. He should have won that race.
Yeah, I think he burned a lot of bridges, Judo, but Max Time, son of Not This Time for Dale Romans, does pull off the victory with Martin Garcia in the irons. Good-looking son, as I said, of Not This Time. That will do it for Sarah and I. The second team is coming in. That is Greg Wolf and Andy Serling. Make sure you stay tuned soon. So much more to come on the show as Chad Brown, he's looking for back-to-back Preakness winners and 3 overall as he'll send out Champaign winner Blazing Sevens.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places. That can't happen.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
The cost could be the entire industry. We have to take care of these horses.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Second, Always Dreaming has dropped back through the field. They're coming into the final furlong. Classic Empire. Here's Cloud Computing going for the upset. Classic Empire digs in. Cloud Computing draws alongside. They come to the finish together. Noses apart. Cloud Computing has defeated Classic Empire and the Preakness.
Well, I know Andy Sterling remembers this one. This was the beginning for Chad Brown in the Triple Crown. He would do it again, skipping the Derby, winning the Preakness with early voting just last year. It's a big one, though, to get with Cloud Computing.
Oh, this was a huge win, obviously, as you said, a very exciting moment for me as well. But so many things had to go right in here as well. And I think it's actually very interesting to talk about Cloud Computing in this Preakness when you talk about Mage. Because Cloud Computing, there I am, I made a TV appearance on there. Cloud Computing had gotten left in his prior start at Wood Memorial. So obviously one of the chief concerns was him getting out of the gate. And if you watch the start of the race, Javier got him out of the gate so well and got that position. And other than showing up, isn't the gate the only real concern for Mage?
And again, even in the Derby, in the wind, he's just not quick out of the gate.
He was better in the Derby than he had been, but still he's not great.
Is that a bigger concern in this Preakness?
I don't know. It's a great question. It's always a concern. I mean, you never want to be in a position where you're spotting your competition. And yes, he needs to show up to win, but it's always a bit of a concern. And especially in this race where there figures to be a lot less pace. In the Derby, there figured to be a lot of pace, and there was a lot of pace. So breaking a little slowly in the Derby ends up not being that big a deal.
Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, by the way. Good to see everybody. Welcome to continuing live coverage. We're excited to be on. Chad Brown this year with Blazing Sevens, a horse who, as a 2-year-old, looked like he, made a big leap forward, got a big figure. He hasn't moved on from that, really, has he this year? Or in your eyes, has he?
No, I don't. I think in a way he has, in a way he hasn't. The reason I think in a way he has is that I don't believe he's a 2-turn mile distance horse. I think he's a 7 furlongs to a mile, 1-turn closing type. I think those races suit him perfectly in a race like our Woody Stevens and eventually at Saratoga, the Alan Jerkins are going to be the races for him going forward, maybe even a race like the Naira Mile towards the end of the year. But I don't believe he gets better with more distance. He's a talented horse and he trains very well, and Chad Brown is very bullish on his chances. I was talking to him about it the other day, and he knows that I'm not a fan. And, one of the things he's hopeful is that maybe he's a horse that just doesn't run well at Keeneland. But I thought he had dead aim top of the stretch last time, and he just got badly outfinished. And I also don't like the fact that 2 horses that badly outfinished him ran poorly in the Derby.
Well, Chad Brown says he has him as good as is possible for this race coming up today in the Preakness, so that's good news. He's training as good as he ever has. Well, today's the day for him to show up. If there's going to be a day to get this next test at this kind of distance, if he doesn't fire in here, probably will see a cutback.
I agree. And, and in discussing it, as Chad said, I understand your point. He wasn't, he's going to go in this situation. And I don't think, regardless of what your opinion is in that situation, keep in mind that morning line. First Mission was 5-2. So you're talking about a horse going to be around 7-2 right now. He's already made the right move, right? Even if the horse runs nowhere in here, running him in this race, the 7-horse field with nobody coming back from the Derby, he's going to be around 20 to 25% to win another Triple Crown race. He made the right move.
6th at Belmont is next. It's the start of the Pick 6. It's off the turf, $30,000 claiming race horses who have not won 2 lifetime, and it's the 11 right now who is the favorite. I'm nervous now. Let's go downstairs to Richard Bingliori.
Yeah, guys, it totally kind of threw this race into chaos for me as far as who I like. But from a physical perspective, the one, Ben's Sunny Island looks fantastic for Rudy Rodriguez. Like what I'm seeing from her. She has some speed. Jamie Torres, good apprentice. The 3, Davili, very diminutive, daughter of Noble Mission. I think on the dirt probably helps her, and she's very well turned out. And then the 7, Quick Power Nap, another Rudy Rodriguez. And Rudy's, kind of streaky. When his horses start running good, they run good. She absolutely gets the paddock check mark. And I'm just a little bit confused by the betting. Andy, is 5-2 on the 11 a fair price? I mean, it just seems like her turf races are better than her dirt races.
Greg, I believe I just said to you, why is the 11 5-2? Yeah. I'm assuming at this point, this is Jose Ortiz at money because he's won 3 races so far today.
He's been dominant so far, but this is strange. We'll see if it changes. Sloppy seal track this race off the turf. We'll have a post parade when we come back.
Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mage coming struggling down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside, trying to hold up Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our Saturday coverage, getting set for the 6th and the start of a Pick 6 coming up on a wet afternoon here in Elmont. We always say these kind of days, this kind of racetrack presents opportunities for bettors.
I agree. This is definitely the potential for chaos, and I think you sort of go to something Richie was just talking about when he said to us, and I agree with him, for better or worse, why are they betting the 11? Well, Jose Ortiz has won 3 of the 5 races, and the horse does have good form based on the turf races, but the dirt races are not much to speak of. Now, listen, none of the horses near have dirt races that are much to speak of, so I'm not going to fall out of my chair if anyone wins, but he doesn't look like a horse that should be a short price in this race.
Not at all, but right now, yeah, mild 3-1 favorite as they come through the tunnel. 7 taking plays well. Quick Power Nap was 3rd on a wet track, sloppy sealed track. Race that was meant for the grass last time that we saw her.
One of the problems with her is, while she made a close last time, she was out-closed by the winner in there. And I always dislike closers when they come back, and Indiana Jones is making his way down the... is it Indiana Jones, or is he from the Australian Outback or something?
Yeah, I think he's from the Outback.
Yeah, you think it's an Outback move?
Sure.
All right, go Outback Richie.
Koala on his back?
You know, I didn't think there'd be a koala reference in today's show, so I've already lost that bet. I'm interested in Devilly here, who I think's been running against much better horses.
We start off with the remaining half of the 8. Here's Ben's Sunny Island, going to break right next door to the current favorite.
You can't blame anyone for staying in, and we appreciate them staying in. And Rudy's won a race, the last race, but I don't see it.
The Rail to the 2, Free Shot.
Comes off the claim for Jimmy Ferraro. Has been in some pretty good barns, but has enough dirt form to have a chance.
Devilly, Kendrick Carmouche, Jimmy Ferraro.
I just think if you look through the PPs, this horse has been facing significantly better on the dirt.
Ever graceful, great to see Jose Lezcano back.
I know. Thrilled that he came back, and I see him have a win yesterday. I like this horse in the turf with the pedigree, but the dirt race is not good enough.
Blame it on Paris. Rudolph Brissett.
I always blame it on Paris, Greg. They stayed in, but this horse, they wanted to try turf.
Blame Philly there. Here's Quick Power Nap at 3-1, Trevor McCarthy.
Yeah, I mean, her last race gives her a chance off the layoff, but she's really more of a turf horse.
Mostly Harmless, 5-1. Was behind Quick Power Nap in that race taken off the turf last start.
I actually thought you could make a case this one's close to the one to beat as Carlos Martin looks for another win. Thought ran okay last time, closer to the inside.
I like the warm-up, too. Here's the still current favorite. I'm nervous now, Jose Ortiz.
This basis was dirt form. He's at best a contender. I think a lot of the money is because of turf and Jose Ortiz.
Predetermined, outside 27-1.
If Filippo didn't blow up your middle pick 5, this one will.
Pick 6 pool closing in on 30,000 and growing as we get another look there at Trevor McCarthy, Rudy Rodriguez teaming up with Quick Power Nap, who we're going to take a look at. Getting over the ground here pretty good. This was back on September 3rd last summer. Saratoga on the grass in a dominant win, going 5.5 furlongs, won by more than 3 lengths as a favorite.
Yeah, this was on the grass. I think we had a replay with the dirt, but yeah, this was on the grass the last time the horse ran, as I said. Got usurped in the stretch. Picked up. I would. One thing I'd say is this race has no relevance to what's going on today.
Quick on the turf and just no zip on the dirt.
Yeah, and I think it sort of gets the heart of how horses are so different on different surfaces, right?
5-2 favorite now.
What? Wow.
That was a big switch.
why is this horse favored? I guess people believing, if Salippo can win, that Rudy may never lose a race again?
Let's go back down to Mig.
Well, guys, I like the 7. I liked her a little better when she was 4-1. Now she's the favorite. But we'll start with the 1 again. Ben Sunny Island is outfitted with an extension blinker on the outside. So there's no blinker cup on the inside and an extended blinker on the outside. Conventional wisdom is horses won't run to where they can't see. It gives a rider a little bit more control. In my experience, that doesn't really work that way. I mean, horses will run to where they can't see, but sometimes it gives the rider a little bit of an aid to keep them straight. The 2 Free Shot really elevated in the warm-up to me. I love the way she galloped off under Eric Cancel, got over the top of the ground really nicely, and a big price. I think she certainly can outrun her odds. The 3, Davili, another one, got that big warm-up. Kendrick Carmouche, expect her to be forward, get some position. I agree with Andy, too. I think she's just faced tougher, and this could be a good spot she landed in. And then the 7, quick power nap. I'm a big fan of the quick power nap if you can get a good 10 minutes here or there. I just like this filly in the paddock, continue to like the way she warmed up, and again, admittedly liked her better when she was not the favorite, but she is my top selection.
All right, Mig, thank you. There's Trevor McCarthy, 5-2 favorite with the 7.
I think she's a bad price in here. Go ahead.
Is it the last 2 works that are attracting people to this filly?
I don't know. Maybe it's that Rudy's barn's gotten kind of hot, and he just won with, at least in my opinion, a very difficult horse to make who didn't appear to be the speed, to say the least. I don't know. I really don't. I don't. It's funny how a race like this was, for me, an extremely hard race to handicap, especially off the turf, because there's no particularly good form, and that's the 2, I think. It looks like is she being scratched? He appears to be taking the saddle off.
Yes. Eric Cancel, Free Shot will be scratched out of the race. So the rail now going to go to the 3, Devilly.
Yes. Yeah, Free Shot. I don't know if, obviously we don't want them to run if there's anything going on.
All right, so that big long shot going to be coming out of the race here, who, unfortunately, had a little bit of dirt form at Tampa.
Yep.
Not going to see her today, though.
No. These races, to me, you're supposed to have an open mind about them and look at the board and see, like, for me, Devilly is clearly, the 3 Devilly is clear. I think it's Devilly, but I could be wrong. It is clearly the one you want of the dirt horses, and this horse is co-4th choice right now. And what do we have? A 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7-horse, 8-horse field, and I think that makes this horse value in here. Look at Devilly. Okay, obviously the last dirt race was bad, but look at the prices this horse has been. 17-1, 36-1, 18-1, 13-1. Knowing the horses she ran against, they're superior horses. You're getting a rider switch to Kendrick Carmouche, which isn't a bad thing. She has at times run well on the dirt. She has that off the turf win. He has her race 5 back. So somewhere in there, there's a horse good enough. And I think at 6-1, she's very, here's a new word for you, gambleable. What do you think?
I like that word.
Yeah.
It's a new one. Let's get it in Webster's. And she won. The maiden win came on a wet track. No 2 wet tracks are the same, but doesn't hurt.
Yeah, like she ran out some moisture in the track. She didn't run well on the muddy sealed track 4 back, but that was a much tougher field. And listen, I'm sure there's somebody out there that loves a horse in this race, and they're going to be right. I don't love anybody in this field. And the week I'm having, I don't want to love anybody.
If you are playing this pick set, thank you. It's mutual. If you're playing this pick six, I would want coverage in this race.
I like the 3 guys. I don't like the 4. I like the 4 in the turf. My selection here is the 3, Devilly. Please. Thank you. I do like the 4 if they run on the turf.
Okay. So it's the 3 Devilly for Andy. Did you feel there were a couple leans? Next race, Begin, or did you think that the 5 for Mott, Amorati, is interesting as well?
I'll tell you what, Amorati, the eighth race. Begin, Amorati found herself in one of the toughest non-winners of one. And that, I guess it got easier when Granny's Connection came out. I would lean heavily on Begin. I guess Royal Poppy or Amorati have a chance. And Amorati is pretty talented. I'm a little interested in the next race. I like the 6 and 8, particularly the 8 in the next race. So I'm going to go for those 2. The 9th race.
You're talking about race 7. You like the 6 and the 8.
Yes. The 9th race, isn't I thought the 4 Meraviglioso will be a very short price, is a pretty significant lean in there. Yes, no.
10th comes off the turf.
I like the 10th
well.
off the turf. I didn't like it on the turf. I like the 15 in there. 15 with a little 11 and 8.
Yeah, I mean, even St. Selby's interesting, even though that was just a
lot of speed.
Horrific race that he ran last time out. Got to think he's better than that.
I think they're in the last race. I mean, a lot of people are going to lean on Rick Ocasek.
We played a couple of Cars songs in our band in high school, Overdrive.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Is there any video available of that we can show on the show?
I will dig some up. Maybe we can play it on Talking Horses one day.
We're going to definitely bring that up. Do you have a special hairdo? Did you have like a...
I had a mullet.
Did you?
It was awful.
Please. We got to get those
It was awful.
videos. Please, somebody in the TV
There's
truck, get to work.
quick power nap. Rudy Rodriguez, Trevor McCarthy step in. The favorite at 2-1 as we start this pick 6. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial, the call.
And they're off. Going out for the lead is Ben's Sunny Island. Ben Sunny Island with a narrow lead in between horses there. Moving up is Ever Graceful. Now moving up on the outside there is Mostly Harmless. So it is Ben Sunny Island, Mostly Harmless moves to second. I'm Nervous Now is next in third. And then comes a Quick Power Nap, who is running in fourth. On the inside is Ever Graceful in fifth. Then Blame It on Paris far outside, followed by Devilly, and trailing the field is Predetermined in eighth. The quarter 23-1 over the sloppy and sealed track. On the far outside, it's I'm Nervous Now. Down towards the rail is Ben's Sunny Island, and Mostly Harmless is in between those two. So the three of them come into the stretch together, the half in 47-2. Here is I'm Nervous Now to take over. Mostly Harmless in second. Ben's Sunny Island in third. It is I'm Nervous Now and Red Hot Jose Ortiz on his fourth win today. I'm Nervous Now just blew it wide open at the end, won by 7 lengths. Mostly Harmless completes the exacta.
Turf as well, the way that she ran here. 7-2, and gets the second win of her career. Jose Ortiz, 4 on this Saturday card.
Nobody picked up an inch of ground in this race. These horses were forward, and they basically ran that same position. Obviously, the one horse was overmatched, but that's 4 for Jose Ortiz, and I have a feeling he's very happy. He stayed in New York and didn't go to Baltimore today. He's got 4 wins, and he's still got 5 races to go.
What a day he's putting together. And this one was over early. Animal Kingdom filly. Mike Deeney, Ortiz, the man of the afternoon, and 7-2. Actually goes off in the end as your third choice. Was favored throughout most of the wagering. And this was not even close.
The 7 was 2-1. Okay.
I'm Nervous Now, back on dirt for the first time in 6 starts, going back to November of last year.
This race was not in her PP. She had never run in the dirt for Mike Deeney.
All right, we'll have those prices for you coming up. 11,963. 6th at Churchill.
Looks nicer there.
Fantastic day.
They had rain earlier, though, right? They were off the turf earlier in the day, not late.
Now 5 minutes away from the 6 here. This one will kick off the Derby City 6. 5.5 furlongs made in special weight. Chilled Fireball. Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing.
A first-time starter that has more turf than dirt in the pedigree.
These connections, they were dominant at Saratoga last summer. Sassy Walker, the 2. Phil D'Amato also was favored first time out of Keeneland.
Yeah, I think she should be favored today. She blew the race open at the top of the stretch, fell apart late, but now she cuts back a furlong. I was surprised she's not a shorter price.
There she is, 3-1 with Raylu Gutierrez. Island in the stream. Kenny Rogers fans.
The horse tried the turf first time out, and I don't blame Tom Amoss because the turf pedigree is more prominent. She showed a little speed. Maybe she'll improve on dirt.
Yeah, and blinkers going on for Tom Amoss. 12-1 next one, a first-time starter by Into Mischief.
Yeah, there is actually a lot of pedigree in this one. If you want the pedigree horse, and the Dam was a very, very good horse, winner of over $1 million. She's produced 3 that ran pretty well.
Winningest trainer, North American history, Steve Asmussen with a Tapit filly who's been training on synthetic leading into the debut.
Yeah, you wonder if he's got a horse at Turfway. Is that really a positive going into this race? A couple of horses ran all right from the dam.
Swanson Lake, second-time starter, trained by Michael McCarthy.
Took a lot of money in a sloppy track debut at Aqueduct and showed some speed before falling back. I think she's a little bit interesting, and at 7-1, I could bet her.
6-1 on Spicy Italian with some big drills.
Yeah. Now, I wonder if the money's because of the fast work last time out. It's once again, the dam herself was a turf horse. This is her second foal.
Daredevil filly, always pay extra attention. Swiss Skydiver. Pelican Lane, blinkers on.
Yeah, I mean, another horse that you have to think could be dangerous near. Took money in her debut, but that was only a 5-horse field for what it's worth. And while the winner came back to win, she ran 13 buyer points slower.
Quick work, though, too. And it was at Churchill out of the gate in prep for this. Quickest to 57 in the morning. Miss Arlington, blinkers go on. 0 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could argue a race 2 back gives her a puncher's chance in here if you're looking for a bit of a price.
Have to think Paul Duca heard plenty of information about this race.
He better have.
Walking into the racetrack. What do you got for us, Paulie?
Well, I didn't hear anything on the 7 Spicy Italian, although Catalano came to me and said, hey, I named this horse after you, and started laughing. So I didn't hear much in this race. I've heard a couple horses in here. You know, Swanson Lake, the 6, is a horse that I know Michael McCarthy likes a little bit. The stumble at the start was legit. So, Andy, you know, I know you like this one a tiny bit, and a horse that is taking money. Now, the 8 horse in here, Pelican Lane, had a monster work reportedly in his last workout. And that's why that horse is taking the money. If you look at the will pays, he's actually, or she's actually, excuse me, the lowest in the will pays with the 2 Sassy Walker. Now, my issue with the 2 Sassy Walker is, you know, you have a Phil Diamato horse with a 2.5 length lead. I know they went very, very fast, and they're cutting back a furlong. But, you know, Phil's a horseman where his horses usually close the deal. So I have a feeling that I would play against the 2 in here, and I thought there's some other interesting ones in here as well. I thought the 3 Islands in the Stream is a very, very logical horse in here. And I'm surprised right now that this horse is a 9-1. Blinkers going on in a red-hot Tom Amos barn right now, and a filly by Quality Road. And listen, you know, Wolfie, the prices keep on coming. You know, we started the card sloppy to begin the card. Then it went to muddy. Now we are good. Race 4 was off the turf. Race 8 and 11 are on. I would think we're going to have a fast track. And the early pick 5 paid $25,000 or $27,000. So the prices have been flowing in. And I'm going to go with Islands in the Stream and give Dolly Parton her love. And by the way, did you ever play Drive, Rick Ocasek? Because that's my favorite car song.
We didn't play Drive. We should have added it to the repertoire. But, yeah, sorry, Paulie. Thank you for adding Dolly Parton in the mix. By the way, Six Pack, tremendous movie with Kenny Rogers, if you've never seen it.
I have not.
Very good.
I'm not. I'm not really up on my Kenny Rogers films.
He's a race car driver, and he's got a group of teens as his pit crew.
Okay. And the 6-pack relates to beer, I'm assuming?
No, it's his pit crew.
It's called the 6-pack? Oh, very interesting. Okay.
9-5 favorite, this 2 here, Sassy Walker. Apparently, and easy to see. Well, let's take a look at the debut. So it was a Keeneland, went off the favorite, Phil D'Amato. Ran very good, just the 6.5 maybe got to her.
The pace seemed pretty quick in here, and it's not like the pace exactly held together, and she really broke the race open, as you see, at this point. And 6.5 furlongs just proved to be a little too much to ask for, and now cutting back to 5.5. I disagree with Paulie and think she's really very much the one to beat, and agree with the public for betting her strongly. I bet a few dollars in the 6 Swanson Lake and used her mostly with Sassy Walker. I just think she ran well enough first time, and the fractions were tough, and now at 5.5 she should run well.
See how it goes. Start number 2. She has taken all the late attention here. 9-5. The one Paulie mentioned who had that big work. Greg Foley's second time started Pelican Lane. That is the 8. May 5th, it was at Churchill, that gate drill, quickest of 57 in the morning.
Yeah, I just don't know what to say. Obviously, it's a quick-looking work. maybe she's very impressive out of it. I don't love her debut because I don't think the field was overall that good. And I know she took money, but it was just a 5-horse field. So kind of makes me wonder a little bit. But no, I won't be shocked if she runs well here at all, especially with the work. I like the 6. I think the 6 is a very interesting horse after stumbling and encountering the sloppy track first time out. And even if there's some moisture in the track today, I care more about sealed and harrowed tracks than I do about moisture in the track. Others can disagree.
There she is, stepping in that 6 with Jimmy Graham. 3 at 8-1, Tom Amoss. And you were just telling me off air, props to him. Who's your filly? Running back to that 2-year-old form. Runner-up finish in the Black-Eyed Susan.
She finally showed up for Tom, so hope that bigger and better things for her. And one day she'll be close to as good as he said she was. I'm going to start making fun of him. She ran well enough now I can make fun of him.
He was so high on her, and maybe we are still going to see the best yet to come. 6 from Churchill, start of the Derby City 6. Let's go to Travis Stone.
And they're off. Saucy Secret breaks in stride. Sassy Walker toward the rail, and Ruby Tap is sent up. Miss Arlington on the far outside, along with Pelican Lane, and Spicy Italian is up close too. Scramble on early, 4 stacked across the track. Sassy Walker down inside, Saucy Secret, Ruby Tap, and Miss Arlington. The 4 of them tear to the far turn together. Pelican Lane backs off the track from 5th. Island in the Stream down inside 6. 3 lengths back, Spicy Italian racing 7th. Chilled Fireballs on the move from 8th. Swanson Lake is at the back. They round the far turn, contested quarter, 22 and 2. Miss Arlington comes away with the lead at the quarter pole, tries to shake loose. Sassy Walker down inside. Pelican Lane is 3rd. Chilled Fireball in 4th. Swanson Lake 5th. 1 furlong remaining. Miss Arlington with a 3-length lead. Pelican Lane trying hard. Chilled Fireball, Swanson Lake, and Sassy Walker. Miss Arlington keeps on going and will score by 3 on the wire. Miss Arlington first, Chilled Fireball second, Pelican Lane was 3rd, Swanson Lake was 4th, and Sassy Walker was 5th.
Miss Arlington 0 for 4 coming in, had shown speed before the blinkers go on today. Jareth Loveberry for Brian Williamson.
I mean, she just destroyed this field. The 2 was a complete and total no-show. I guess the 8 ran a little bit to get second here, but or maybe the 1 got second, actually, excuse me. The 1 I finished second. The 8 made a little bit of run. My 6 saved all the ground. It was a bad 4th, but this horse, I guess she ran even better and more back to the race 2 back where she got a decent fig, but not a lot to love about her. Involved in the wicked pace last time, I guess.
Yeah,
I guess that's fair.
A little tough to have. 9-1-8 to start off the Derby City 6. Meanwhile, back at Belmont, I'm nervous now. 4-win afternoon with a long way to go still for Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, I'm going to start looking to see who Jose has in going forward because he's having one heck of a day. I don't think he's even in the next race, actually, but I mean, I don't think any of them will be easier than this one turned out to be, huh? Sort of gallop.
He is not in the next.
He's not in the next.
He's not in the race after that either.
What is he doing?
He's in the 9th. We'll see him again on La Aguililla.
She's a bit of a price. He's on running with, wait, he's probably in the, he's on HP Boone, who's live a little bit in the 10th.
Yeah.
And he's on nobody in the last. Oh, no, right up. Who can win?
$9.20 for the victory. 11-9-6 finish. Pick 6 underway. We'll get into the pick 5 when we come back. Is this in the future for the connections of the Kentucky Derby winner, the Woodlawn Vase, will be handed out soon. Stay with us.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign. What the Peter Pan?
You're watching America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Good to have you with us on this Saturday afternoon. Live coverage from Belmont Park and Churchill Downs, and plenty to preview from the Preakness with the middle jewel of the Triple Crown coming up. And Mage trying to keep that Triple Crown dream alive in our ABR race of the week. Mile and 3/16 in the Grade 1 Preakness, and just 6 rivals that will line up against the Derby winner. He's the 8-5 morning line favorite, and he'll be making just his 5th career start. Let's start with National Treasure. Bob Baffert back on the scene with John Velasquez.
He's my second choice because he scratched into it, and I don't see anybody else, but I'm not a big fan of his races. He did not have trouble last time. He wasn't fast enough to stay in the spot, and even though he has speed, isn't Coffee with Chris going to keep him company at the very least on the front end?
Find out. He's West Coast speed, very good. They've said too, Coffee with Chris might like a Target better. Here's Chase the Chaos, 50-1.
I'm going to have an answer for that in a minute. This is a very, very hard horse to make. He just isn't fast enough, especially his dirt race.
Mage, bucking history. Didn't start as a 2-year-old. 4th start in his career in the Derby. Didn't matter.
His gait issues are the only thing that concern me in this race. His trainer's very good off short rest, and he keeps getting better and better and better, and I don't believe in any way he is pace dependent.
All right, let me hear it. Coffee with Chris.
Well, I think he's a Target. He's just not good enough here, but I will say one thing about him. He is one horse in this race that ran better than it looks last time out because he was involved in a very quick pace.
20-1 on the morning line. Maryland bred. Son of Ride On Curlin. Meanwhile, Red Route 1, Steve Asmussen. The 5-horse, Steve says they have not even gotten close to getting to the bottom of this horse.
Well, for the owners and Steve's sake, I hope that's the case, because as of now, he's relatively slow, both early and late. And he's in a race where he's not close to the fastest horse, and there's no pace to help set it up for him. Maybe Blazing Sevens and National Treasure don't show up. That's his best chance to get a piece.
Perform, Shug McGahee. Was that race as impressive as appearances? He had some trouble in the race, still flew home late, or no?
You know, runs like that are impressive, especially when the horse has a little bit of trouble. So to be fair, the horse really did run well, but it was a fast pace, partly set up by the 4, Coffee with Chris, that helped make it happen.
And then Blazing Sevens, Chad Brown trying for a 3rd time to win the Preakness with a horse who skipped the Derby.
If you're not concerned about the distance, then you're supposed to think he's a major player, and he is training extremely well coming this race. I just don't know that he gets better with distance, and I'm gambling he does not.
Here is the field. Goes off at 7:01 Eastern time. It's the first time since 1948, citation, that just one horse from the Derby moves on to the Preakness.
And there is a bad misconception that horses can't come back and run well. So many Derby horses have come back and run well in the Preakness. I think it becomes at some point a self-fulfilling prophecy, and people are passing on a very winnable and prestigious race.
Let's get Richard Migliori's thoughts here. Mig, where are you going to wind up at the Preakness?
Well, full disclosure, I'm rooting for Mage. I love the buzz and the excitement when we have a horse with a Triple Crown on the line, and I've become a big fan of the horse. I like everything I see from him in his training. All that being said, I'm going down to the inside National Treasure, the Bob Baffert trainee with Johnny Velasquez, maybe the only big race missing on Johnny's incredibly deep resume. And I just think that he's going to be very forward. Maybe Coffee with Chris goes, and he's laying second. But I think he's going to create his own trip by being forward from the inside. And maybe that puts Mage at a little bit of a disadvantage, particularly if he doesn't break well. But no false illusions. I think Mage is a very good horse, and I don't think his Derby was a fluke by any means.
Everybody's got to step forward if they want to beat Mage, just with the races this group has run.
I completely agree, and I am not one of these people that worries that much about the short rest. I think he is about a cinch in this race.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We'll get started with the late pick 5 on the Saturday card from Belmont when we come back.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. His recent top runners include these star performers.
Good Girl,
Bad Habits, the Mastery filly.
Here surprisingly surging on the outside, surprisingly.
Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
2023 marks the 10th celebration of Penn National's signature event, Penn Mile Night. Friday, June 2nd at Hollywood Casino at Penn National Racecourse. There are 4 Pennsylvania-bred stakes, each with a $100,000 purse, plus the $150,000 Penn Oaks. It's all capped off by the $400,000 Grade 2 Penn Mile. Friday, June 2nd at Penn National. First post, 5 p.m. For more, go to PAHPBA.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Thanks for spending part of your Saturday afternoon with us. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual. Unusually well. We have the late pick 5 coming up. Going to begin 7/8 of a mile. New York breds all trying to get that first win of their career in a maiden special weight. And wide open betting board. Favorites at 7-2. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, I think this is a really competitive maiden race, going 7 furlongs here. We'll start with the inside, the one. Nobilis making his 3-year-old debut now with Mark Hennig. He looks great, looks fit. Obviously showed ability as a 2-year-old, particularly in his first start. Then obviously something had to go wrong physically because he was away for a long time after his second start. Returns, getting Lasix for the first time. My question is the 7/8 off the bench. I'm sure Mark probably would have been a little more comfortable at 6. But I will say he does look good, looks fit, comes in with some sharp works as well. The 4, Freud Me In, showed really good speed. And, you know, last time he kind of got covered up a little bit. I think needs to be forward again, stretching to 7/8. Horse carries good weight, carries his condition with him. He looks like he gets into the feed tub pretty good. The 6 horse, Sees the City. I like this horse. I think he took a big step forward from his first start, and I thought he ran sneakily well on debut. Turned his head a little bit at the break, missed the break, got a lot of dirt, but actually finished really, really well and came back with a very sharp work out of the gate. So I would expect him to put himself more forward, more in the game. He was a little vocal early on, kind of announcing his presence. And the 7, Refugia, if I'm saying that right, who has refused to win, finished first under the wire last time, subsequently disqualified. 13 starts, 8 seconds, but from a physical perspective, you cannot fault this horse at all. And he's a great owner's horse, earned over $28,000 and has not found the winner's circle yet. But I think Trevor McCarthy probably learned a little something about him last time, and maybe turning back 1/8 of a mile will make a difference.
Mig, thanks. See that rain coming down there is Refua. 4-1 on a horse who was over 13, but 11 of 13 in the money.
It just feels like this is a much tougher field than the one he was in last time. And while he may get a piece, Refua, it's hard to believe that at least one of these won't be better than him.
We'll have the post parade for you when we come back. Again, the late pick 5 on this Saturday card begins in the 7th. We'll be back right after this.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part where you can play it all. Go to NYRABets.com, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Take advantage of that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code right there for new members, match 200. Again, NYRABets.com. Pick 5 starts here. New York breds in this maiden special weight. And there's a look at Dylan Davis. And the trainer switch Mig mentioned was with George Weaver and now in the Mark Hennig barn.
Against Lasix for the second start, you have to hope the horse can run back to that debut, because as we know, Arctic Arrogance is a very, very nice New York bred, not New York, but horse that's run very well in open company races.
He's on the Triple Crown Trail.
Yep.
What a Mesa first time out for Rob Atras. We'll see next at 9-1.
He's a half the very speedy Foolish Ghost for a trainer, Rob, who's very good with first-time starters. Other than Foolish Ghost, the other foals were not much to speak of.
Big Foolish Ghost fan.
He's fast.
11-1 on another first-time starter by Derby winner Always Dreaming.
I am a big fan of Horacio de Paz in general. He's good with firsters. This one, on a pedigree standpoint, is not very strong. Better turf.
Freud Me In?
I think so.
Showed speed in the mud in the debut.
Yeah, it's incumbent on Eric Cancel to be more aggressive than he was last time. He ran well first time out. He's going to be the favorite, and he's one of the horses to beat.
Kern River went by first-time starter for Michael McCarthy, and here's Seize the City.
I think Seize is very interesting. Did get left, as Richie mentioned. Did make a big wide run a day the rail was good.
Refua crossed the wire first, got DQ'd though last out.
Listen, he's consistently run figures to give him a chance. I just think he's meeting a tough field.
And Union Trail was briefly the favorite for Barclay Tag Sakatoga Stable.
Based on doubles, he's supposed to go higher, and I'm not running the window to bet him at 7-2. But I like his chances. He ran against a super, super tough field first time out, and I think ran well enough that he should be competitive here. And I don't know why they tried turf last time.
Funny side connections. They'll have Kendrick Carmouche aboard, getting back on dirt, and he is the second choice on the board right now.
Draws well outside. I like his chances quite a bit. I used him with the 6 primarily.
So let's go back to the rail. And the Speightster 3-year-old switching barns will get Lasix from that inside slot. And that debut, it was very good. You mentioned who he faced, Arctic Arrogance, who has been in some big races. It just did not back it up next time out on a fast track at 4-5.
And as Richie said, and I agree, it's not that it was 24 days later. It was obviously something went badly wrong, because we now haven't seen him for nearly 8 months. And, you know, he drew the rail in this race. He had no issues with it. And what I like about his race is it wasn't a suck-up second to Arctic Arrogance. He chased him the whole way around and was still coming at him. And you think about how well Arctic Arrogance ran in subsequent starts. It's not a bad field. We have proof that he was losing to a very, very good horse.
The way he looks, I'm surprised he is 6-1. Just no attention.
I'm surprised he has gotten lost in here. I thought he would have been the second or third choice very narrowly. I wonder what morning line he was.
He was 9-2.
Okay.
Here's the 8, who you like, Union Trail, Barclay Tag, Sakatoga Stable.
Yeah, I don't know why this horse is such a short price, because it's going to have to run better than the first time. I thought it was good enough to be competitive here. Very tough field. I like the outside draw. And this horse is running against Open Company in Florida and meets New York breds. And that was a crazy tough field. The winner was Arthur's Rye. It was a very good mod horse. That was unlucky. I might have lost Instant Coffee, though I'm not sure, in a maiden race, Saratoga. And he unfortunately has been on the shelf since running in Florida. The second horse, the Todd Pletcher horse, ran an 87 buyer and came back with subsequent 91 and 93 figs. That was a good bunch of horses.
Let's get back to Mig.
Yeah, guys, this rain has started to kind of blow sideways now a little bit, so I'm just pretty much wet all the way through. I like the one horse a lot, Nobilis. I was talking with Mark Hennig. He says he's been training really well. He's not crazy about post 1, but he really looks good coming in here. You know, 7/8 might not be ideal off the bench, but I agree with Andy, too. He was getting back to Arctic Arrogance after trying him around the far turn at Saratoga in the mud. I think he's a major player here. The 2-horse, What a Mesa, you guys were talking about at half to Foolish Ghost. The mare has produced 4 winners from 4 starters. The other 3, albeit lower level, but she's never produced a debut winner. Even Foolish Ghost with all his speed. Took him a few races to really find his best form. Did overhear Rob Atras saying, you got to be close today. So obviously I'm sure they're going to want this horse some somewhat in the game. And the 6 Sees the City. I just think he ran really well first time. Maybe it wasn't as glaring, you know, people have to kind of watch it a little bit closer, but I like him. I think he took a step forward, comes in off a sharp gate work, and I would expect him to put himself more in the game today, guys.
See how this plays out. This board, it is wide open. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the 8 between 5-2 and 5-1.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very competitive field. This is an unusually competitive, strong, and it's not top heavy because there's literally the 1, the 4, the 6, the 7, and 8, the 3, 5 horses that have run. They've all run very respectable races, and any one of them can win this race.
There's the favorite, Eric Cancel. For Chris Engelhart, showed speed on a wet track in the debut. Favored next time out, a little bit like Nobilis. Favored next time out and just didn't show up.
Got wired by a Horacio de Paz firster. I don't know why Eric was so tepid with his ride. I think he got to go, man. You got a speed horse, you got to go with him. This horse is fast.
Looks like they're trying to make sure and put that speed back into him with that bullet gate drill leading up to this since that second start.
No passive rides.
Loading up, late pick 5 begins here. New York bred maidens, there's the favorite. Eric Cancel.
I keep looking at my phone to keep saying the rain is stopping, and I look outside, and it's not.
Keep our fingers crossed. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial to get us started in this late pick 5.
A field of 8 in race 7, going 7. Track is sloppy and sealed. We're set. And they're off. Sees the City, seizes the early lead, quickly challenged by Freud Mayen. Kern River not far behind in 3rd. Nobilis is down at the rail and racing in 4th. Refua is 5th. Union Trail far outside in 6th. Then What a Mesa in 7th, and Always Positive is the trailer in 8th. Freud Mayen is the leader here by a length. Sees the City second by a head. Kern River is next. Pass now on the extreme outside. A quick move there from Union Trail. Union Trail quickly goes from 5th to 2nd. The quarter in 22 and 3. Freud Mayen by a head. Union Trail on the outside in 2nd. Sees the City is next in 3rd. Kern River down at the rail in 4th, followed by Refua in 5th. Farther back in the field, Nobilis, What a Mesa, and Always Positive. The half mile in 46 seconds. So it's Freud Mayen on the inside and Union Trail on the outside. And the two of them right together with a quarter of a mile to the finish. Kern River down towards the rail being asked for more. Then Sees the City. Freud Mayen now shakes clear from Union Trail. It's Freud Mayen who opens up. Freud Mayen has built a 6-length lead. Sees the City moving up on the outside of Union Trail. It is Freud Mayen. Graduation day for him in a big way here in the slop. Won by 9 lengths. Sees the City was second, and it looked like Nobilis came on to complete the trifecta.
Freud Mayen, the victory. Wow, the 8 was making this big move around the turn, and it just flattened out.
Well, the weight of my wager clearly got to him at the top of the stretch. And Freud Mayen, I'm going to say one of the real difference today is that they were aggressive with him. They didn't allow others to take the lead. A lot of horses tried to go early, and Eric allowed this horse to control the race. And this is a horse that's run well twice when he's been allowed to control the race. And when it was more a passive ride, he didn't do as well, and he just completely crushed this field.
Does so as the 5-2 favorite, 3rd time the charm here. Chris Engelhart, Eric Cancel, My Purple Haze Stables. And a dominant victory here, 124-1 for the 7/8s, 4-6, 1-8 to start this late pick 5 with the favorite kicking things off.
Gets it done and gets it done quite easily. Much the best.
All right, we'll have these prices in a moment. Back to Churchill Downs. And their late pick 5 coming up in the 7th. They're going to begin with a 6-furlong sprint, $75,000 claiming race. And a field of 5 remains with a scratch of Gabe. You make a case for just about anybody in this field. Here's Got the Bob, who's 20-1 morning line, 5-1 right now.
I mean, I guess with the 2 coming out, it changed a lot of the things. I don't know why this horse is taking any money. He seemed a little on the slow side.
Yeah, this one a little tough to figure in here. Everyone else, though, I thought fairly logical, including Tivy at 5-2. Steve Asmussen.
Well, the race 2 back would make him very tough in here. Last time, obviously, not as much. We'll see. Can he control the race? Maybe.
There he is, son of Into Mischief, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Shouldn't he be favored? With the 2 coming out, isn't he supposed to control in the front end?
He may wind up being.
I thought he'd be favored in here. I was wrong again.
Gold Luck has been claimed each of the last 2 starts. Genaro Garcia reclaims.
Trainer's 21 for 120 off the claim in dirt sprints, the $1.44 ROI. The last race was tough. Claimed from a pretty sharp barn, though. But a reclaim, to be fair.
Yeah. Street Swag 6-5 favorite, and he could be forward.
I'm surprised this horse is favored over Tivy. I don't understand why he's favored over Tivy. Do you?
More credence to the Keeneland victory, and it was against 50,000 starter allowance.
But I mean, I just think that 3 runs his race 2 back. He's going to win this race, and he's the speed. But public disagrees.
Oaklawn form has not been holding quite as much at Churchill.
That's a good point. That's a very interesting point. You wonder if the horse that raced at Oaklawn all winter, if it took a little bit of a toll.
Yeah, and here's Chisler outside, coming in from Synthetics at Turfway Park.
Tries the dirt for the first time. He is a half to electability, a horse who was a pretty good dirt horse for Chad Brown just last year. So there is a little bit of dirt, but the other foal was not a good dirt horse.
Big work, too.
Spitestown, though. Spitestowns do anything. He's an amazing sire.
Yes, he is. Big drill at Churchill, quickest to 53 in the morning. Again, you never know how they did it, but it was fast and earned the bullet. As we take a look at the 3, Tivy. So will he be the one out in front with that man aboard? Very likely, Ricardo Santana Jr.
I mean, if he breaks and he isn't in front, then either somebody went on a mission with PPs that don't show. This horse is fast. It is very interesting what you say about the Oaklawn form, and I do wonder about horses that spent the whole winter running at Oaklawn Park, if it was tough on them. He has had 2 months since his last race, though, and 2 back when he was, not even controlling, but able to get away with a slightly more moderate pace, he did have a very nice win. So I would bet him off that one. I'm not running the winner to bet him at 2-1, but I just thought he was a more likely winner than the 5, personally.
Well, let's look at the 6-5 favorite. Street Swag, Jarrett Loveberry will be aboard for Brendan Walsh. And that victory at Keeneland, it was back on April 12th. It was a 50,000 starter allowance and got up to win by a neck.
The 3rd place finisher came back and improved his buyer figure 10 points out of that one. And the 4th one is not a bad horse either. So it was a very reasonable race he comes out of, and I don't have a big problem with it. The one thing that I found a little interesting, 6.5 furlong speed figures, in my experience, are the most unreliable. Not to say they're all unreliable, but they are sometimes tricky numbers because a lot of tracks don't run them that often. So it is interesting he ran his best figure going 6.5 furlongs, but if you look at the 3rd and 4th horses, they back it up as a strong race.
Pretty good trip, too.
He did. But, I mean, isn't he supposed to be in a pretty good spot here stalking the 3 Tivy? I mean, I was Ricardo Santana. I'd make him have to run to keep up with me a little bit, But, I mean, it's hard to see him getting a tough 5-horse field. The 1 who's blown up to 9-1 is a little tough to make. I mean, the 4 is probably a generous price at 6-1 right now, right? I mean, at least the 4 can run in the dirt. You don't know that the 6 can run in the dirt.
Yeah, and, with the 4 and the 5, for that matter. And maybe it's just in my head, but it seems like form at Churchill Downs means a little more when you've had success here. I think a little extra credit.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I mean, Tivy did run at Churchill as well, right? And didn't run that badly. But I think the Oaklawn question is a really good one. And I haven't really thought about it, Greg, as much as I probably should have, maybe because I haven't looked at that many races at Churchill. I wasn't here opening week and stuff. But I think it's a very interesting point because a long winter at Oaklawn Park could be tough on a horse. And maybe some of these horses that were at Turfway or got a little more time off might be just better suited now coming back than having spent a long winter running at Oaklawn.
See what happens here with Tivy, who has become the favorite now at 7-5.
Wow. Okay, then. Wow, that was fast. I didn't look at the doubles, but maybe he's favored.
So we'll see how aggressive Santana is. Expect him to blast out of there. Street Swag, the 5, probably will not be far behind. Late pick 5 starts here in the 7th from Churchill. Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gate. And Street Swag reared up in the gate toss the rider. We'll have a delay.
So Street Swag the 5. He's still, wow, bucking those hind legs and tossed Jarrett Loveberry. As of right now, it looks like everyone else staying in the gate. That may change.
Yeah, I can't see what's going on behind the gate. Hopefully everybody's okay. But I can't see. From here, I can't see.
And he was clearly agitated. But at least they got him out of the gate. That's the good news. And we'll be in a slight holding pattern here with Street Swag coming in from Keeneland.
Who do you think, if Mage does not win, is the likeliest winner, Greg? Is it National Treasure or is it Blazing Sevens?
I think it's National Treasure.
Okay. I do too. I do too. Oh.
Yeah.
I like Tivy over Street Swag even more now.
Since, yes, the 5 we've been told is coming out of the race. Thank you, Andy Serling.
So we really never got to see that battle material.
Unfortunate, because, yeah, talented horse, and these two looked like they were going to tackle each other on the front end. So the 5, we believe, yeah, coming off the board. And with that, Tivy's going to become very short.
Yeah, I mean, I have to imagine it'll be about 3 to 5 or 1 to 2 after that scratch.
So
that's the job I don't want.
Yeah,
I'm not afraid of heights.
Would not volunteer
Not that high,
for that one. Taking the 5 off the board, move that 6 over. That's all they need to do.
He looks easy, doesn't he? Look at him.
It's amazing what these guys do in the gate crew.
I don't want.
And back to the barn for the son of Street Sense.
That's too bad. Sorry for the connections. It's tough, you know. There's so many things that can go wrong. So easy for it to go the wrong way, and obviously very frustrating. The odds don't seem to reflect it. Now the odds reflect the scratch.
There we go.
3 to 5.
And it looks like just a huge. Well, we'll pace edge. I was going to say for the 3. We'll see how quick Chisler is. I mean, this is the first time on dirt for him. He has that bullet drill. Maybe he is quick.
He's going to have to get a lot faster to keep up with Tivy. We'll see. I mean, listen, I'm not betting 3 to 5 shots. I wasn't betting him at 6 to 5, but he is an extraordinarily likely winner. Hopefully this race will get run in the next 5 or 10 minutes. And we got, when's the Preakness? Preakness isn't 3 hours, so we're good.
All right, looks momentarily they're beginning to step in. We're about long way to go. We got plenty of time till we get the 8th at Belmont, so we're going to stay here. They are loading back up. So they moved that 6 over into the 5 slot, and we got a 4-horse field here where it looks like the 3 Tivy odds-on favorite is going to control from the outset. Going to be tough to deny with a clean break. Let's go back to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Got the Bob with a stutter step start, spots the field 2. Tivy breaks well, Chisler does too, and those two go out to set the pace. Tivy short lead, Chisler right there, racing in second. Gold Luck comes on to be third, and a break of 2.5 lengths back to Got the Bob, who's been angled to the outside 4th. So down the backstretch they go, and it's Chisler sharing the lead with Tivy. Chisler's short lead now, Tivy keeping pace. They continue together. Gold Luck has been moved to the outside to track them from third. The opening quarter goes in 22 seconds flat. Got the Bob still trails. Far turn run. Chisler up for an arrow lead. Here comes Gold Luck now. Gold Luck comes on 3 wide. Tivy holds that spot down toward the rail, so it's a 3-ply battle round the far turn. And Got the Bob is under pressure back and forth. Coming for the top of the stretch. Chisler in between, Gold Luck outside, and Tivy at the rail. The 3 of them head to the final furlong. Got the Bob is trying in 4th, 1 furlong remaining. Tivy has given way. Chisler comes away with the lead. Gold Luck's going to finish with Chisler. Chisler and Gold Luck and Chisler. Gold Luck fully extended. Chisler fights onto the wire. These two to the finish together. Either way, nose is up and down. Gold Luck and Chisler. Tivy third.
Tight finish here in the 7th. We both believe it might have been outside here with the 4 Gold Luck.
Yeah, he felt like he Got the Bob here, and I mean, felt like he just was ahead of him. I don't know if it was so much of a bob. He was just ahead of him, but it was very close. And I was wrong about Tivy. That was a very slow first quarter, especially for the 6-furlong race at Churchill, but he was just awful in there. And I think that point you were making about Oaklawn is one to keep an eye on, Greg. A very interesting point. He was terrible in here, and it appears the Gold Luck out Bob Chisler, who had no excuse.
Back to Belmont. Freud me in. Easy time with this field to start off the late pick 5 and break his maiden in his 3rd career start.
Yeah, this horse was a demonstrative winner of the 8th race today, and a nice New York bred. It's too bad for his connections. It's a little late for him to make next week's Mike Lee, because he looks like he's got some real talent. We'll hear more from him.
$7.70 for the victory. So a favorite begins the late pick 5 up next. 6 furlongs. And you said it to me, and talk about a tough first allowance condition race. Beguine coming out of a runner-up finish in the Garland of Roses, 6-5 favorite.
You know, maybe you don't like the fact that she's got the 3 seconds and she's run second in a couple straight races, but losing to Rosa Veloce and Betsy Blue, at least the form Betsy Blue was then in, is no embarrassment. And as far as her being the same price as Ammirati, I mean, Ammirati's a good horse, but she's coming out of a maiden win. It just seems like Beguine is a much likelier winner. We'll see.
Yeah, Ammirati actually slight favorite right now. That should change. Javier Castellano trying to get that second jewel, the Triple Crown in the Preakness on Mage, and collect that Woodlawn Vase. We'll be back.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere! Surprise Boss, look at this effort!
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit WarDancerStud.com to book your mayor today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Speightstown. Munnings. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away, and Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific it repeats itself. Echo Town.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Well, for those just joining us on SNY, good to have you with us. Those with us on other networks around the country, good to have you as well. You're watching America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling. Some big ones still to come later today. We have a good one next in New York. We're going to see Beguine and the On the Rise Ammirati. And then at Churchill later today, Grade 3 Louisville. Mike Maker has seemingly transformed Therapist.
One of the most shocking things, I don't think there's been anything that sort of more hardcore veteran horse players have been surprised by this season, was Therapist winning a 1.5-mile turf race. I mean, we're talking about a horse, he's got to be about 7 or 8 by now, right? He's an 8-year-old that honestly wasn't expected beyond 7 furlongs. And suddenly he's winning races at a 1.5 miles, going 3 turns for Mike Maker. Honestly, I want to see it again to believe it, but apparently it happened. There is video.
This is amazing. I mean, we've been following this horse for a long, long time. And it seems like 7 furlongs was about as far as he wanted to do it. And to win it 1.5 miles in a grade 2. See if it's for real, if he can do it again. Or was that a one-off? 12-time winner. He's just shy of $1 million in earnings. And that's what Mike Maker has done time and time again, is just transform horses going long on the turf.
And it's interesting. He was claimed for $25,000 4 races back. And then these connections went in and claimed him for $50 in his very next start. That's unusual, especially with a horse, an 8-year-old.
Meanwhile, another mystery. Jareth Loveberry will get the call. This is back in the Elkhorn Grade 2 at Keeneland, where he gets beat by Verstappen.
Unlike Therapist's last race, he's not a mystery. He's consistently very good in these long-distance turf races, and he seems to be the one that has the more reliable turf form overall. I just thought he was a very logical horse in here. If you're any fan of limited liability on the rail in here, he's my wild card in here. Maybe he could take a step forward at 1.5 miles.
And by the way, this race here, the New York Wonder Red Knight runner-up finish, who would come back and get a grade 1.
Ran a very, very respectable 3rd, I believe, in that race, and just seems like a logical horse. I don't think it was that race, actually.
Maker as well with Bay Street Money, not just Therapist. Here's what's still ahead on the program to come, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Races 8 through 11. Late pick 4 on the sloppy sealed racetrack. We're off the turf. And then Churchill Downs, good on the main track, good on the grass. And that's where we'll have that grade 3 Louisville at 1.5 miles. Their feature to close out that card. You can play it all by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. That is the offer for new members. $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code, match200 at sign-up. Just a few hours away from the Kentucky Derby winner, trying to keep that Triple Crown dream alive. In the middle jewel of the Triple Crown, Mage, making just his 4th career start in the Kentucky Derby. Just off that alone, most people throwing him out. Join just Regret, Big Brown, and Justify as horses to do that.
I mean, I felt that he ran a better race than Forte did when he finished second to him in the Florida Derby. But I didn't, I had a small Saver Exacts. I like 2 fills, but I didn't like him in there because I thought he just didn't have enough experience.
Well, maybe just a different horse. They say how intelligent he is, his connections, and then he can overcome a lot.
Can he do Frazzle? If he can do Frazzle, we can talk about it. Otherwise, I'm not buying it.
To not race as a 2-year-old, to make your 4th start in the Derby, there's got to be something there, don't you think?
Well, imagine if Justify hadn't done what he did. It would be getting a lot more conversation. And it's interesting you say it, Greg, because it's not even like that big a conversation. And when Justify did it, they talked about it like it was the most incredible accomplishment ever. And he's basically, he's not undefeated like Justify, but he basically did the same thing, right?
What he did, yes. It's obviously Justify going with a Triple Crown. We'll see what this horse winds up doing. But, yeah, we should not minimize what he did. And that's why last year, Taiba was the fastest horse going into that race. Couldn't take that horse making his 4th career start. And in a Derby with that kind of field?
He was making his 3rd start.
Was he?
He won the Sanity Derby in second. But agree with you on the same thing. And listen, Curlin's not overrated. He's really, one of the very best horses to run this entire century. And I'm talking about going back 23 years. He was making his 3rd start. And listen, Street Sense was good and Hard Spun was good, but he really improved after the Kentucky Derby. That's when he took that big step forward.
Well, the fact that he overdid it, Bob Baffert said something to this too. The fact that he has that foundation of the 1.25 miles underneath him, felt that makes him even more tough.
What is Bob? How many Preaknesses has Bob won? 6 or 7? Or
7, tied for the most all time, but he's 0 for 6 in Preaknesses where he skipped the Derby, for whatever that's worth.
Right. The only real chance that makes him live here is that it's not a competitive field outside of Mage. So he's probably the 2nd likeliest winner, but I don't know that being the 2nd likeliest winner is necessarily a great endorsement of your horse's overall quality.
Photo finish. And we were right. It wasn't even close.
Not close at all.
Easy victory for Gold Luck. Chisler ran very good in defeat here. Tight one, but goes to Gold Luck. Gennaro Garcia, nice reclaim for him. A horse he used to have in his barn. Jonathan Wong claimed him away, and he takes him right back and puts him in the winner's circle. Tivy, as you said, yeah, should have controlled in here and just disappointing third.
Yeah, immediately paying dividends, though, in this situation.
8th. We'll be on the lawn. 5.5 furlong turf sprint. First allowance condition race. Look at this betting board. 9-2. Secret Money is your favorite.
Kind of had that look, didn't it, this race? Fairly wide open.
Well, we're going to take a timeout. We'll have more on this one when we come back. Those iconic Twin Spires. Nice crowd on hand for the Saturday action. And the start of the cross-country Pick 5 is coming up. Get your tickets together. We'll be back with much more on America's Day at the Races right after this.
Flightline is in full flight.
Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. When you walk to work, this is the way you go, right?
Well, I do walk to work. Aqueduct, I walk to work. No, I don't. Belmont, I don't. It's a little far. When I go, I tell you right now, I spend as little time, and I live 30 blocks from Times Square, 25 blocks really, sort of, where it officially starts. I'm almost never at
It is amazing. New Yorkers don't go to Times Square.
We avoid it like the plague.
Program brought to you by NYRA Bets, where you can play all the action. Earlier today, Paradise Creek early stakes action, race 2 on the card.
Very impressive win by the Wesley Ward trainee that got the job done in here. And that's Eyewitness, who really made that early move and was able to sustain it. And I was most impressed by the public. I found this race inscrutable. Now, I've found pretty much every race this week ultimately inscrutable. And it looked like it was over. And it got very, very close late, but still held on. The public made the 3 the favorite who finished second, and the 4 the second choice. Nobody else took any money, and they were right.
Wesley Ward, 2 back-to-back wins on synthetic, but did run, I don't know, just missed on turf for the debut with a slow figures at 2-year-old.
I'll say 2 things. And I even said this, I didn't like this horse, but I said this to Doggy Horses. The 2-year-old figures, you have to be very careful. They get vastly improved on when they turn 3. And the other thing is that number might have been a little on the low side. The second horse came back and improved significantly the next time. That's the horse I think that ran 3rd in yesterday's 8th race. The horse with long shot. Remember we were talking about going a mile? Was it the 8 horse? The horse we were saying yesterday went to the lead in there and finished 3rd, a close 3rd in the race where, whatever. That horse was the horse that came out of that race. So there were signs it was better, but Wesley Ward's numbers going synthetic to dirt are not great.
8th coming up next, 6 furlong sprint. First allowance condition race, and this is, wow, still even money favorite over Beguine. This is Amoretti. It's only started twice. Second start, it was a dominant maiden win, getting her first career victory. She did win by 7 lengths, but wow, taking on a tough customer in Beguine. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
I agree, Greg. This is a little shocking to look at the board and see Amoretti taking more money than Beguine, as Amoretti is that half-sister to multiple graded stakes winner Caramel Swirl. And she's looking to keep things rolling, though, after coming back from the long layoff and getting the win by open lengths, full of run throughout down there at Keeneland. And this is one that first time out when she debuted as a 3-year-old, she was defeated by Union Lake, who was in good form at the time. And she honestly looked as though she wanted to go longer than the 6 furlongs. But now, coming back as a 4-year-old for her second start of this year, she's definitely filled out. And so she's become stronger looking and more convincing of a sprinting type, in that she's just stronger behind the saddle, excellent coat on her. And I love the fact that she's getting to pair these races back to back finally, and maybe we'll see her running with a bit more consistency. Though she's going to have to tackle a wet track for the first time, and that is certainly something that Beguine, her main rival in here, holds over her head. Now, Beguine was entered to run at Pimlico in the ski pat, and it's not like she was 20-1 in there. She was 3-1 morning line for Ned Allard, and he chooses to ship her up from her Delaware base to here. It's only an hour to Pimlico, and it's about 3 hours plus with impending rain in the forecast here. So maybe there is some purpose with him opting to run her here, in that she looks like a horse that loves a wet track. Now, that one big effort did come over a good open racetrack, so it is different. It's completely different, but she looks like a wet track horse. She's got those narrow feet. She's got that real kind of cat-like way of going where she's very light on her toes. Concerning the layoff, she looks fit, she looks strong, she is dappled head to toe. She looks fabulous here. So it is a little concerning that she isn't the favorite over Amoretti. Greg?
She is, the 2 Beguine is favored in every pool except for the current win pool.
So she will be favored.
She's favored in every multi-race pool. Likely to be favored by post time. I'm not concerned.
7-5 right now. She comes out of that Garland of Roses. This will be her 4-year-old return to the race. Some concern how she's going to come back, though, isn't there?
I guess. I mean, she was entered in a tough stake here last week, and they decided to opt for that. She breaks inside the 2. I mean, I'm not overly concerned about it. I mean, look at Amoretti. She made her second start in just 10 months, so maybe there's some concern about her as well. She's very, very good. At this point, Betsy Blue is in raging form and was able to run her down. The time before that, she lost to Rose Veloce. It took a triple-digit buyer to beat her. And this is a horse that ran second to Yaguri last year in the Fantasy. She's a very, very talented horse, Beguine, and she's got a lot more experience than the number 5 Amoretti. I think people are being seduced a little bit early by the ease of her win against much weaker. I'm not saying Amoretti can't win here.
Amoretti is favored in the pick 3.
Not what I saw. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Pick 3 or pick 5?
Pick 3.
Okay. Double not favored, though, right?
Yep. Doubles Beguine. Pick 3 is this one here, Amoretti.
Okay, then I was wrong.
7-length winner at Keeneland, start number 2.
Pick 4, I forgot there's all these multis. Pick 4s, pick 5s, double, but pick 3, you're right, slight favorite. What do I know? Listen, I prefer Beguine. I think she's shown it in the racetrack. Amoretti ran very well when she lost her debut. That was a tough beat for her. And listen, she has a lot of upside, but I still prefer Beguine. But people love horses off big blowout victories. I don't think Royal Poppy is 100% impossible here either, frankly.
It's the 3 who you're looking at 9-2 for Ray Handel, who's quick as well.
Yeah.
Lasix for her return coming out of the Ruthless.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this race plays out. I mean, I am a Beguine fan, and obviously a lot changed when they scratched Granny's connections. I don't know the reasoning for that, because she's been running extremely well as well. And maybe it helps Amoretti. Maybe Amoretti, that speed last time that speed last time she showed. If she can show that kind of speed in here, maybe she's the clear speed again with the one scratching.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Well, some of the benefits of being a trainer's wife is that you know why horses are scratched. Great News Connection, I know, yes, she has a sloppy track race on her record, but she takes some, I don't want to say coddling, but just we're aware of her talent and want everything to go smoothly with her. And this type of racetrack is not that easy on her, and it takes her a lot of time to recover after running on a track like this. So just opting to keep her in the barn and hopefully make it to the Danston Renee for New York breds, guys.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, thank you for the update. We'll get to the post parade coming up in a moment. Rain has steadily been coming down.
Been quite a day.
All afternoon. As we get back to Churchill, Paul LaDuca enjoying that sunshine out in Louisville. 5.5 furlongs on the turf. As we get our post parade, here's Woodbine Way from Mark Casse.
I thought that Woodbine Way was a dangerous horse in there. She's got turf sprints that are pretty good. Out at 5 furlongs out at Del Mar.
This will be your 5-year-old return to the races coming up.
Big win here a couple years ago.
Massard, Ron Moquette barn.
Yeah, I mean, she's been a huge price in her races. She didn't run terribly last time, but didn't do any real effective running.
Yeah, her only win, it came in the debut at Sam Houston on dirt. 0 for 2 in the money on the turf so far. Daisy B for Rusty Arnold.
I'm surprised they're running her back in a turf sprint after she ran as badly as she did the first time she tried it last time.
Yeah, she was nowhere in that race. Did break through the gate, had some trouble early. Divine Charger, 7-1.
Has had an awful lot of chances in her races, but she's also run some fast figs, so I wouldn't discount her chances here.
Laura Min, connections switched to the turf. She broke her maiden on it sprinting, now with a new barn.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, it's not a new trainer. I don't really know the reason for the switch. I mean, Chris Block doesn't have horses at Churchill or something, but she ran okay in her one turf start.
All that, Brad Cox getting on the lawn for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, there is some turf on the dam side, but I am not somebody interested in betting flatters on the turf. Great sire, but just not on turf.
Gold-blooded, big price, 19-1.
Just been awful in all the races, including turf.
Cutting back from routing on the dirt. Mischievous Doll, the 8, Paolo Lobo, first time on turf.
It is not a turf pedigree. I'll be surprised if this horse improves or handles it even.
One on synthetic last time out. That's break the maiden crew start number 6. Snark. Edgar Morales at 19-1.
Well, I like the name. I just don't like the horse's races.
Last seen sprinting down the hill, Santa Anita. That was last year. It's a 4-year-old return. Secret Money, Brendan Walsh with a win at Keeneland last start.
I think this horse is a contender. I think this price is ridiculous. This horse was in a race that completely collapsed last time. A race almost completely filled with first-time turfers. And it's 2-1 here? Not for me.
Flying on the lead. Yep. And this one came off of it to win it. Numero 6, 11-1.
Nothing to like about this horse's turf races. Or little to like, I should say.
Osiria. 15-1, Florent Giroux.
Can you explain that to me? There's a case you could make this horse could be the favorite in here. This horse's first this horse's initial turf races, the second and third turf races, would be very tough in here. Riley Mott's taken over the training after a layoff where something went wrong, and he ran in the dirt as a prep, and this horse can't handle the dirt, and actually ran better in the dirt than ran on the dirt first time out. I mean, this horse has got some good rate. What is wrong with Osiria? And let me say something else. There's not a ton of speed in this race. All right, I'm betting Osiria. Thank you, Greg. You convinced me.
Well, you can start off Osiria with a single in the Cross Country Pick 5. This race begins it coming up. It includes that Louisville. And then going to close it out with the finale at Belmont, where there potentially could be a single. Minute to post. And this 8th at Churchill again starts this Cross Country Pick 5. Let's go to Paulie.
Yeah, and a tough little sprint event here for some fillies and mares in here. And, you know, you can go a lot of different ways. I always say the the toughest start for a horse is winners for the first time, and that's what you're dealing with here with Secret Money in here for Brendan Walsh. I know the barn is hot, but Andy makes a good point. This horse did come from way out of it, and in his first two starts, in her first two starts, she actually has not broken well. And in this big field, I don't know if she could afford that. She's got to get out of the gate a little bit better, especially be awarded that price, at least on the tote board. But you can see her coming home pretty nicely last time. You know, the 5, Lure 'Em In, you were asking Andy. Chris Block is on a suspension right now. This is Mickey Goldfine. This is actually his assistant trainer. So it's Chris Block's training, and this horse has been working great guns. So, you know, over in Chicago, and got on the turf for the first time after routing and blitzed the field. So I kind of thought the 5 and the 10 were kind of sort of the same horse with different prices. You're getting 5 to 1 to 2 to 1. Divine Charger, you know, 1 for 12 lifetimes, has had a ton of chances. We've seen a couple of these horses. One just missed the other night, but I would think Ray Luke Gutierrez, who's been hot, had 3 wins last night, will be rolling late. And then you got to, I guess, be fearful of maybe the 6 in here, the Brad Cox runner getting on the turf for the first time. This horse has been bet down to favoritism both times and has not done much. Now they're going to try the turf. Maybe they're just checking the boxes in here. But for the price, I love the last race that Lure 'Em In ran. Brian Hernandez gets aboard, and this horse got on turf last time and was a different horse, and maybe can beat this field too as well at a decent price.
All right, Paulie, thank you. Gosh, 9 to 5 on Secret Money, who, again, as you pointed out, was able to chase that just torrid pace, come from off it and win. This is a 3-year-old filly, too, facing older company.
I don't understand it at all. I really don't. I mean, I think it's like people are overly seduced by horses that make big closes. And once again, I think she's a contender in this race. I absolutely think she could win. But it wasn't such a especially fast race that she's supposed to be 9 to 5 in this 12-horse field. And she got extremely favorable dynamics to get it done.
This will be her first try against winners coming up in a very different turf course, too. That was Keeneland. See how she fares here at Churchill. There is Ricardo Santana Jr., Woodbine Way for the Mark Casse barn. Cross Country Pick 5 starts here.
I bet the 12. I boxed 1-5-12.
1-5-12.
Yes.
Okay.
But what's wrong with Woodbine Way?
Lure 'Em In you used as well?
Yeah. I'm not sure why Lure 'Em In's that much less likely to win than the number 10. Is it a better price? And the one, I have a small 10-12. I'm not going to lose if it's 10-12. The one's got plenty of races fast enough to be competitive here, I thought. I bet the 12 to win, though.
Who was still up there, I believe, at least 13 to 1. Travis Stone, the call. Start of this cross-country Pick 5, and a Pick 4 at Churchill begins here as well.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Divine Charger breaks out okay. Gold-Blooded is there. Daisy B down toward the inside. Numero 6 from the far outside races up as well. They move up the back stretch. Numero 6 is up for the lead. Gold-Blooded is racing in second. Divine Charger toward the rail third. Osiria's in fourth. Secret Money's on the move from fifth. Snark is 6. All that racing in seventh, but only 4 lengths off the lead. Master toward the inside is 8th. Daisy B's 9th. Lure 'Em In's back in 10th. Woodbine Way's 11th. The early trailer is Mischievous Doll. And the early leader, Numero 6, round the far turn and steps out. 1.5 length lead heading for the quarter pole. Osiria's on the chase in second. Secret Money revving up outside third. Gold-Blooded cuts the corner down inside fourth. Snark is 5th. Divine Charger's in 6th. All that 7th. Lure 'Em In is 8th far outside. Racing for the 8th pole. Numero 6 trying to tough it out. Secret Money's leveling off and coming on strongly. Divine Charger's there. Mastered late on the scene. Here comes Secret Money to run down Numero 6. And Secret Money nailed it on the wire. Numero 6 was second. It's tight for third. Lure 'Em In or Divine Charger.
Secret Money, first time in against Winners, puts in another big close for the victory.
Yep, Numeris Ace got clear when they weren't aggressive with Assyria. Not that it mattered. She had absolutely nothing and ran like she should have been 112 to 1, not 12 to 1. And Secret Money just ran her down much closer today, and the public was right again.
I'm looking at the final odds here. Let's see. 2 to 1. Floated up a little bit.
They were right.
Numeris Ace 11 to 1.
Yeah, she cleared easily when the 12 was unaggressive, but it didn't matter. The 12 had nothing.
Back-to-back wins, Secret Money, Brendan Walsh, Jareth Loveberry, and Fortune Farm. As we head back to New York, and the 8th, wow, 4 to 5 on Amoretti.
I'm puzzled by this.
Off a maiden win at Keeneland, start number 2.
Yeah. They'll probably end up being right. They usually are.
Begin the 2. Let's just look at this for a minute. So she breaks her main at Oaklawn, misses by a neck against a very talented Yagiri in a grade 3 on the Oaks Path last year.
Something goes wrong in the Black-Eyed Susan when she completely falls apart and was eased. She comes back in October, and I wonder if there was a story in there. Was it a super fast pace or something? Because I loved her 2 races back. And ran a huge figure, and then last time she backed it up with another good race. I don't understand. I prefer her, but listen, I'm not discounting the 5s. So I picked the race, 2, 5, 3. I'm not saying I don't think the 5 can win. I just am surprised she's heavily favored. But public does love wide open wins, a big 7-length win. She does draw outside. Maybe it'll help her. Maybe she's just better. We'll see.
Well, big test here, and your first try against Winners going against the likes of a Begin. Let's head back down to Maggie.
Well, let's talk about Amoretti here too. And I think the public, and I admit to doing this too, we kind of fall in love. We get enchanted by these Godolphin horses trained by Bill Mott, who have these huge pedigrees, in which she does. So you kind of get a little, not mystified, but yeah, enchanted by them, and I think that leads to them being short prices. Now, as I said, I'm not totally sure of how she's going to handle the wet going here, but I don't see anything prohibiting her from being effective on it. As we'll take a look at Begin, too. And Andy was talking about her time at Oaklawn. I actually saw her in that fantasy in which she almost wins, right? She doesn't look anywhere, or she didn't look anywhere near as good as what she does now. And I just think that she's still talented. Maybe people are a little concerned about the layoff too, because I thought her last race, even though it was a much slower figure, going back to that Garland of Roses, was very good, considering that she was part of a pace that kind of backed up a little bit, and Betsy Blue came from the clouds to just eventually run her down in the end. So I like Begin. I think she has done very well under the hands of Ned Allard.
Yeah, I am not worried about any perceived layoff. I would guess they thought it's December. It's a long year. Do we want to race her all winter? Do we want to have a horse to run in the bigger races in the summer? I would almost argue it's a positive layoff, oddly. I'm not saying but if I had to guess, I would say we think she's good enough to run in races in Saratoga, and we want to give her a chance to be in there without having run all winter. That would be my guess. I could be wrong. That would be my guess.
6 to 5 as she steps into the gate. Dylan Davis, she'll have the inside slot with a scratch of the 1. Favorite, though, has been Amoretti throughout. There she is, the 5. Junior Alvarado for Bill Mott. 7-length win. It was against maidens. This is the first test against Winners. She got to face a couple good ones. Is she up to the task? We're about to find out. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial for the call.
Chasing Cara steps up, and she will complete this 5-horse field, and we're ready. And they're off. Begin with a good beginning from the inside. Now moving up is Amoretti along with Chasing Cara. So the 3 of them are across the track for the lead. Royal Pappy sitting right behind in 4th, and a break of 3 lengths back to A Will Away, who is the trailer in 5th. Begin on the inside with a neck in front of Amoretti. It's Beguine the leader. Amoretti runs in second. The quarter over the slop in 22 1/5 seconds. The front two now have 2.5 lengths on Chasing Cara in third. It's another 3 back to A Will Away. Royal Poppy is now the trailer. Beguine is holding on to the lead here by a length. Amoretti runs in second. Chasing Cara is next in third, and now they're at the top of the stretch. And it is Beguine in front as they head for home. Ran the half in 45 2/5 seconds. Beguine by 2.5 lengths. Amoretti could not keep up with Beguine, who is really opening up here. Beguine under the rain, through the fog, and over the slop. She's proving much the best here. Off of a layoff. Beguine romps here. She dances home by almost 8 lengths. Royal Poppy came on to get second. Chasing Cara was third.
Right.
Beguine, aggressive from the outset, just too good for this group. Wins her comeback race as a 4-year-old.
And Greg and I were laughing during the race because as the race was being run, Beguine went to favoritism. And all of that conversation between the three of us, she ended up being the favorite. And I like the fact she broke so sharply. And Dylan put her in the front, did the right thing with her, and she was dominant. And the reality with Amoretti is she didn't run very well. Now, maybe she got tired chasing Beguine, but Royal Poppy, who I used a small backup, finished second.
His first allowance level race.
Oh,
I don't want to get overexcited.
Chase Beguine.
But how good? No, Beguine. I'm talking about. How good can she be?
I'm a big fan of hers. I mean, she ran a 101 by or two back. It's not a figure that holds up to scrutiny, but, I mean, to future performances, I'm not saying the figure was wrong, but the winner of that race is running plenty of mid-90s numbers. It's not like she hasn't. I think there is a chance, if what I said was correct, that they thought we want to be in races like the Honorable Miss and the Ballerini in Saratoga, that they may be onto something with her. She's good. Ned Hour's a very good trainer. Not known around here that much, but an excellent trainer.
Those would be some big spots to go after this summer if that's the case. Beguine,
think big.
Talented comeback race for her as a 4-year-old. Wins it 4-5 pretty easily here. 2, 3, 6, 5 finish here in the 8th at Belmont. Prices for you in a bit. Let's go back to Churchill Downs. Secret Money picture time. Back-to-back victories. Sprinting on the lawn for Brendan Walsh.
And I think if you like her as a horse, you have to be happy with the fact that she was able to be closer to the pace today. And Numera Cease improved a lot. Another horse from 2 to 3 that took a real step forward in her figure on the turf.
With that horse ending it as a favorite, look at the pick 5 ending there.
I missed it. Did you have it, Craig?
5,000 plus.
5,000 for 50 cents. Could have got even for the week. Well, barely.
We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, take a look at the field that the Kentucky Derby winner Mage will line up against in Baltimore in just a couple hours' time. Stay with us.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile,
Essential Quality have won.
in the Belmont,
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
well named.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races. Brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to NairaBets.com to get signed up, started. And Dylan Davis, no doubt on the best in this 8th at Belmont. Much bigger things seemingly in the future for this filly Beguine.
Yeah, no, she really ran well in here. She's a nice horse, just too much to handle. And I'm not saying that Amaretti can't end up being a decent horse. It's a big ask. Amaretti was giving up a lot in experience to a horse like Beguine, and experience can mean a great deal here. And I don't think Amaretti ran as badly as her 4th place finish suggests, because she really was on a hard chase in this race. And when you're chasing hard against a horse as talented as Beguine, who ran as well as she did, it's going to take a toll on you. So I would count Amaretti out because she ran seemingly badly.
$3.90 for the win. It's the way you want to come back to start your 4-year-old campaign when there's expectations on you. And she lived up to the billing here. Royal Poppy chasing Karis, 2nd and 3rd. And let's take a look at how this pick 5 has played out to this point. Freud Me In, not Freud Man, starts it off, and then Beguine.
He's related to Freud Man. It's a very close cousin to Freud.
Someone
Freud Man's a good
it.
name. Yeah, if it's available, that's what we're trying to do here. We're a full-service operation here.
Suggestions.
How could nobody have thought of Freud Man as a name? It's a good. I like that
really
name.
is.
That's an excellent name. Yeah. There has to be a Freud Man out there.
I call it
somewhere.
9th at Belmont, 6.5 furlongs, 50,000 starter allowance coming up. And you thought, wow, I mean, the 4's, yeah, the horse to beat. You thought a huge standout, though?
No, I thought that she'd be a super short price in the switch to Rick Dutrow because she's been running big figures, and you can't ignore the switch to Rick Dutrow, who just got back into training and has had some success and with a limited number of starters. So I thought that's why she'd be a short price. She's been in great form.
First
starter
back,
yeah, I mean, he had the 2nd with the other one, and Rick's had a lot of great success, as most people know, and he's getting another chance. And Bustin' Lulu, listen, she's the speed, but keep in mind, she's coming out of a maiden 40 in her first start, and I think people like the fact that she's maybe the controlling speed in here. I don't think Meraviglioso is going to be that far behind her, and I just prefer Bustin' Lulu is going to have to get faster to win this race, but maybe she'll be the main speed, and maybe it's speed that's carrying, but we're also seeing a lot of logical winners.
Yeah. Let's get back to the Preakness and what lies ahead for Mage in less than, well, an hour and 23 minutes. Wait, is that right?
2 hours.
Sorry,
2 hours.
23
Stop lying to the public, Greg. It's my job.
National treasure, Bob Baffert, tied most Preakness wins ever with 7, but again, 0 for 6 in the Preakness with horses who skipped the Derby.
I love that stat. That's a very, very interesting stat. I think he's the 2nd likeliest winner. For those who think he's going to have an easy time wiring the field, they should be a little more worried about Coffee with Chris than maybe they are, because he's pretty quick. We'll see how good this one really is.
Chase the Chaos. Ed Moger Jr. and Sheldon Russell will ride.
I tip my hat for the connections for showing up in a prestigious race like the Preakness when so many others didn't. But based on this one horse's dirt race, he's in a wee bit of trouble in here.
Yeah, 3 wins, 2 on synthetic, 1 on turf. Here's the Kentucky Derby winner. And as you've said before, we've seen time and time again, horses even move forward off big Derby efforts.
How about Funny Side's win? How about Smarty Jones's win? And I got to tell you something, Greg. I'm starting to develop a real affinity for this horse. I think he's an excellent racehorse, cool connections, love seeing Javi on him, and I think we're going to see a Triple Crown possibility in 3 weeks.
Coffee with Chris, the Maryland bred who is quick early.
You want a bomb, you can have him. This is a horse that ran better than he looks last time out, and even though Perform had the trouble, he did a lot of dirty work in that race.
Red Route 1, about as different a running style as you could imagine from Coffee with Chris.
If he makes a huge close for third here, when will we first hear somebody say they're his Belmont horse or her Belmont horse? I'm not a big fan. I don't think he's fast enough, and he's massively pace compromised.
Just got up to win that Bathhouse Road.
Yes, he beat me. Thank you.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
Automatic entry.
The horse who was second in the earlier stake today. The Sir Barton, behind the Bob Baffert horse, Arabian Lion.
You're not intrigued by Perform at all?
Well, I'm intrigued because it's Shug, and because he did have some trouble in the stretch last time, and you like what you saw. He didn't stumble at the start. I don't know what they're talking about with that, but he did have trouble, but it was a quick pace he closed into, and he's got to take another step forward.
And Chad Brown, once again, trying to take that path that he's won 2 prior Preaknesses with.
For those people that think I like every Chad Brown horse, I don't like Blazing Sevens. I think he's distance compromised. Chad Brown says training well, and he expects him to run well. To me, he wants less distance, and he'd have to improve, but maybe he will. Let me just ask you a question, Greg. Doesn't most of this come down to how confident you are that Mage will run anywhere close to his Derby race? Because if he runs his Derby race, he's going to win.
He's
here.
the best in the race. And off that last figure, too, that he ran in the Derby, no one's close to him in here.
Right. And the other thing I'll say is, look, I'm not saying I think Two Phils was best because I bet him. He ran a huge race. I mean, the other horse near the pace, finished 14 to 30 lengths behind. But the thing about Mage is, and that makes him different than Orb, per se, unlike Angel of Empire even, who was running at the end, sort of, Mage made a big move around the 3/8 pole. He made that kind of Derby-winning move, you know, the one that puts you right there coming to the 8th pole. He made the move. It wasn't the collapsed race. It's not like a whole other slew of horses made big moves. He's not as slow as people think. I think there's a misconception out there that he's pace compromised. He's not
some plotter.
That slow, right?
Yeah.
He was farther back in his last 2 races because the paces were fast. He wired the field in his first start, which was only 3.5 months ago, and went 22 and 3, 45 and 4, and he was right off the pace in the Fountain of Youth. He is not slow. Yeah, they've trained a little of the speed out of him, but if they're going slowly early, they're going to find him 2-3 lengths behind him, and then they're going to find him 4 lengths in front of them.
And, you know, let's go back to the fact, too, that the Derby was his 4th career start. Does that, to you, say there's a possibility there's more improvement to come from this horse?
I don't see, when I look at history and I look through, I see a lot of horses that came out of the Derby that ran as well, if not better, in the Preakness. I don't think there's some proof out there that you can't do it. And if you look through Gustavo Delgado's numbers coming off of short rest, they're extremely good. And they're usually with lower level horses. But if he can do it with lower level horses, why should he be able to do it with a good horse?
4 Triple Crowns he's won in Venezuela.
4-2. 4?
4.
Okay. God, somebody told me 2. They just stole Steve Bick on a conversation with that guy stealing Triple Crown wins. That's not a nice thing to do.
No, you cannot do that.
They don't grow on trees.
We're going to go back earlier on the card at Pimlico and Preakness Day. Grade 3 dinner party, mile and an eighth on the turf. Look who has struck in a stakes race and has a Preakness winner still to come. Shug McGaughey never explained. This is a tough one to find.
This is one that I'm not sure I'll ever be able to explain because on paper this is a horse hard to make at 15 to 1, but this horse wheeled out, and I'm happy to see Cortland Farm get the wins. First of all, as you may have forgotten, Greg, Cortland Farm, who owns this horse, is the owner of my very expensive Game of Silks horse.
Oh, really?
So I'm rooting for I'm rooting for a 2-year-old champion for Cortland Farm this year, and Shug probably has that one. But they really put a lot of money in the game, and so I like to see them doing well. But this is a tough horse to make.
Yeah. That was, part of a pick 5 that began, a race earlier? You know, the White Beam and his odds-on favorite started off, but a big number there, so it's still going to wind up being pretty good. We're going to take a timeout. Woodland Vase still to be handed out. Just a couple hours' time. Stay with us.
Caraconte has the potential to be a leading turf stallion in America. Caraconte proved with Spenderella that he can produce an international caliber horse that can run all over the world.
Spenderella hanging tough with the advantage to win the Appalachian.
I've been fortunate enough to train some top fillies and mares. Spenderella is right up there with the best of them.
Spenderella turns it into a procession.
I think Caraconte is a horse who has tremendous potential
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Sunday Silence with Pat Valenzuela takes the lead at the quarter pole. Easy Goer back into second position. Dancel coming on third in the stretch. On the outside it's Sunday Silence. On the inside Easy Goer. And down the stretch they come. On the outside it's Sunday Silence. Easy Goer with Pat Day. Back to challenge. Heads apart. Easy Goer on the inside with a slight lead. On the outside Sunday Silence. The rest of them far back. Here's the finish of the Preakness. Sunday Silence and Easy Goer. Photo finish. Noses apart.
1989, Preakness Sunday Silence does it again to Easy Goer. Got a lot closer this time around and would eventually turn the tables in the Belmont.
And what's really incredible is 34 years ago, and they were right. They were predicting a thunderstorm, and we got one at Belmont today. This is a race that's still painful for Easy Goer fans, as we still hold a little bit of a grudge at Pat Day that maybe Easy Goer should have won. But at the end of the day, as good as Easy Goer was, Sunday Silence was a truly brilliant horse. And what he had in Easy Goer was tactical speed, and more than tactical speed, a very impressive burst of speed. And he was able to use that to beat Easy Goer in 3 of their 4 matchups. And maybe the wet track hurt in the Derby day, but even then, 2 of 3, no matter how you look at it. They were 2 great horses, and Sunday Silence was a great talent. It's regrettable that both of them didn't have complete 4-year-old seasons, and they never got to meet up. There was a plan. They were going to hook up in a special race at Arlington. And then Criminal Type beat both of them, and Criminal Type got added to it, and then they all got hurt. Thus racing.
Outside of Affirmed Aladar, is that
the best rivalry I ever saw? Yeah, that I ever saw. You know, there was Jaipar Raidan, there were others. It was a great, great rivalry. It's amazing. 34 years ago.
Ed Churchill, 6 furlong sprint, 20,000 claim nominators at 2 Life, and here's Sure Enough.
Maybe I should get my PPs.
Otherwise known as Show Enough.
Show Enough. I got the wrong race, Greg. You go ahead. Carry on. I'm ready now.
Synthetic getting back to dirt 17-1. Did get that maiden scored at a very low group on the synthetic at Turfway. You're avoiding me at 11-1.
Why is this horse taking money? The dirt races are terrible. The synthetic slightly better. Maybe he's improved, or maybe she just prefers synthetic.
6-1. Deanne's 80.
Tom Amoss has decent numbers off the claim at Churchill Downs, and maybe this one he claimed can improve and get it done here.
Yeah, won first time out, only beat 2 lengths. Start number 2 at Fairgrounds. Ms. Haley, double-digit odds, 10-1 with Corey Lanery.
You notice that Tom Amoss has the 3, and then there's a horse with his daughter's name in it as the 4.
That's your exact.
Something's going on in here. I'm not sure what that means, but kind of interesting. That's all I have to say.
Ellie Della, we got a rider. I believe we had a rider change here. Double check that. I thought it was Jack Gilligan.
On Ellie Deli? Or is that the next race? I think it's not. I don't know. Anyway, I didn't like Ellie Deli.
It is Jack Gilligan. On the 5 rider change. Dre Me Less, blinkers on the 6.
I mean, it's a question if you want the horse of the claim by Norm Cassie. Norm Cassie is 10 for 43 off the claim in dirt sprints, the $1.89 ROI.
Blinkers on, hardly mischievous.
Well, I thought we saw a horse claim from Jonathan Wong win, and maybe this horse could win off the claim.
The only dirt start was good.
The dirt start was very good. I think he's gone back to the right surface. I like Hardly Mischievous.
Yeah, it was at Los Alamitos. Got a 68 buyer, just missed by 3 parts of a length. Bally Dreamin', 5-2 favorite, the 8.
I agree with the public in the 7 and 8, but let's go back to your thoughts on the other race. This horse has been running at Oaklawn. Maybe we don't want the horses coming from Oaklawn.
Yeah, one for Matt Shire. The 9, Halo of Fire, Steve Asmus and Isaac Castillo.
Tough to claim from Wesley Ward, and claimed out of a race where the horse ran terribly.
And Obrigada on the outside at 5-1 off a gate to wire. Basically win at Belterra, softer circuit.
It's just a question of whether or not you trust the Belterra form. Belterra is the I used to go, River Downs.
Yeah.
You ever go?
No, would have loved to. We're still...
Right on the Cincinnati River. It's right on the Ohio
used to
River.
cover it.
Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah, I used to go there when I was at Keeneland for the meet. I would drive down for the Monday or Tuesday cards.
Finally got to smell those roses after going 0 for 15. Javier Castellano trying to keep that dream going in Baltimore.
Good Magic's going to win his first race, and he's going to do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mage coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside, trying to hold on Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Register with code GET200 to start earning your bonus of up to $200 with Twin Spires, where you can watch and bet on the best racing from across the globe. Plus, you can check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Fast and secure online betting with Twin Spires. Download the app and bet now.
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's D'Etat's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's D'Etat has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's D'Etat.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Made 2-year-olds in training sale. Recent stars include Kentucky Derby winner Mage, Grade 1 winners Feza, Beyond Brilliant, and Switzerland, plus graded stakes winners Classy Edition. Informative, Mimi Kikuchi, Riding with Biden, and that's right, a leading juvenile sale by percentage of Grade 1 winners, and the only major 2-year-old sale venue with a dirt racetrack. May 22nd and 23rd in Timoniga, Maryland. Where will you be?
Back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. SNY with us as well. Regional networks out of Southern California. Thanks for being with us on this Saturday afternoon. 9th at Churchill Downs is up next. And we're going to check in with Paul Duca for more.
Yeah, another difficult race here. Starts the late pick 3 here. We'll go into our feature race, the 9th, 10th, and the 11th. The next race is actually some first-time starters in there that could be interesting. When I look at this race, you know, Bally Dream in the 8, it looks like the horse to beat for Matt Shire. You know, coming off the layoff. The Oaklawn horses have not fared well here, let's be honest. It seems like when they get off the racetrack at Oaklawn, they're a little bit better, and it looks like this horse hadn't run since February 19th and has had a couple works at least off the Oaklawn racetrack, at least one at Keeneland. So I can understand where the public's going because the horse does have somewhat of the best numbers. The 7 in here, Hardly Mischievous for Jonathan Wong. He's always dangerous off the claim. The 1 dirt start was at Los Alamitos. And ran a good second that day. That was the second career start at 6.5 furlongs when she was 3. Now she's 4 years old, and she cuts back in distance. You get Raylu Gutierrez. Like I said, he had a hat trick last night with everybody out of town. Raylu seemed like he was really, really focused. You know, the outside filly's interesting as well. You know, been to River Downs way too many times. Whenever I go play the Reds, used to go right over about 10 minutes and go over there. Now it is where the 10 broke his maiden and her maiden, and it's really hard to, you know, to decipher whether that speed figure is real or not. So, you know, 4-1, I would tend to pass on the 10. The interesting horse to me, and the horse that I like, is the 3, Dien's 80 for our colleague Tom Amos. Sometimes you look for the drop downs. This horse that broke her maiden for maiden 15. Joe Duan didn't get crazy, went for maiden 30. You know, Tom claims this horse for 30 and puts the horse in for 20. I think it's a reasonable, you know, drop in class, you know, and you're getting Edgar Morales aboard. You're getting a good jockey combination. You're getting Maggie Moss and Tom Amos. I think this horse has got a big shot at a nice price.
Paulie, thanks. Loading up. Here we go. Race 9 from Churchill, 5-2 favorite. Bally Dreamin' the 7th, 7-2 on this Jonathan Wong filly. First off the claim, was only dirt start. Very good. Just missing with a slow start. And you're getting 7-2 right now with Raylu Gutierrez.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you talking to me? I
was
they were going
just talking in general.
Yeah, you know, that's the way the show works. You talk, I talk, sort of.
And
sort of the idea.
Obrigada interesting outside too, but
I like Hardly Mischievous. I like that angle. This horse getting back to the dirt and cutting back in distance.
Travis Stone the call. Here's the 9th.
They're in the gate. And they're off, and Tramy Less with a sharp start is quickly racing for the lead. You're Avoiding Me toward the inside comes on to grab second as Tramy Less crosses and clears and heads over to the inside. Halo of Fire, Obrigada, Bally Dreaming, second, third, and fourth, and chasing. Ellie Deli is back into fifth. You're Avoiding Me shuffled back toward the inside, sixth. De 80s racing along 9 lengths off the lead already, followed by Miss Haley. The back two are Sure Enough and Hardly Mischievous. Far turn coming up. Bally Dreaming goes head-to-head with Tramy Less, a quarter in 22-1. Tramy Less confronted by Bally Dreaming, who takes the lead 3 furlongs out and is starting to edge away. Bally Dreaming opening up by a length on the far turn. Tramy Less is under pressure. You're Avoiding Me has come off the rail and is coming with a run now, second, and coming after Bally Dreaming as the field hits the top of the stretch. Bally Dreaming turns for home. You're Avoiding Me is there. Obrigada. Obrigada finding stride down the center, and now Obrigada's in front. De 80's trying to close in from the back with Ellie Deli. So too Miss Haley. Final 16th. Obrigada opening up by 2 now. De 80 with a good finish. You're Avoiding Me toward the rail. Obrigada needs the wire. Photo. De 80 found stride very late in the game to photo with Obrigada. You're Avoiding Me was third and Miss Haley fourth.
Who's the guy in Bronx Tale when they rip up the tickets?
Oh, yeah, there was a horse name for him. The Mush, what's his name?
Obrigada desperate to hang on. Here comes the 3. And that's on you if the 3 wins this one.
I don't know. Now, I thought maybe this horse got ahead of him after the finish line, but I don't know. Whoa. Can this be Tom Amos getting the money here?
Tom Amos and his main man, Edgar Morales, may have got this very tight. Ooh,
man, I can't call that one. I cannot call that one. If you have the 10, Obrigada, and she got beat, this would be a tough beat because she did all the dirty work because this horse came from the clouds. My 7 did no running at all.
7-1 if it's Obrigada the 10, 6-1 if it's Dien's 80 the 3.
Maybe this will help us. Yeah, the 10 got.
Oh, poor start from the 10 too, and overcomes it.
When I lived in Brooklyn, right near where you live, back in the day, and they had the OTB, there was no TV. Yet all the guys in there always knew who won the photos. I don't know how. They'd play the race call, and they just knew who won the photos. They always knew.
Really?
I don't know how, but they apparently knew. It's like everybody knowing what the coin flip's going to be in the Super Bowl. It's like, I don't know.
Obrigada, Gerardo Corrales, desperate for that wire. This 3 flying late under Edgar Morales.
This is a tough one. That's not helpful.
Wow.
They need one of those cameras, the finish line camera that we have.
Soon as we hear, we'll let you know. In question with a photo finish in the 9th at Churchill. In the meantime, back to Belmont as we get set for the 9th coming up here. 6.5 furlong sprint, 50,000 starter allowance. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
And we'll check in with your favorites to start things off as number 4, Miraviglioso. She will make her first start for the Rick Dutrow barn as this is his 3rd starter back here at Naira. Already has a win and a second placed effort out of his starters so far. So a good return to the training career again. Maravilloso didn't necessarily run that well in the slot last time out, but it was a tough track to really be able to make up any ground, and Silver Fist was able to wire the field that day. Now, she looks much the same physically. If anything, she's bulked up a little bit more quiet than what I observed from her over at Aqueduct. But again, you know, sometimes when horses have to shift from one track to the other, it will get them a little bit more riled up. And now today, she just has to run out of her own stall. So I think a lot of times you will see horses a bit more calm here at Belmont as opposed to the Big A. So I think she does make a good deal of sense as we'll check out the horse who gets another sloppy racetrack, and that's number 5, Bustin' Lulu. I was not in the paddock that day for her debut, but she was one that had been working with a very good-looking first-time starting winner as well at one of maiden special weight, Miss Stones, who we'll see back here tomorrow. Didn't earn that big of a figure, Miss Stones, but it just visually looked impressive. So Bustin' Lulu, they kind of snuck by with her being entered for the maiden 40, so now she's eligible for this starter allowance. She's kind of your typical Bustin' Stones in that she's a little bit on the smaller side. She's quite racy looking in that she's very well defined and just that quintessential sloppy track physical makeup. So I think that's why she's getting a lot of the attention. She will likely have to run faster and improve on that maiden win, but she'll certainly handle the racetrack where maybe you question that. Number 1, Carbon. I love this turn back for second off the claim from Magcan Kantamasi. As they do add the shortcut cheater blinkers, she's making a great impression. She's carrying great weight and conditioning, which is always typical of this barn. I like her energy here in the paddock. I think she could be effective in this spot, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. We'll get to the post parade coming up. We're still waiting to hear who won that race at Churchill Downs.
Got to be a dead heat at this point, right?
When they're looking this long, there's a very good chance.
Getting the microscope out, magnifying glass.
Can you imagine being, well, either Tom Amoss or Paulo Lobo in this situation?
I'm going to be honest with you. I can't imagine being Tom Amoss in any situation, but that's just me. That was too easy.
Post parade coming up for this 9th here at Belmont as that result hangs in the balance at Churchill Downs.
The public is being overly seduced here by a horse that had a blowout win first time out on a wet track. The horse got a 60 buyer, was even money against an extremely weak field. I'm not saying she can't win Bustin' Lulu, though I'm not a particular fan of her chances, but she should not be favored in this race.
Back to Churchill. This is the decisive view.
And
it's just so hard to know where that wire is because the last jump, and it might have been past the wire. It was the outside horse.
Yeah, but you just don't know. And the other thing is because they have the pole after the mirror, it's hard to be. I'm not confident where their finish lies. Oh, they haven't put that up on my phone, but I'm often a little bit behind.
Being told it has been put up that it is a dead heat between the 3, Deanne's 80 for Tom Amoss, and Obrigada the 10 for Paulo Lobo. So we'll get back to that in a moment. Here's our post parade for the 9th. Carbon, Mercan Cantermasi just walked through our screen, second off the claim.
I agree with what Maggie said. I think it's a very interesting horse, second off the claim. That was too close to pace first time. Very dangerous at a price.
Blinkers on, Carbon. La Aguililla for David Jacobson.
Well, Jose Ortiz is looking for his 5th. If he gets this horse home, I wouldn't discount him on anybody. 7-2 because Jose Ortiz is hot. Not for me.
Dolce Serra.
I put him third. I should say.
20-1. Trevor McCarthy.
She found the right field in her 16th start last time.
Finally dropped to the lowest level she'd been at. Yeah, that was maiden 40 to get that win. The favorite, or, well, morning line favorite, she's 3-1 right now.
She's got to be favored by post time. This insanity can't keep up. A horse who's been in very good form that made a big wide middle move on a speed track last time, swicking to Rick Dutrow.
1 start, a win on a wet track, Bustin' Lulu 9-5.
She was impressive against a very weak field and ran a low figure. She will have to improve.
15-1 True Empress, Manny Franco for Carlos Martin.
Looking for another win. Carlos had a winner, I believe, earlier today, but she too would have to improve.
13-1. This is My Sweet Summer. Start number 2. She won at Fairgrounds for 50 maiden.
Very slow race there. We'll see she can prove from Michelle Giangiulio.
53 Beyer in that win, and she was one of the favorites in that race. Much tougher group today. And then Icy Reply at 7-1 outside.
I'm not sure why she's 7-1 and the 5 is 2-1. I really think you start looking at some of the other comparable horses. She's running faster races. I don't love her chances, but she seems faster to me.
2 minutes to post here in this 9th at Belmont. Want to remind everyone watching, get signed up, started, play along with Naira Bet. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. That's the offer. That $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code right there, match 200 for new members at nairabets.com. We're going to find out shortly, less than 2 hours away, if we'll have a Triple Crown on the line June 10th, when you'll see the Belmont Stakes on Fox for the first time ever.
I'm excited about that.
Let's take a look at the 5. So here's that debut. Sloppy sealed racetrack at Aqueduct back on April 23rd. In her only start, it was a dominant win. Not the quickest time.
No, and it was a maiden 40 as well. I think one of the reasons she was in a maiden 40 first out is she had a stable mate that won a maiden special weight, I believe, if not the next day, a very close period of time. And that horse ran a maiden special weight and won first time and got bet for the same connections. And that horse had been consistently outworking this one. So they felt she was inferior and thus ran her in the maiden claiming race. Now listen, they found the right spot for her, a maiden 40. And to me, that suggests that she shouldn't be favored in this race. And I think they're going overboard because they know she has speed and they know she won on a wet track. She also won with speed on a wet track because her competition was very weak. She could improve and win this, but to bet her at a short price here, to me, makes no sense. And I have to think by post time, the 4 Meraviglioso will be favored. She's just better based on her PPs.
It's getting closer on the board right now, 3-1 on.
No, 9-5. Well, they can't get enough of her.
Back down, yeah. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, her being 9-5 and number 2, La Aguililla, at 7-2. Just checking that she stayed there before I said it. Is insanity too. This horse is 1 for 33 with her with that lone win coming on synthetic out in California. And I mean, no disrespect to her, she doesn't have much pedigree to report on. And when you don't have much pedigree, you often don't create that pleasing of a physical picture. She just doesn't. They're really just going in with the Jose Ortiz factor, as Andy correctly pointed out. But she had Javier Castellano last time. That didn't work out, and that was on the turf, which I think she's probably better on at the end of the day. I don't know, Greg. I don't really get her at a short price either. I saw this race very similarly to Andy.
I like the 1 and 4. I'm going to bet some exactas.
And again, the 4 favorite of the double, favorite of the pick 3. Still think probably going to be the favorite when the gates open. We'll find out.
Maybe she will, maybe she won't. I mean, it's getting pretty close at this point.
Rick Duttrell again, 10 years away, wins with his first horse back.
Yeah.
Man that won a Kentucky Derby with Big Brown. And that was a joyous moment, celebration for him after all that time away to get a win again, be back in the game. And
there will be many more. There will be many more for Rick.
Icy Reply last in. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial. Here's the 9th for Belmont.
Set for the start of race 9. And they're off. And it is Bustin' Lulu who is right out for the early lead. Quickly opening up by 1 1/4 lengths. My Sweet Summer on the outside. Metavilioso towards the rail. They're together 2nd and 3rd with Carbon, who's racing in 4th, followed by Icy Reply in 5th. La Aguililla is next. Then a break of 3 lengths to the 2 trailers, True Empress and Dolce Sera. Bustin' Lulu ran the opening quarter in the slop in 23-1 and leads here by more than a length. Then My Sweet Summer. Metavilioso down at the rail. Icy Reply on the outside. Or make that Carbon on the outside, and then Icy Reply, who's racing in fifth. As they go around the turn, head for the top of the stretch. Bustin' Lulu leads here. Metavilioso runs in second. And then comes Carbon in third, followed on the extreme outside by Icy Reply. There's room on the inside for La Aguililla. The half mile in 47 seconds. Bustin' Lulu in front. Metavilioso on the outside driving. La Aguililla down towards the rail. And Carbon is coming on out in the middle of the track with a 16th to the finish. It is still Bustin' Lulu trying to take them wire to wire. Carbon on the outside with Metavilioso. Three-way photo. Did Bustin' Lulu hold on? Right there, Carbon and Metavilioso.
Three of them right there at the wire. Bustin' Lulu, whatever happens here, follows up that debut with another big effort.
Kind of speechless here. I mean, I don't know how the public made this horse the favorite. She's about 5 lengths behind, 3 strides after the wire. We'll see what happens here as they hit the wire. I have no idea.
It looked like Carbon, the one on the outside, was making this huge move.
She was, but she lost.
Unable to get there. Bustin' Lulu. 2 for 2 now on 2 wet track performances. Kendra Carmouche, aggressive early, and it pays off as...
Well, she didn't even go very fast early, but around here, all you have to do is go to the lead, and nobody has any interest in pushing you along. So she was able to go almost 23-2 and 47. I'm absolutely perplexed. I'm perplexed at how the public knew to make this horse the favorite. I'm completely and totally baffled.
5-1-4-2 unofficially been posted. 4 in the 1 made their bid to the outside, unable to catch this filly. Daughter of Bustin' Stones for Bruce Levine, Roddy Valente. And now 2 for 2 in her brief career. Kendra Carmouche aboard for the winning ride. Well, the price is coming up in a moment. Back to Churchill Downs. And a dead heat in the 9th. Tom Amoss, Deanne's 80-3. There's Tom. Getting some sun these days.
I was going to say, it appears he's spending a lot more time in the sun than he is at the barn. We have to talk to him about that. He feels like he looks a little annoyed, like he wanted to get the whole thing. Maybe just bet Carbon. So I can relate.
Obregata, Palo Lobo. Picture time as well. You know, I handed to Obregata, too, coming in from Belterra, softer circuit, and backing it up at Churchill.
Yep.
It's a huge late finish, though, from the 3. And by the way, Paula Duca called this. Best eyes in the business, once again. Deanne's 80, owned by a longtime owner, 4-time owner, Tom Amoss, Maggie Moss. And Genstar Thoroughbreds own Obregata. Congratulations to both. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, champion Curlin, 2-time horse of the year. Produced a champion, the 2-year-old champ, Good Magic, who has now produced the Kentucky Derby winner, Mage. Good family to be from. We'll see if Mage can keep things going.
Agenda.
Mage digs down deep, urged onto the wire to win the Derby!
Good Magic continues to impress as a stallion. 2023 Kentucky Derby winner Mage is from the first crop of champion Good Magic. With Mage's victory, Good Magic joins Triple Crown legend Gallant Fox as the youngest sire of a Kentucky Derby winner at age 8. Both did it with their first crop. Good Magic is the son of champion Curlin. Today, both call Hillendale at Alapa home. The Stallion Barn has a roster of world-class stallions up and down Shed Row. As outstanding as Good Magic's first crop has performed, farm owner John Sakura had high expectations well before his initial crop was ready to race.
Blazing Sevens by 3 lengths.
His crop has been well received. Well, more importantly, it's been very well received at the 2-year-olds in training sale. That's usually more indicative of people's opinion because they're closer to the racetrack. They're watching them gallop, they're watching them breeze.
Chad Brown trained Good Magic during his racing career. He remembers his professionalism from the day he arrived at Saratoga.
You know, Good Magic was always a very sound horse, very precocious, good temperament, easy to train. Right when he came in the barn early in his 2-year-old year, he identified himself as really the best prospect we had. Really from the first work, those really special horses that have remarkable talent identify themselves really early on. And from that point forward, he never disappointed us in a workout. Breeders' Cup Juvenile race was really special. I thought he ran outstanding and really identified himself as the clear leader of the division going into the winter.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
A good feeling to have as a trainer when you have the winter time favorite for the Derby going into next year, and I'm happy that he showed up the right way in the race.
Justify and Good Magic start to pull away from the others.
And to have the constitution to get out of that grueling Derby and come back and win a race like the Haskell showed just how consistent and how strong and durable he was.
But the champ is back! Good Magic in a good-looking performance.
You know, I buy a lot of horses for clients, and I bought several Good Magics. They look to be much like him. Wonderful temperament, precocious enough, but they really finish their works and gallop out like horses that are going to do better as they go longer on dirt, and that's really what I'm looking for.
Good Magic making an imprint already on this sport in his second career. Our program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Good time to be Hillendale at Alapa.
Yeah, no doubt. 3 horses in the Preakness coming from Good Magic, winning the Derby as well, and obviously he is, I mean, for a freshman sire, you think of some of the recent freshman sires we've seen. You thought they couldn't have a better one than Uncle Mo, and then Gunrunner comes along, and now Good Magic is looking very good as well.
Mage continuing to move forward step by step, including a Kentucky Derby win. Can he take another step forward in just a 2-week turnaround now after going 1.25 miles? Co-owner Ramiro Restrepo, here's his thoughts on his Derby champ.
They're so young at this age. I'm sure those of you who have children, when you see your kids over time, they start maturing and they'll do things that make you kind of turn around and look at them and say, oh, wow, you're growing up before our eyes. The races are developing him race by race, you know, so we're just waiting to see how far down the well of talent he has. Every day he's showing more and more signs of maturation and kind of understanding his job and to be a racehorse, so it's great to see that happening. When he got here from the sale as a baby, you know, he'd have little things. He was a little bullish and playful, and he'd do things, but he's so smart. I can't overstate that. Not only does he take care of himself during the races, and he responds to the cues from the rider so well, and he's learned Gustavo's training program as a horse himself, and you can see it as he picks up the rhythm on his own. And if you watch back the Derby, that move, like, he starts picking it up on his own. Javi was just guiding him, picking the right holes, and when we asked him, you know, he finished up. Like, if you watch the Kentucky Derby from the 8th pole home, he's accelerating. He's not decelerating. He's coming home with everything. The horse is just a really smart horse and just doing everything right now.
Good to hear that potentially there's even more in the tank for this lightly raced horse.
Well, I mean, listen, he's made 4 starts. He's a 3-year-old. He's supposed to have room to improve. How much he can improve and how well he's going to run today, we'll see. But he doesn't have to improve to win this race. He's got to run a race reasonably close to his last race in all likelihood to win today.
Ramiro Restrepo, 5th-generation horseman, and he actually found this horse at the Mid-Atlantic 2-year-old sale. So it's got to feel incredibly special for him.
And part owner as well.
Yeah.
So it's not just special, it's very lucrative. And I don't know him except from knowing him on Twitter, and he seems like an awfully terrific guy, always has.
Bustin' Lulu, start number 2 off a maiden win on a sloppy sealed track. Gets that kind of track again and goes heat to wire, just barely.
Yeah, I'm baffled. A lot of things in racing baffle me, and that's one of the things we love about horse racing. It continually surprises you. I'll never understand how she was favored. And, you know, we're handicappers, and you have to get used to being wrong, which I am, and I'm comfortable with the fact that you're going to be wrong a lot more than you're right. But there's nothing about her first race that suggests she should have been favored, that's for sure. And very little about it says she should have won.
Won by a couple noses.
Just enough.
$5.90 for the victory. 5-1-4 in the 9th. We'll move on to race 10 that was meant for the grass. Now main track 7/8, allowance optional claiming field. We're going to go to Churchill first, though. Race 10 up next. It is 5.5 furlongs, maiden special weight, and some 3-year-old fillies. Very lightly raced and inexperienced field lining up in this one.
Yeah, you know, I don't know about you, Greg. I just think there's very little to go on. I mean, I sort of wrote down the 8, who I see as the current favorite, and then you got me.
Now, this one faced Julia's Shining Positano Sunset first time out with this ring.
And at least she showed some speed in that race from a far outside post, so maybe something to build on.
Next door, Little Hot Mess, start number 2 for the Army Mule filly.
She has a pedigree that suggests she'll be better on the dirt than the turf. I don't know why they ran her on that the first time out. Don't know why she's taking so much money either. A very inexpensive Army Mule.
Showed speed on the turf in the debut, so probably going to
bet like this.
A little bit, yeah. Driana at 11:01, a first-time starter for Ben Colebrook.
It's better turf on the dam side, and Cantheros as well. And there's 4 mediocre foals and not taking any money, which can't be a good sign in this field.
Greg Foley Barn with a first-time starter by Jimmy Creed, Green Ferry.
There's one foal that ran okay on the dirt from an unraced dam. Another horse who's not super live on the board.
Wesley Ward filly in the debut. When a mile on the grass, Kentucky Downs now goes to Brian Lynch, Yanira.
It's really much more of a turf pedigree, not just more than ready, but the dam side as well. Ran so badly in the turf. Brian's going to take a shot in the dirt. Good luck.
There's an Army Girl, debuts as well with Joe Talamo.
This is one that shows some quick workouts at Indiana, and they ship in here. I thought this horse could be more live on the board.
Lady Irene, here's the favorite, start number 2. Did not take much money first time out.
Which I didn't really like. That bothered me a little bit. But the horse who won the race improved in subsequent starts. Seems like a solid race. She's very much the one to beat.
Lacey Be Good. Tom Amos going to cut back in distance for the 3-year-old debut. Good Magic filly.
I love a turn back. I just wish she did a little more running.
And the 10, Miris outside for Wayne Catalano.
Big price in her Saratoga debut. Big price again today. Raging Sea is a horse. Didn't Raging Sea, I want to say she ran close in the Alcibiades and not that well in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile for Chad Brown. Okay. I don't believe we've seen her since.
Minute to post coming up. Let's go to Paul.
Yeah, you know, when you look at this race with these 3-year-old fillies in here, I think they're going to the 3 a little bit because this horse ran first time on the turf course and lost to Secret Money, who we saw just come back to win for Brendan Walsh out of that same race, the race that broke apart. And this horse did show speed. So I'm thinking now that this horse showed speed in the morning and probably is going to actually try to go to the front end. But I don't understand the price all the way down to 7-2, although Edgar Morales with that dead heat's got a hat trick on the day. The 7, Army Girl, you know, the 3 and the 7 are both by Army Mule. Very interesting stat, Army Mule. With his 3-year-old debuters, he's 40%. So he's been amazing as a young sire with these 2-year-olds and even his 3-year-olds. And then the 8, you got to give a shout out to Leslie's Lady, who's in horse heaven. She passed away at 26 years old last year. But if you recognize that pedigree, Leslie's Lady, she was an amazing producer. This horse, the 8, Lady Irene, is a half to Beholder and Mendelssohn. Out of the 15 runners she threw, Greg, 8 of them were winners. And to throw Beholder and Mendelson out there, now she has Lady Irene as well. So my heart's rooting a little bit for Lady Irene, and I think she is the one to beat in here.
I forgot that.
Big pedigree and 9-5 favoritism here on the second time. So surprising with that pedigree. She took no money first time out.
I was thinking the same thing. That's exactly what I was thinking. And that's a live field. I had totally forgotten Leslie's Lady. She was that family, sure. Bredekin Theros.
Well,
it's just somebody else besides Beholder into Mischief, right? There's somebody even more recently, I think, right? Whatever.
And what
Yes.
makes us, well, look, you can always forgive a debut. And may have matured, just grown, gotten better. We'll see. But no real flashy works.
Yeah, maybe she's not a particularly good workhorse. And, she does have that 47 work going back 4 or 5 workouts. So I guess that's okay. I'm perplexed by all the money the 3's taking. And you're right, she'll probably show speed, a little hot mess. But it's 5.5 furlongs. But I don't know why. I mean, she was also almost 40 to 1 in her debut, right?
Yeah.
I'm surprised she's short.
Maybe that work was better than something.
Yeah, it might be a workout.
Churchill Downs training
good
track.
Call. I would use the 2. That would, if I was the 8, I bet 8-2, little reverse. If I was playing here, but I'm not. I've had enough. I've taken enough abuse for one day. Self-inflicted abuse, but abuse nonetheless.
Don't give up yet.
I'm never giving up, Greg.
Next race could be the one.
I'm never giving up.
5 to 1, yeah, on the 2 with this ring. Who coming out of that Julia Shining Positano Sunset race at Keeneland back on October 16th, the 2-year-old campaign. So this is start number 2, moving to the Dallas Stewart barn for WinStar. And we're set. We're going to go upstairs to Travis Stone for the 10th from Churchill.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Little Hot Mess and Lady Irene, the 2 of them break together and racing for the lead. With this ring comes off the rail, chasing from 3rd. Green Fairy is 4th. Army Girl advancing up into 5th. Driana toward the inside 6th. Lacey Be Good 7th. Miris on the outside in 8th. And Yanira's the trailer. Tight pack though with 4 furlongs to go. And Little Hot Mess down inside grabs a narrow lead. Lady Irene keeping pace with this ring from the inside post is up, pressing 3 wide with 3 furlongs to go. 2 lengths back to Driana in 4th. Army Girl's racing 5th. The opening quarter 22 and 3. Round the far turn. Lady Irene comes on to grab a narrow lead. Little Hot Mess is keeping pace down inside. They're head to head off the turn with this ring trying to keep up. Driana comes up on the outside, and here comes Driana. 4th and now 3rd and now 2nd. 1 furlong to go. Lady Irene leads by 2. Driana charging hard with this ring down inside. 50 yards to go. Lady Irene trying to fend off Driana. Driana surges. Lady Irene digs in. Lady Irene held on. Staving off Driana. Tight for 3rd there. Lacey B. Gooder with this ring.
Lady Irene in a dead tight finish, but looks like she prevails here. Eddie Keneally, Corey Lannery for her 3-year-old return.
Well, she might not be living up to the promise yet of some of her more fashionable brothers and sisters or half-brothers and sisters, but she gets it done here. A nice run there for the Ben Colebrook first-time starter, Drina, who makes it very close at the end. And my 8-2 is split by the firster. No.
Wow, that 9 flying late. Lacey Be Good for Tom Amoss.
Tom Amoss is getting his horses to fly late. Maybe that's his new training style.
It seems like every horse in his barn we've known up to this point, yeah, they are forward runners and now 2 dead closers. Back to New York, and this 10th race 8 minutes away, again meant for the grass, comes off. 7 furlongs main track, allowance optional claiming field. Interesting race with these main track only runners getting in the 11, 12, 13, and 15. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
And yet we see King Angelo, who was entered for the turf as your favorite, but obviously has the dirt credentials to be a deserving one in here. And he looks great, but I do want to check in with a new face who is your current 5-2 second choice here, Greg. And that's number 11, HP Moon. Kind of funny scenario with this horse who was supposed to debut up at Saratoga 2 years ago for Lacey Gaudet and was a late scratch that day. And he took a lot of money, and I really liked him in the paddock as a 2-year-old, but there was some odd discrepancy that he has these white hairs on one of his legs that weren't there in his full photo, so they scratched him to err on the side of caution, that just to make sure he was the right horse. Well, he took a show to Pimlico and won convincingly. Then he's had a lot of stops and starts. And last time watching that race, where it was wired by Baracho and he was the beaten favorite, which he has been in 3 of his 5 lifetime starts, it looked as though he was kind of lugging in a bit or just uncomfortable being down inside and not handling the kickback. I don't know. But he comes back in here as a gelding for Linda Rice, and he's really kind of streamlined and defined, having that the proverbial equipment change. So, and he is wearing a ring bit, which Linda doesn't always run her horses in ring bits, so he's obviously a horse that does have propensity to be a little difficult in the steering department. So he's interesting. I don't know if I fully trust him, though, as we'll move on to number 13, St. Selby. I know he's up against it from a dynamic standpoint, in that there's other fast horses in here. But you want to talk about a horse needing the race last time? That was St. Selby. He didn't look great in his coat, which isn't typical for Rob's horses, and he just looked heavy. And I talked to Rob, and he just said he's just a tough horse to get fit. So with the race, he's moved forward a lot. Now, maybe he just isn't the same horse, which is the other way you could view it, that he's definitely lost a step. But this time, he's definitely more ready for this effort than what he was back on April 28th. And then let's check in with number 15, that is Scacciatore, as he really looks better than ever. Now, last time he was wearing one of Rudy's favorite pieces of equipment, an extension blinker. Well, he takes it off this time, and I think that is a good sign for a horse that really looks as though he's thriving right now, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Our post parade here coming up. 5-1 on that one right there. Scacciatore drawing in as a main track only runner, 5-time winner. Play all the action by getting signed up with Now or Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with that offer. That $200 deposit match sign up bonus with that code match200. Here they come through the tunnel for the post parade. Katie Davis, Royal Tryst will kick things off.
Better at 7 than the mile last time, and he is a horse that'll benefit from some pace in here. I just don't even know, though, if he's really quite good enough.
4-time winner on a wet track as the inside slot. We go all the way.
But he's been bad in 2 straight wet tracks, so I don't know if it really how much it matters.
All the way to Lobster now at 8-1.
Well, I like Lobster, just not the horse. He was once very good, but his form has really eluded him recently. And he's another horse, if he's good, he's forward. And that's a tough
huge moment. That one against my boy Tate. That was December 21. Wow. King Angelo, Jorge Abreu trains.
Yeah, he's a heavy favorite here. 7 furlongs is a little bit of a concern for me as his last race, but he's very talented.
And here we go with the main track onlys. HP Moon, Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz.
I think he's very interesting going to Linda Rice for the first time, and as a horse I would definitely use. He's a talented horse, but he's also a horse that's best forward, and there's a lot of speed.
Big number on this horse, isn't it?
Yes, he's too big a price, but he doesn't feel like he can make the lead, and he's a very different horse when he can't be in a sort of controlling position.
St. Selby looked like he was headed for some pretty talented big things in his career. His last was not good.
Yeah, he was on a dead rail last time, though, and Maggie feels he'll run better today, and he has to run better, but he feels like part of what, even around here, it's hard for this pace not to be contested.
And Scacciatore on the outside, Rudy Rodriguez and Junior Alvarado 4-1.
Yeah, he's my top choice in this race. If he runs back to his race 2 back, he's going to be very, very tough to beat. He was super that day. Now, last time out, he blew the break. It was an inside-y track, and Today's Flavors was an overwhelming favorite. He just never able to get in the race. But today, good post, good situation. I like his chances.
So back to King Angelo here, 8-5 favorite. This was back on February 18th. Just misses by a nose to big engine Sheriff Bianco. Pretty good one behind him.
Yeah, no. When he runs well, he's very good. The problem with him is that his form last race, I just don't like that he ran uncharacteristically well. And I also wonder how good he is at 7. Now, his debut was at 7 on the dirt, and he got left that day, and he ran a huge race. For some reason, they shipped him to Florida as a New York bred and started running him on the turf down there going long. That not exactly a wise move. Finally, he's gotten back to the right surface dirt, and he can run on the turf, but he's better in the dirt. But I still wonder if 7's a little bit of a stretch for him. But obviously, he can win here.
Manny Franco will be aboard as we go back to Secret Rules. A main track only who can be forward. Actually went gate to wire 2 back for 40,000 at Aqueduct. This was on April 23rd. After that victory, just missing to Sheriff Bianco, Nabokov was behind him.
Yeah, I mean, he's in terrific form. And Rafael Cohen horses have been running very, very well. Gets the rider switched to Amy Torres, which is a good thing. The problem is that even last time, he was able to stalk on the outside. So that enabled him to sort of get at least in the clear, even though there was other speed in there. In this race with St. Selby outside of him, I worry he's not going to be in a particularly comfortable position. And he's a horse that really needs things to go his own way, in my opinion, to run his best race. But he's a big price if you like him, or decent price if you like him.
And here's Scacciatore, so 3-1 on this outside runner for Rudy Rodriguez.
It's too low a price. I'm not going to bet him at 3-1. I thought he'd be a better price than this. You know, this is not. I mean, he's been 21-1 and 25-1 in his recent starts, so this is a little tough for me to swallow, to be honest. But I think he is in good form, and he does figure to get a reasonable setup in front of him. But he is a forward horse as well. But he can rate a little bit and handles a wet track.
What about? I mean, St. Selby, do you feel he's done as a racehorse? He's being bet like he is.
No. I think people see his last race, and he ran so poorly, but they're discounting the fact that it was a very fast pace and a very good field, and he was on a dead rail. So, no, I don't like his chances. I've never liked this horse. I thought when he was able to do well, he got things to go very much his own way, and he was helped by the racetracks. But I've never thought he was that good, but I don't think he's done because of his last race. I just don't think he's good enough to win this race.
Prices from Churchill, there it is. Lady Irene, that big pedigree, breaking through. Start number 2 in her 3-year-old debut for Eddie Keneally. Let's go back to Maggie.
Just picking up where you guys left off with number 13, St. Selby. As I mentioned back in the paddock, I was watching that race with Rob Atras, and you know, he said he told me that he's a tough horse to just train, because you kind of have to handle him with kit gloves, hence some of the layoff lines. But he said the talent is still in there. And then when they broke, I was watching the race with him, and he said, "What? Why is C's Degrees doing this to me?" So he knew that it was just over once Kendrick sent on C's Get Degrees. But guess who's climbing aboard again? The guy who has ridden him to the most success, Kendrick Carmouche. So maybe this team will get a little bit more success. Again, the 7 is the biggest question mark with a lot of these horses, Greg.
There are several question marks for a lot in this group. We'll see what happens coming up. There's Secret Rules. The price comes down as it should have. 4-1 now on the 12. There is St. Selby. Can he turn his form around? Had some big numbers that he ran last summer. He's 3rd in the John Morrissey behind What Do You Think Now? Last 2 have not been good at all. Here we go. 10th. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
And they're off. St. Selby out for the early lead. Secret Rules in the white blinkers is a close-up second. Scacciatore on the outside, Lobster towards the rail. They're right together 3rd and 4th, with King Angelo racing in 5th. HP Moon is in 6th. Then it's a big break back to Royal Tryst, the early trailer, in 7th. St. Selby is the leader here by a length, with Secret Rules giving chase in 2nd, the opening quarter mile over the sloppy and sealed track in 22 1/5 seconds. Scacciatore races in 3rd, right now about 4.5 lengths off the lead. Down on the inside is a Lobster. King Angelo is being pushed along and being asked for more. Down on the inside is HP Moon, who's gaining some ground. It is still St. Selby who has the lead, the half in 45 3. HB Moon continues to move up on the inside, and Secret Rules is gaining ground on the inside. Here's Secret Rules. Here's HB Moon. Both of those have passed St. Selby as they come into the stretch. It is HP Moon and Secret Rules. The two of them are right together as they come down for the 8th pole. HP Moon at the rail, Secret Rules on the outside. The two of them heads apart. Now a 16th out. Secret Rules on the outside now takes the lead. HP Moon is second. It is Secret Rules to win it. HP Moon finished second, and King Angelo came on for third.
Secret Rules. He has now been first or second in 12 of 20 lifetime starts. That's his 5th win.
And Rob Falcone's barn has been absolutely unbeatable, basically, lately with horses that made any real sense, I guess. His horse has been running very well. Big win here the other day, and this horse, I mean, this is something he has never really been that comfortable doing, which is winning races when he wasn't able to control. And they sort of just played it like, you know, they weren't worried at all about the number 13. Let him go off, and they were right. And then it looked like HP Moon was going to beat him, right? I mean, he came and took the lead from him, and maybe you're better off a little bit outside of it. I don't know. It just felt like he was home. And Secret Rules got very game. He is in raging form for Rob. It's a horse that completely lost his form, too, and been dropped down significantly by Bill Mott from my friend Leon Seidler. He was good today.
2 wins his last 3 starts. Pretty honest, aside from, that couple of starts where he got bad February, April of last year.
Yeah, but Rob has got him totally turned around.
Back on track for sure.
Wow.
4-1 here with Jaime Torres for Falcone. Beast Mode Racing. And the 10th in the books. Nightcap still to come. 4-1 on your winner. 12, 11, 8, 3. Prices when we come back. And the feature. Close out the card still to come in Louisville. Bob Baffert back in the Preakness. National Treasure with the rail. Will he be the one alone on the lead? We're going to find out very shortly. We'll be back.
Eclipse Champion Blade, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. His progeny include these recent standout performers. And in the sales ring, Blaine continues to prove his value. Also an emerging broodmare sire. His stakes-producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse Champion Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blade, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
As the field comes into the final furlong, it is Justify in front. Good Magic on the outside. Tenfold. Ramazzo. Justify. He's unstoppable. He won the Preakness.
Triple Crown champion.
I really think
second in 3 years.
I really think if Good Magic had drawn outside of him, he would have won this race. I thought he was really forced by that post inside him to go after Justify. No complaints, by the way, did well. Wayne Lucas, I think, finished second. You know, the whole thing with the Triple Crown, I saw Tom Durkin yesterday,
And I was teasing him. I said, if Mage wins the Preakness, you're coming back. I hope your long run comes to an end. And he just said, what are the odds of 0 for 9? He was calling so many of them, because the reality is, it's not that big a price you have a Triple Crown winner in mathematics, because it's not winning 3 races. It's one horse to win 2 races in a row right after winning the Derby. And usually the Derby favorite's a pretty big favorite in the Preakness. Now, I'm hearing the betting is kind of insane right now in the Preakness, where someone said Chase the Chaos was 7 to 1 an hour ago.
If Chase the Chaos.
You can get 15 to 1 from me on him if you're interested in betting, and you can bet at least 1,000. I mean, what's going on here?
Coffee with Chris is 8 to 1.
We didn't even have a ridiculous winner of the Derby this year. I mean, Mage was 15 to 1. It's an 18-horse field. Okay, go ahead. Keep going.
Coffee with Chris is 8 to 1. Chase the Chaos is 7 to 1. Red Route 1 is 7 to 1.
Now, Red Route 1 is tough to make, but for him to be the same price as those horses is ludicrous.
National Treasure is 5 to 2. The second choice right now, Bob Baffert, John Velasquez. Inside post, and Bob Baffert said this horse he has run in spurts in a lot of his races. Here he is on his Preakness hopeful.
He's a horse that runs in spurts, and we thought maybe the blinkers, maybe he'll focus a little more. And I talked to Johnny Velasquez, the jockey, about it, and I asked him, I called him, says, I was thinking about putting a little blinker on him. I worked him with blinker, and he thought it wouldn't hurt him because, when he gets in between horses, he's still immature. He hasn't filled into that, he's a tall, his frame. And so we're trying something a little bit different. We need to find about 3 lengths.
They debuted with blinkers. They took them off. They put them back on again. Breeders' Cup Juvenile. They took them off again. Now they go back on.
Yeah, there's a lot to say, a lot of confidence being shown with him. He runs in spurts. The problem with those spurts are they're not in the stretch when you really need to be running faster. And, I mean, Bob's saying putting blinkers on him. This feels like they're just trying to figure something out. I think he's a horse that may have some issues with lead changes, somebody had said to me. I'm not as sure of that, but I watched his last race, and he just got completely outrun trying to make the move in the stretch. He didn't steady out of a hole. He couldn't hold the hole. And unfortunately, Practical Move and Skinner were scratched in the Derby, so we don't know how they could have done. But we know that Mandarin Hero did run in the Derby, and he didn't do much running at all. I'm not sure what to think of this horse, but I have him second because I just didn't like anybody else, but I'm not a fan. The idea that he's a similar price to Mage to me is ludicrous.
And obviously, you'd think the intent, putting those blinkers back on, take advantage, especially against this field, take advantage of the speed you have. This horse with sprint speed.
So does Coffee with Chris, though. I don't understand why suddenly they wouldn't go with Coffee and Chris. I mean, you're going to run him in a Triple Crown race and say, today's the day we're going to rate him? He didn't even run that badly last time, so I don't know. I mean, maybe he goes, but Coffee with Chris is going to go. And I'll tell you something. Watch how Mage does out of the gate. He breaks okay today. Javier is going to have him pretty darn close, much like he did with Cloud Computing. So I don't think the National Treasure is going to have a tactical edge on Mage. Mage is not slow. Mage has been farther back in his last 2 races because the paces have been rapid. Mage can sit very close if the pace is slow. And if the pace is slow and they let Mage in the race, they better hope that he doesn't run his race, because if he does, he'll win.
We'll see. This horse, 21 and change, 44 and change.
California, though, I mean, but then he's not on top of the pace last time.
He didn't break great last time.
Better break great today.
Secret Rules takes the 10th at Belmont. Jaime Torres, Rob Falcone, Beast Mode Racing, 5th win in 20 career starts.
This is a very different performance by him, being able to rate so comfortably. And once again, it felt like HD Moon, the horse for Linda Rice, on the inside, moved up and looked like a winner. But he just kept on rolling. Looked like HP Moon might have been Jose Ortiz's 5th winner of the day, but it was not to be. And now, the race you've been waiting for all day. Big Cars fan that you were. I wanted to picture you with that mullet.
For a lot of reasons, too. Yeah, my band Overdrive played some Cars songs back in our high school
What did you play? What was your...
I was keyboards.
Okay.
My sister played electric bass and continued her career.
And you're stuck here with me. That's right.
$10.40 with Secret Rules. And you're kidding a little bit. I actually am, for me, the star on this card, potentially star in the making Okay, so this horse has some ability.
Ooh, I agree with you. I mean, the horse who beat him, Harrodsburg, came back and lost a Bob with a 99 buyer. He lost that Ray Handel horse coming off a 100 buyer who was in great form and also a much more experienced horse. No, I'm not. Harrodsburg could be in the Woody Stevens. No, I'm not. I agree with you. This could be one of these emerging 3-year-olds that we hear much more from. I mean, if you're Chad Brown, you're obviously looking to win today. You're looking for something in June. You're thinking Curlin, maybe, if he's that kind of horse, can get that far. It's a candy ride.
Going to close out the card at Churchill Downs with a grade 3 to Louisville, 1.5 miles on the turf, $225,000 purse. Wide open betting board. Therapist that win for Mike Maker at 1.5 miles, the grade 2 Pan American last start. A horse who never you would have thought had the ability to go that long and win. He did. Can he do it again? Have the feature to close out the card from Churchill when we come back. Stay with us. Main event is next under the Twin Spires.
The best 2-year-old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit back, $1.5 million. Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharoah. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche, the newest champion to Coolmore, America.
Back on America's Day of the Races on our coverage across the country, including FS2, regional networks out in Southern California. Got the nightcap to come at Churchill Downs. It's their main event, the Grade 3 Louisville, 1.5 miles on the turf. And a great betting board. 7-2. Your favorite right now, it's another mystery. Horse who was third, beat 2 lengths.
There's a lot of mysteries around here for me, Greg. I can't speak for you.
This game has been a mystery to both of us this afternoon. We're going to take a look at the Elkhorn last time out, beat by Verstappen and Red Knight in this performance.
But considering how well Red Knight won, Verstappen not as well in our Grade 1 Man of War, it comes up a pretty strong race. And I think, you look at this horse, and to me, he's just the most reliable of the 1.5 mile horses. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to see Therapist win again at 1.5 miles, and maybe he will before I believe it. But this horse consistently has run well in the long-distance races, and he just seems like the most reliable horse.
Red Knight has had his number. Red Knight's beat him for a win on a couple of occasions, finished just ahead of him here. Doesn't have to deal with Red Knight today. Does have a few other names to face, including a couple of Mike Maker runners.
Are you surprised the board's as wide open as it is? I mean, I'm looking at some of the horses that are taking. I think limited liability is a little interesting. I think 5-1 is too short, and he's certainly not supposed to be just a point higher than the 9, right? I mean, that's sort of surprising to me. Tis the Bomb is 9-2.
Bourbon winner is a 2-year-old. Great
Yeah.
synthetic runner.
Those
Here's the one. Limited liability at 5-1, Jimmy Graham.
I'm a fan of this horse. I always felt he was better than his races showed. I hope he takes a step forward, and maybe Sugar's hoping that the long-distance races will work out for him, because there is sort of an opening for horses to move forward if they can handle the distance in some of the many big long-distance turf races we run here.
Kitten's Joy for Shug McGahee, owned by Stuart Janney, 5-1. Bay Street Money. Here's a Mike Maker runner as well, who just missed to the stablemate therapist in that Pan American.
And he improved, and Mike Maker is just so good in these long-distance turf races. This one for Sandy Goldfarb, this horse that really moved forward in his recent starts and has been moving forward for Maker.
Mount Rundle at a big number, 24-1.
Now this would be an upset. There's not much to like about him.
Tis the Bomb. Kenny McPeak, two-time winner on the lawn.
Well, he never made it over for the English Guineas or as a prep, I believe. He was going to be using that as a prep for the Epsom Derby. He didn't make it there, but he did run the Derby, though 9th.
Tried to do it on the lead in the Elkhorn against Verstappen, Red Knight, another mystery, and then faded to 5th. Here's the 5 English Conqueror. Julian Leproux aboard.
At least he's competitive in these long-distance races. I don't think he's quite good enough, but he ran well enough last time that 12-1. I'd rather take 12-1 on him than 5-1 on Tis the Bomb.
Time for trouble. Joe Talamo aboard, coming off a win on dirt.
He ran well at dirt last time, but he's going to have to improve off of all of his turf races.
5-time winner on the lawn. Here is Therapist, that big moment in that Grade 2 Pan American at 1.5 miles.
Do you ever feel, Greg, like Therapist is following you around? I mean, he's been...
Do you remember how far long ago that was that started our journey with him?
It's amazing, right? Yeah, it's amazing. He's been a big topic of conversation for the crew.
I believe it was 2019, wasn't it?
Oh, I think it was earlier. Right?
Was
yeah,
it?
I think maybe in 18.
Yeah, I think you're right.
You've been with us a long time, Greg.
Yamato, another Mike Maker, went by with...
He's got to improve.
Isaac
But Mike's hoping he improves going long, right? Maybe he makes some improvements. Well, he's won at the distance, not this fast.
7-2 favorite. Here's another mystery.
Yeah, I think he's supposed to be the favorite here. I just think he's kind of the worst to beat. He's not, there's nothing so special about him. He just sort of consistently runs well in these races.
And go ahead.
No, that's it.
Does this one pique your interest, winning at 1.5 miles at Keeneland on the grass last start?
He's just got to get so much faster to win, doesn't he? It seems that was really not a fast race, but he ran home fast in that race. I'll give him that. Yeah, I mean, listen, he's an unknown here, so I'm not going to knock it. I bet him at 10-1 before I bet Tis the Bomb at 5-1. I'll put Tis the Bomb in the winner's circle. I don't get it.
And we're going to look at the Pan American here. His debut came on grass. Throw that out. He went to the bench for, what, a year?
Yeah.
Year and a half. And then he comes back and he wins in his first time back on the grass. Here's that Therapist, Bay Street Money, 1-2 finish in the Pan American.
I think they're thinking if they show it enough times, I'll actually believe it happened. But I still can't believe that Therapist is out-finishing other racehorses at 1.5 miles. Mike Maker's performed some miracles, but this one is almost biblical.
That's what he's done, though. I mean, that's been his specialty, right? Horses going long on the grass.
Yeah, but I've never seen him improve a horse that couldn't finish beyond 7 furlongs.
I mean, that's remarkable.
They must have had to wake Christophe Clement up with smelling salts after that race. I mean, if I were him, I would have been just stunned. Crazy.
Would have been good to hear from Christophe on that.
Maybe we could have him on, have a long discussion about Therapist.
Limited liability. So, Shug McGahee, Jimmy Graham, they'll team up with Ryan Ortiz Jr. aboard on this win at Keeneland.
Yeah, he's going to have to improve going long because while he's been consistent and he's running some stakes, they're not as good, those races, as the horses he's facing here. So, for me, I'm going to have to hope he improves as a 4-year-old. But mostly, I'm going to have to hope that he improves stepping forward in distance, which I think is a real possibility. He's got a pedigree to say he could go longer, so I'm kind of hoping that it kind of helps improve him.
6 minutes away from the feature to close out the card. Let's go to Paulo Duca.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, the final race here on the 11-race card, and we got a great race here, 1.5 miles on the grass, and I think we can all agree, all three of us do need a therapist. Let's go over the Michael Maker runners. I mean, Bay Street Money, the 2, the 7, obviously Therapist, and then Yamato. You know, Yamato's a horse that's probably getting dismissed out of the 3. You know, the 2 Bay Street Money, you could argue, was probably a little bit better than Therapist last time, was hung out wide most of the race. And you go back and look at Bay Street Money, you know, he carries his racetrack with him. This is going to be his, what, 6th race on a different racetrack, although he did run last year at Churchill Downs. And what I do love is, you know, last year at Churchill Downs, when the turf course was not in great shape and they canceled the turf racing, you couldn't make up any ground. And he was one of the few that did that day and ran down a lone leader that day. So I think he's going to make a good account of himself. Raylu Gutierrez will try to save some ground. Now, Therapist, it's pretty amazing. When I talked to Mike Maker, he basically told me, listen, with my own eyes, when he won for $25,000 and they put the blinkers on him, they were like little short cut blinkers. He said, you know what, whenever they put this horse in for a claim tag, I'm going to take him even though he's 8. And he came back and he took him for 50, kept the blinkers on, went to the synthetic, and he said, let's try a 1.5 miles. And he won. And I asked him, you know, what's your theory behind claiming some of these horses? And he said, listen, I look for back class and horses that have won 20% of their races, basically. And usually they'll move forward. And when a horse like that gets a change at 8, it usually doesn't make a difference, but it has made a difference with Therapists. So that's why he dropped in the claim. So I would not be surprised if he runs big again. Maybe the blinkers has changed his career at age 8. You know, another mystery is taking a lot of money in here for Chris Block or his assistant trainer in here. And like you said, been behind Red Knight, been facing a lot tougher. I'm going to take a different approach and maybe just think that this horse just doesn't have the winning punch. I know it's got the most experience at 1.5 miles, but only 1 for 11. I love the 1 in here. I really do. You know, this is a horse for Shug McGahee that you could just see wants the 1.5 miles. At least I think that he does. The 1.25 mile race that he ran in the Belmont Derby, Greg, he was hung out way wide. Classic Causeway took that field gate to wire. He had a brutal trip, and he only lost that race by 3 1/4. I think he's going to love the 1.5 miles, and I think he's got a big shot here for Shug.
Paulie, thanks. We will see how he fares going longer. He was impressive in that 1 1/8 win at Keeneland. Back to Belmont, 8 minutes away from the nightcap here, and Chad Brown hoping the good times roll with this one. Okasik. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this dam is hoping for the same thing as this one's 3/4 sister. That's Beguine. She was the most impressive winner of the day, and she is a sprinter. I think Okasik is too, but maybe 1 mile's fine. I know he did not have much early speed in that first race, going the 6.5, and he was able to close behind a gate-to-wire winner in Harrodsburg, but he is built much more like a sprinter, and the majority of the family have been more effective with less ground. Now, he's incredibly fit in here. He's nicely composed, just really, you know, exuding confidence and on the bridle. I like him. There's a lot to like about him. I'm just not in love with the distance, to be perfectly honest, as number 6 Majestic Michael, he'll take it out an extra furlong from the debut, which I thought was good. I know it wasn't as fast as Okasik, but Majestic Mile I thought ran really gamely. He got to the lead too early, and he still hung in just to be narrowly defeated, or decently defeated, I should say, to finish second. But I feel like this guy, he's kind of a bigger type. Maybe he needs to race into fitness a bit, and so therefore I do like the extra furlong for him, and I really like his presence here in the paddock for Tony Dutrow. As number 9 ride up, the second place efforts and the chances are starting to add up as he does cut back to 1 turn here for Linda Rice, adding a shortcut cheater blinker.
2 if the horse loses.
Sure if we lost Maggie or not. 6-5 favorite. So
find her.
Okasik not getting a thumbs up, stretching out, although may be able to handle it according to Maggie. Okasik, we'll see how he fares here. Start number 2. We mentioned who he faced first time out. Harrodsburg came back with a 99 buyer in his next start to just miss by a nose. Pretty good company he kept in that debut, and he was making up ground on that horse.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Harrodsburg did the dirty work, but this wasn't just a suck-up second. This horse was running. He is an overwhelmingly likely winner of this race.
There he is, Dylan Davis, start number 2 for Spendthrift Farm trainer Chad Brown. Let's get back to Churchill Downs And post time coming up. Limited Liability has become a favorite now from the rail.
Well, this is ridiculous. I'm going to cancel my bet. I bet the horse. I'm not betting this horse at this price. He's 3-1. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. And I thought he was interesting at 10-1, not at this price. No, thank you. We'll be canceling. Something you can do on Naira Bets, by the way.
Meanwhile, Therapist 4-1 on the 7. Looking to go back-to-back in mile-and-a-half graded stakes races for Mike Maker. Claimed this horse for $50,000 back on January 20th. Tried him on synthetic, wins. Puts him in a mile-and-a-half grade 2 on the turf and wins. So trying to win 3rd in a row since the claim.
Mike Maker has done some pretty good work off the claim, but this is remarkable. Synthetic going long, mile-and-a-half on the turf. I got to think the jumps at Saratoga are next for him. What do you think? A few trips around the oval, some jumps. I got to think he's heading over for the jumps. The only thing he's got left to try.
He's got Bay Street Money, the 2.
How is the one favored here?
Model the 8. A lot of money late for Limited Liability.
I mean, I thought I was betting an 8-10-1 shot here. What price the horse morning line? That'd be 8-1.
He was 8-1. Grade 3 Louisville. Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gates. They're off. Good start for Time for Trouble. English Conqueror is there. Tis the Bomb with some early speed today. Bay Street Money down toward the inside. Foreign Relations for that outside post races up to grab a forward spot as well as they race for the far turn. Time for Trouble up for a short lead. Now it's a clear lead as he angles over toward the rail and builds a 2-length advantage for the run of the first turn. English Conqueror backs off to sit in second. Foreign Relations cruising along third. Tis the Bomb showed some early speed, but defers back into fourth as they're strung out up top. Therapist on the outside is fifth. Limited Liability was in a bit tight in the first few strides. In between horses, racing in sixth. Bay Street Money toward the inside is seventh. Mount Rundo's racing in eighth. Yamato's down inside ninth of Another Mystery, who's 10th, as they gallop by us for the first time. Time for Trouble has really backed down that pace. Leads by just more than length, just outside of one circuit to go. English Conquerors tracking in second, in no hurry to go by. Foreign Relations reserved while third. Tis the Bomb cruising fourth. Therapist in the clear fifth for the second turn. Limited Liabilities right at mid-pack and 5 lengths off the lead. Mount Rundo moves up on the outside to within 6 now. Bay Street Money is covered up and buried down inside of Limited Liability. Another Mystery is second to last, and now the trailer is Yamato. And the leader is Time for Trouble. Joe Talamo trying to foster out this early speed. English Conqueror a little bit closer now, sitting in second, and Therapist has advanced. Therapist on the outside up into third. Foreign Relations in between while fourth, and Tis the Bomb is working out a perfect journey so far. Right at the inside fifth within 3 lengths of the lead. Farther back, Mount Rundo has been wide. Limited Liability is still right in the thick of it. 5 lengths behind as they hit the far turn. Bay Street Money to that one's inside. Another Mystery and Yamato. So round the far turn, Time for Trouble still the leader. Time for Trouble pushed on for more speed as they race for the top of the stretch. English Conqueror is right there. Foreign Relations 3 wide. Therapist 4 wide. Mount Rundo 5 wide. Tis the Bomb's in behind with Limited Liability. Another Mystery's trying to find a way through. So is Yamato. Wide open, heading for the 8th pole. Foreign Relations comes away with the lead. Limited Liability's a hard charging second now. English Conqueror third toward the inside. Final 16th. Foreign Relations clear by 3. Foreign Relations got it in the Louisville. The winner by 2 in the end. Limited Liability was second. English Conqueror was third. And Yamato was fourth.
Foreign Relations, he is now 2 for 2 at a 1.5 miles on the turf, although he did get DQ.
You made a good case for this horse in the post parade. You made me take a second look at him. I didn't like him, but it was a good call by you. You had some good points. And as you said, his first race irrelevant a long time ago. It's lower figure not, and this horse really ran today. He was best today. It's a nice effort. Limited Liability got an excellent ride by Jimmy Graham and got second, but I did cancel my bet. I'm not taking 3-1 on him here. And Therapist who beat, I think, one horse in here, which which in and of itself is no surprise. The fact that he was 3 wide without cover midway down the backstretch, I mean, at that point, he was like 50-1 to win the race.
Here we go, down to 3-5 on Ocasek. Can he handle the stretch out from 6.5 furlongs when he faced a really good one, ran second to a mile here today? We're going to find out shortly. Maybe the next very talented 3-year-old for the Chad Brown barn.
Yeah, 3-5 now. I'm not arguing. I'm not against this horse. Listen, I get it. Maggie has some distance concerns. I respect Maggie's opinion, but I'm not against this horse. This horse, to me, looks like a good one. Whether or not he ends up being a horse that wants more or less distance, we'll find out. He's going to be tough to beat.
Figure 2 a year and just
towers over
and bounds.
And we know how good it was because Harrisburg came back and ran. So it's not like we have confirmation that that was a very good race.
There he is again. Dylan Davis stepping in on the Son of Candy ride.
Third horse, by the way, plus 9 points. Sorry.
Really?
Yeah, he improved. So we know it's live. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's okay. 3-5 favorite as we get set for the nightcap here from Belmont. Let's go upstairs to John Embrial.
Set for the start of the nightcap. And they're off. Mystical Curlin hustled out for the early lead. Ocasek running in second with Majestic Michael in between horses. First Money is down at the rail. Ride Up is fifth. And at the back of the pack is the gray Exude in sixth. Mystical Curlin leads here by a length and a half with Majestic Michael giving chase in second. It is Mystical Curlin on top by 2. The quarter went in 22 3/5 seconds. Majestic Michael and First Money, they're right together, second and third. Ocasek is fourth. The favorite is now 3.5 to 4 lengths off the lead. At the back of the pack are Exude and Ride Up. It is Mystical Curlin who takes the field into the far turn, leads by 4 lengths. Mystical Curlin on top, Majestic Michael, First Money, and Ocasek. Those three all together after a half in 45 4. Farther back, it's Ride Up and Exude down towards the rail. Mystical Curlin leads here by 4 lengths. Majestic Michael being asked for more. Ocasek on his outside as First Money drops back. The field is at the top of the stretch. Mystical Curlin ran 3/4 in 1:10 4 and has now built a 9 or 10 length lead. Ocasek on the outside of Majestic Michael. But it is Mystical Curlin all by himself as he splashes his way home to break his maiden. Mystical Curlin by the length of the stretch. Majestic Michael did hold on for second. Then Ocasek and Exude.
0 for 11 coming in, had plenty of opportunities at this distance. Seemingly had waked up in the morning. Mystical Curlin, wow.
This was claimed for $20,000 six starts ago. Did run one good figure on a sealed track in a very dubious race. Ran a 50 buyer and then a 73 buyer. And I think he just ran about 105 buyer. You know how fast this race was? You think I'm joking? This horse ran a humongous number. Not 105, but in the 90s. I know there are freakish performances on wet tracks. He went about 17 to 20 lengths, right?
11 to 1 to close things out.
Wow. Wow. Nobody moved an inch. They ran it around the track this way. They ran around the track 8-6-7.
8-6-7-5, 11 to 1. Jose Lezcano. Good for him. For Gustavo Rodriguez here. And a 4-year-old son of Curlin. 12th time out, breaking his maiden. Patience, had to be patient with this one, huh? Former Kenny McPeak horse.
You had to be patient or a glutton for punishment to keep coming back and betting him. But he got loose today, and I mean, they let him run off. I don't know, Majestic Michael could have been closer, but I mean, the way he ran, what can you do? I mean, he went 45 4. He went 22 3, 45 I mean, he went. Wow. I don't even know what to say. This is crazy. This is some performance.
Back to Churchill Downs, Winter Circle lead-in. It's brought to you by Fasig-Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital auction platform for thoroughbreds. Fasig-Tipton Digital, the newest from the oldest. Learn more, digital.fasig-tipton.com. Foreign relations, technically 2 for 2 at a mile and a half on the turf. DQ'd out of that win last time. Alba was dominant that day and was very dominant against graded stakes company here.
You know, I'm going to say if you were, if we weren't doing all this stuff today, this horse you would have bet on, Greg. You had some good things to say about him, and he was very good. An impressive victory by him. Clearly, this horse is a mile now special. I'll tell you something. They should look to be aggressive with this horse. They should look at the bigger races, whether it's the UN, the Sword Dancer, because the horses, Red Knight is a super cool horse. I'm not in any way knocking him. But these are really good, hard-knocking horses. And this horse is improving and relishes a distance. And I know the fields will be tougher, but this horse loves a distance. If this was my horse, I would be looking to run him in big races. I know there's probably some, $1 million race at Kentucky Downs, but I would be considering going to like a Grade 1, the UN or something. We don't have a Grade 1 right before the Sword Dancer.
Mile and a quarter Manhattan.
Yeah, they're not going to come back in 3 weeks. I think in a mile and a quarter probably, though. Frankly, they probably should consider it. Nice horse.
Horse on the rise, 5-year-old. That was impressive. Declan Cannon for Connor Murphy. Double O Racing, taking the Grade 3 Louisville at a mile and a half. We'll be back right after this.
Right? Why would you run this horse in the UN? Who the hell are you?
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
300 Honda, 300,000. 275, EDF 275,000. 75, Ludwig 75, 275,000. 250, Ralph now 250,000. Able to get $200,000.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend in May. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5. First race, 12:40. Home to full competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site? Be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
We're back. Jose Lezcano out. What was he out? About a month with a broken wrist.
A little longer, about 7 weeks. Did it happen on Wood Memorial Day?
Yeah, I believe it did.
Yeah, great to see him back. Great,
absolutely.
Great, absolutely.
One of the great turf riders really in the game.
He's a terrific rider. One of the best riders in the game, period. I mean, we've got so many good riders here. He gets a little lost in the shuffle at times. I mean, he's just a solid, terrific rider. Lucky to have him.
And good to be on ones like this. When you don't have to worry about a thing. Dominant here at 11-1. Mystical Curlin. Okay, easy. Our producer getting a little overconfident with that performance.
What do you think of Travers?
Called it secretariat-like.
He's having a rough day. He's very involved at Pimlico. I mean, he's kind of, I'm kind of starting to worry about him, to be honest with you. You know?
We're going to get him looked at.
Yeah, good call.
Mystical Curlin, Gustavo Rodriguez, Jose Lezcano, Andrew Gordon, and Asana Curlin with the victory. Pick $638,000. This payoff ridiculous.
$15 Okay, $45 straight parlay. But let's say that Blast will lose more like 3 to 1. Let's just give it $60, okay? Then you got, so you're at 300. And then you get 300, and that's, so it's easy. It's less, it's about 3,800 to 4,000, and that's giving it extra. It paid, I think, a straight parlay.
And we're trying to, you know, doesn't matter. It happened, it's over, but you look back, and the reason I had considered this horse a little bit, I didn't use him.
I did not consider him, but
that big effort.
A good seal track.
Seal track, that 85 buyer. But
it's a race that has been proven over time to not be reliable. And he's 0 for 11. Listen, if you liked him, God bless you. I'm glad you cashed. And he's going to get a gigantic figure. I mean, somebody else, a friend of mine, texted me and said he could get a 100-plus buyer in this race. That's a crazy fast race. I mean, Greg, I'm literally serious. I think he won by close to 20 lengths. It's over 15. Wow. I'll take 17.25 as the over-under.
We'll see what it comes back tomorrow. Mystical Curlin in a big, big way.
I will text
Long
you.
time coming to get that victory. The horse dropped into maiden 40 at one point, got claimed, taken
maiden
away.
20. Yeah. He ran for maiden 20.
Sorry, maiden 20 is where he got taken, from Kenny McPeak.
What price is Mage? What price is
2 to 1,
Mage?
I believe.
He's 2 to 1. I'm going to bet my whole account on him and get out for the last 3 days.
We're going to take a timeout. We will be back. Chad Brown looking to stick with what's worked in the Preakness. Skip the Derby, win in Baltimore. Can Blazing Sevens be his 3rd Preakness winner? We're going to find out. We're going to come back with a preview next.
Who's the best? Who's top horse?
Football Gods, the most valuable trophy in American sports.
The dream lives within all of us. When fueled by passion, patience, and perseverance, a spark of greatness. Come, dream with us at Three Chimneys.
Cloud Computing has moved into second. Always Dreaming has dropped back through the field. They're coming into the final furlong. Classic Empire. Here's Cloud Computing going for the upset. Classic Empire digs in. Cloud Computing draws alongside. They come to the finish together. Noses apart. Cloud Computing has defeated Classic Empire and the Preakness.
Cloud Computing 2017 and Chad Brown breaking through in the Triple Crown for the first time.
It's really, for me personally, one of my favorite moments in racing, and really just a great moment for a horse that had making his 4th starter. We saw run all his races at Aqueduct in the wintertime, broke his maiden in February at Aqueduct, comes back and runs a super race second to Gotham, had some trouble in the Wood Memorial, and comes back and puts it together here. And, you know, Classic Empire ran a race too well to lose. I definitely agree with that. But it's not like cloud computing, came from the clouds in a fast-paced race. He was sitting right on top of both he and Always Dreaming, and this was a terrific effort by him. And he's starting out as an interesting sire going forward as well. Looks like he has a good turf sire. So he's a beautiful horse, a really good-looking horse.
Any similarities you see with Chad's prior two Preakness winners in Blazing Sevens?
Well, sure. I mean, the obvious similarities is Chad, but also is that this horse had the points to make the Derby, like early voting, like cloud computing, and he and his owners decided to skip the Derby and wait for the Preakness. So that is a direct similarity. Having said that, I don't think so. I liked early voting. I liked cloud computing. I picked this horse third because of the scratches and because of the quality of the field, but I don't like this horse's chances. I hope I'm wrong. I really do. Obviously, from a personal level, I'd love to see him win, but I would never bet this horse. I think he wants to go shorter, not longer.
Won his debut at Saratoga. Third start of his career on a wet track, wins the Grade 1 Champagne at a mile with a 91 Beyer, wins a 93 Beyer in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, but then you just did not see that forward progression in the two starts as a 3-year-old.
No, and I'm wondering if one of the things is, you think about his race in the Bluegrass, and he had been training well going into it. Chad Brown was very optimistic. He gets there with a full head of steam top of the stretch. He gets the 2 leaders. He looked like he was going to run by. And he went the wrong way. He went backwards. And then the fact that the 2 horses that ran 1-2 ran so poorly in the Derby makes me question the race a little bit more. And I just don't believe he wants to go longer. And being the Champagne was his big win. I wonder if he's kind of a horse that's 7 furlongs to a mile. The Woody Stevens, the Alan Jerkins, those races. Maybe, depending if he doesn't do well today, they look at the Dwyer at a mile here, around 4th of July.
See what happens. Irad Ortiz Jr. will have the call outside of Mage, and you believe Mage is deserving.
I'm betting him if he's 8 to 5 or higher. I'm betting him.
It's actually a great price right now. But who is the one he should be most concerned about?
I guess it's National Treasure. I scratched into second with First Mission out. He can be forwardly placed, though I don't think he's getting an easy trip with Coffee with Chris, and it's Baffert and all those things, but I don't think that much a National Treasure. I think he's going to win this race if Mage doesn't show up. I believe that if Mage shows up with either of his last 2 efforts, not even as well as he ran the Derby, he will win this race, and I am confident that he's going to run well in here. I am going to be surprised, but listen, the way my opinion's been going this week, he probably will get nothing, but I expect Mage to run very well.
Long run, too, to that first turn. So even if he does break poorly, which he has kind of been his MO.
He didn't break that badly in the Derby, and I'm going to trust in Javier to get him out.
See if he can keep it going. It was Eyewitness, Wesley Ward, Jose Ortiz getting back on grass, the Paradise Creek at Belmont Park. Big day for Jose Ortiz. 4 wins on the card. How about Foreign Relations? DQ'd out of a dominant what looked like victory in an A other than. Takes a graded stake at a 1.5 miles in the Louisville. Mage will try and keep it going in Baltimore. We'll see you tomorrow.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half-dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere! Surprise Boss, look at this effort!
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit WarDancerStud.com to book your mayor today.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown Triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.